Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the European Off-Road Championships in Utrecht in the Netherlands. It's the EFRA, of course, Championships, brought to you by RC Racing TV. I'm your host, Matt Guppy. On the other side of the water, we've got Matt McCallum. Say hi, Matt.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
So Matt's going to be joining us on the comms and doing all sorts of technical wizardry behind the scenes. We've also got cameraman Jim out on the camera over there doing a wonderful job of setting up for us yesterday, and will be your main camera guy for this whole event whilst we're here. We've also got Frank McKinney out on track at the moment taking some pictures and doing a little bit of the social media awesomeness that you're going to see throughout the week. And also back in the studio, the other member of the team is, of course, James Parry, who's doing even more technical stuff than Matt McCallum can cope with, which, let's face it, isn't very much, but he's doing a grand job anyway. Thank you all for joining us. And like I say, welcome. You've joined us at a very, very sunny start to the day on Tuesday. We're going through the second to last round of seeding controlled practice. So we had seeding practice yesterday, which put these guys in their heat order for today. Now we're just going through the second lot of seeding practice, which will give them their starting order for the first round of qualifying in the heats that they're in. So not too complicated to follow. Nice and simple. At the moment, out on track, we've got a Heat 9. And in Heat 9, we have Neil Cragg in the 1, Tim Dubell in the 2, Matt Scottson in 3, Pekko Ivanen in 4, Sen Powells in the 5, Jesper Rasmussen in 6, Matt Peters in the 7, Kai Koenig in 8, Winan, in number 9, and Dan Pole in the 10 car. So these guys have been going around a little bit. Let's have a look who is the fastest guy on track at the moment is Jesper Rasmussen. We're actually following Neil Cragg at the moment, so we'll do a couple of laps of Neil whilst we've still got a little bit of time on the clock. What do we have left in this one? So we're about 3.5 minutes in. We've got about a minute or so left to go. It is... Looks like, actually, it's still Neil Cragg that's leading us out in this one, although on the timing screen, it was Jesper Rasmussen at the top, but he's bumped all the way down to the 10 spot. So... yeah, you are joining us in the middle of the action at the moment. We're still with Neil Cragg. Neil's putting in some good runs at the moment. He's only managed to find himself, if this was qualifying, he'd be C1. So that shows you what a mix-up we've had at this event with the rain and all sorts of madness going on yesterday. But lots and lots of changes in the track as we were doing some qualifying or control practice yesterday. So it really did mix these heats up. The track was super, super slippery. Did you see any of it at all, Matt?
I did, yeah. I saw it. I particularly enjoyed your super rainy video where it's like literally a blizzard, sheets of rain coming down. It looked quite exciting.
It just came from nowhere. So we'd have... it was nice and dry when we got here. And it had been really good all of the day up until the afternoon. We had a couple of showers came over. And then when that one hit us, it was just torrential. All the marshals ran in. But what I didn't get... you might have got on one of the little EFRA photo video blogs posts that we did. One of the marshals stood out there. So these guys take no prisoners when it rains. They were sending the marshals straight back out there, rain or not. They were like, no, get back out on your marshal spots. So I don't know which marshal spot. I can't see that. Oh, it's marshal spot number 5 by the big wall ride. Whoever was stood there yesterday in the blue jacket was just dripping. Absolutely dripping wet by the end of the run. I felt so bad for him. I think there was like 3 cars on track as well, so it's not even like they had a full heat of cars to marshal. It was, I did feel pretty bad for him, but hey, that is the joys of being a top-end RC car racer.
Yeah,
so there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry about my squeaky chair, I'll change it for another one in a moment. That is the end of Heat 9. Neil Cragg did take that one. Now, I believe these are going on 5-minute times for these. I'm not sure whether it's the fastest 2 laps anymore to get you in, because we've only got the overall. So at the moment, it's a bit difficult to tell you who's where, because it's kind of giving us the overalls for the whole round. and these are only doing the overalls for their actual heat. So at the moment, it'll be going off first Neil Cragg, Jesper Rasmussen, Sam Powell's, Kai Koenig, Matt Peters. Oh, and there we go, the timing screen's gone. So we'll come back to that one. This, however, is heat number 10. So let's have a look.
10 of
11. So
10 of 11.
Penultimate practice heats at the moment for this round, and then we've got one more round of controlled practice, of course, before we go into the full-on qualifying where everybody's going to be really, really going for it. So these sort of controlled practice, although they do count for where your starting position's going to be in qualifying, it was realistically the last 2 rounds of controlled practice yesterday that really kind of counted, because that's where they reseeded into the heats that they're in now. But we have, in this one, some names you all are going to recognise. So car number 1 going off first is going to be Davide Ongaro. I don't know just to call him David Ongaro, really, but Davide seems right. Then we've got Bear Martin in the 2, Clement Boda in the 3, Hubert Honigel in the 4, Mika Widmeyer in the 5, Lee Martin in the 6. Noah Ben Mohammed did incredibly well yesterday. He's in the 7. We've got Josh Holdsworth in the 8. Alexander Landon in the 9, and Burak Kilik in the 10. So let's just have a look who we are following at the moment. I'm not too sure. Oh, okay, right. So we're back at the beginning. I'll tell you what. Let's follow the number 1 car. It should be the blue car there. That's Davide Ongaro's blue Associated. Not in his usual colours. He's had his new shell painted for the event. But, so I'm told, the painter had some issues with the liquid mask, and it had a bit of solvent in it, so when they put the paint on, it just destroyed the paintwork. Hence, he is a Juan Can shell for this event in the blue number 1. So we'll follow him off, see how he does to start with. I think a lot of people are expecting some pretty big things from Davide over the weekend. I know Matt was telling me last night that he's expecting some really big things out of this blue car now. It's Matt with 1 T, by the way, not some other Matt that I'd be talking to in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Huge things. huge things.
Oh, and there you go. There you go. So not
that wasn't
quite
what
so
I had
huge
in
at the
mind.
moment. No, I don't think that was the plan.
No.
So these bits, this double caused a lot of problems yesterday, Matt. The guys were really struggling in the wet. Being an 8th track, the jumps are of a reasonable size. With these 10th cars, they are having to push them over to hit the down slopes, and it's the kind of double rhythm section. We'll wait till Davide goes back over there and we'll kind of explain a bit better, but you see him just punch over the ripples there. They've not been too bad. Most drivers getting through them okay. This roller seems to catch a few people out, and then we've got the step over, the first double and the second double, and it's those jumps where I think we're going to see a fair amount of, I won't say action, but crashes, really, when it comes down to it. So that's going to be the big crash section. According to Bruno Coelho, what we're going up to now, the step over and round tabletop there, that's going to be the main overtaking point, because it's really, really difficult for these guys to judge the speed going into that sort of step up. So what Bruno said to us this morning was he's finding, or the guys out there are finding, that if you're following someone, generally they overshoot that. They're overjumping it. They're causing themselves to go a bit wide on the corner, and if you're the car behind, you can judge it a bit better, shoot up the inside. So that should be quite a good little overtaking spot there. So it looks like Davide's struggling a little bit compared with some of the other cars. Just flick forward onto the car that's gone past him there. I think that's Lee Martin. It is Lee Martin, isn't it? We'll see in a second. It looks like it's... Oh, dear. Can't really pick anyone at the moment. Not without them going over. I do. I think that's Lee. We'll just double check a minute when he comes over the line. There we go. Okay. So have we got anybody out there on the feed that wants us to follow any cars at the moment? Obviously, we're going to try and just give a reasonably good spread of these guys as we go through. But if Matt will be watching the feeds and the chats as best that he possibly can, because he's a busy guy. Let's not put him under too much pressure this week.
Exactly. But no specific requests as of yet, but there's fans of various people
Excellent.
Olivia Metsolas simply says moi. So there you go. Oh, X-Tech 101 wants to follow car number 9.
Car number 9. Who's in this heat? Car number 9, that's Alexander Landon.
So
Let's see if I can find him as he goes past the window. My old man eyes aren't the best that they've ever been. Car number 9, the one behind Lee Martin there that we're following. There we go. Alexander Landon. Hold on 2 seconds.
X-Tech 101 is saying, go Team Landon, Sweden. Car number 9. Nicola Caluso saying, beautiful, with heart eyes emoji. We've got a lovely sparkly heart from Tara. Ivan for Pecco, and Ralph Blair says, go Wesley. And David CTS waiting prepared from Spain. Okay. Spain. What's happening in Spain? Anyway, yes, good. Bruno, please. And also, we've got... what's this? Gaming and RC wants Bruno. Says hi from Canada. And GQQO TV. Let's go, London. So there you go. Big fans.
Sorry, as I did some things, I pushed a button there, which I shouldn't have pushed, because we had a man come into the shed.
Oh.
We've just been asked why we're not going out over the speakers at the track here. Which I kindly explained the reasons behind it. So this is Alexander Landon. Let's see how he's doing on the timing screen. He's currently running 4th at the moment. Fast lap of a 28.6. So that's one of the quicker laps out there for sure. I mean, we've had a 28.2, a few 28.6s, some 29s. But yeah, 28.2, 28.5, and that's Mika Widmeyer and Martin Bayer that have put those in. We are still with Alexander Landon, though. He's coming up on a couple of cars there. I'm not sure whether he's quicker than those. Let's have a look, see how he's getting on. They're pretty good at calling people through the Rayco 2000 track here. The track guys certainly take no prisoners, as I said earlier on, but... Okay, so he's just got past a couple of cars there that I think might have just been holding him up a little. I don't think there's much in it, because these guys are all lapping at fairly sort of similar paces. I can't see the screen now, but okay. So, Landon comes up to the step up, the round tabletop, the nasty off-camber corner, we're calling that one. Lots of back in over the ripples. A lovely overtake over that last ripple there. Goes up to the step over. Oh, a nightmare. So there you go. That's the difficulty. Is getting the rhythm right on that double-double is really, really challenging for these guys. Everybody has said that's a particularly difficult bit. It does look from the outset, looks like you're just going over a couple of sets of jumps and, go flat out, but it just doesn't work like that. If they overshoot the first double and don't hit the down ramp and they hit the sort of flat at the bottom of the... Oh, okay, we've got a couple of things that have come up on the screen here. I don't know if James can see them back in the UK. But yeah, when they come up over the first double, if they hit the flat, absolute nightmare for them. It bounces the car all over the place and they can't line up for the second one. So it ends up being a single, double, single for them, which is a huge waste of time, obviously. So it's Mika Widmeyer that takes that one from Lee Martin back to Burak Kilik. And then we've got Alexander Landon, the guy we were following in the number 9. Martin Bayer in the 4th spot there. Then we've got Noah Ben Mohammed, Clement Boda, Hubert Honegel, Davide Ongaro, and Josh Holdsworth rounding out that one. So as you're seeing these guys finish, that's pretty much where they're going to be starting off in the first round of qualifying. Save any quicker laps or rounds on the next round through. So, Heat 11. He's on the top of the top as far as the qualifying went yesterday, or the seeding went yesterday. And at the very top of the pile, the quickest of the quick, that is Michael Orlowski in the number 1 car. And then we've got Wesley Van Helmond in the 2, Tommy Hall in the 3, Jorn Newman in the 4, Una Hatton in the 5, and then we've got Bruno Coelho in the 6, Danny Kubrick 7, Jamie Hall in the 8, Marcus Carup in the 9, and Luke Holdsworth in the 10. Now, Carup was one of the quickest guys yesterday, pretty much all day up until we came to the last 2 seeding rounds. I think a lot of the effect on that was the rain, and certainly slowed these guys down a huge amount. So yeah, some trials and tribulations for these guys out on track. Have we got an issue with the timing laptop here? We've got a bit of a message come up. I don't know if James can see that one. We're with Michael Orlowski at the moment.
Timing's been stuck on 35 seconds for quite a while. So yes, there is a slight issue with the timing.
Okay. So we do have timing issues at the moment, so I can't give you too much information on that, but these guys are going to be starting off in a second anyway. We should start to see something happen as soon as this one kicks off. Hopefully then it'll all kick in. So, it'll be Orlowski that leads us out in this one. Wesley Van Helmond has proved himself to be super, super quick around this track, though, so he's going to be hot on the heels of Michael. If we can try and keep both of them in as much as we can, obviously if anything happens, stick with Orlowski there, Jim, but try and keep car 1 and 2 in the shot if we can for a minute. We'll just see the gap on these guys and how well Van Helmond does to keep up with Orlowski as he goes around the first couple of laps.
So yeah, our link to the timing system has gone down, so we may be flying a little bit blind. We may have to improvise just a little bit with the on-screen timing. But
do I need
visually,
my pen and paper?
And a stopwatch.
Okay.
Yeah.
The joys of a professional broadcast. It's not us though. It is the timing system where the issue is. So this is a completely professional
it's not our
thing.
Well, yeah. It's just one of them. Just one of them. GEQQOTV asked, how did Elias Johansson get on in the last heat?
He took the last heat, top of the heat.
There you go.
Oh, was he top? No, I think he wasn't actually. No, he was fourth in that heat. Sorry, fourth in that heat. Fooled you all. Okay, we are with Orlowski though. We're going to try and keep an eye on Van Helmond as well, who's the car behind him. Although Orlowski's put a little bit of a gap in there. I mean, they were starting these guys off literally one straight after the other yesterday. There was no gap, no messing about, and they've kind of spread them out a little bit at the moment. So stick with Orlowski there, Jim. Nice. So there you go. You can see Orlowski's perfectly settled into this already. Car set up for a dry track, which we've got now. There was a little bit of dew still left on the track this morning, first thing, but that has pretty much gone altogether. I think it might be a touch of it in just some of the shaded parts, but I think realistically it's only that corner at the bottom of the straight that's going to be affected at the moment, and they all seem to be pretty comfortable with that. So there you go. Even Orlowski getting those doubles wrong and having single out of the last double. Comes across the line and he's dropped him, so Orlowski's in third at the moment. So let's drop back one car to Van Helmond. He's the current leader in this one. So 28 dead is the fastest lap we've seen so far, and that is from Van Helmond. That's who we're with at the moment. So double makes it quite nicely. The landing on that second double not quite as important as the first one. We've seen that a few times this morning, but nightmare. So that's not going to do him any favours. A little bit of a tumble there. How are we doing on replays there, Matt? I didn't want to put any pressure on you, but I thought I'd better ask the question before I start saying, hey, let's have a look at a replay. Okay. That's how we're doing with the replays, everyone. Oh dear, so Van Helmond's gone over. That is certainly going to drop him back. I would imagine Orlowski or Jorn is going to take up the front of the pack now. It is Orlowski from Jorn. Wesley's dropped himself right back now into the sixth spot, so you can see one tumble, and these guys are way down the line. If you jump forward one car to the one with the yellow wheels there, that should be Jorn. And that's the one, so orange, shelly, and yellow wheels. There we go. I think this is Jorn anyway. Normally got a black wing, I thought. But he's running a clear one on this one today. There's somebody out there in the feed, no, I can see it, will tell me if that isn't correct. But at the moment, we're going to say that's Jorn Neumann. and he is currently top of the pile. Now, nobody's got a faster lap than a 28 dead at the moment, so 28.020 for Van Helmen still. Jorn's on a 20... Oh, wow, there you go. I say that. Jorn's just put in the fastest lap with a 27.6. So absolutely smashing the pants out of Wesley's fastest lap there. So it is Jorn from Orlowski. We're still with Jorn at the moment. Coming up onto the back of... I'm not too sure who that was, but they crashed out the way quite nicely. I think that might have been Van Helmen there, actually. Okay, Jorn safely over the first double. There's a bit of two lines over that triple there. So it's a triple. It's kind of either a single double or a double single. And everybody seems to be doing their own thing over it in the moment. Let's just double check there. That is the number 4. Okay. Okay, so Jorn down the end of the straight. Flicks around. Single double for Jorn there. So there does seem to be a choice of lines through that one. It's, like I say, a single double or a double single. Catches himself on the apex of the nasty off-camber corner. Makes it nicely through the ripples, though. Switchbacks are done clean. And that weird straight's got a bit of a heavy kink in it as they come out of the switchbacks there. So these guys are having to adjust that line quite a lot as they come up to the step over jump. Okay, what have we got left in this one? We've got about 45 seconds left. So let's see if we can pick up. Car 3. I'll see if I can find him on the track. That should be Tommy Hall. That's current two-wheel drive European champion from last year at Robin Hood. Okay, Tommy just coming over past me now. Black at the front, orange at the back. Last one round over the hop over onto the straight. There he is. We'll just follow Tommy round until the end of this one. So single double for Tommy through there. Onto the step up he goes. Now Tommy currently running in about 6th, just behind Luke Holdsworth and Marcus Carup. I've got to say, Graham and Julie seemed pretty confident when I was chatting with them yesterday. Obviously the Jamie and Tommy's mum and dad. Quite happy with the cars. Just saying that the guys have got they've got to just drive the wheels off of them to get the best out of them. So it's a difficult track for these guys. Obviously they've not done huge amounts of practice here, so it's going to be really interesting to see how it all pans out for the current two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive champions, being that Carrot's a young chap himself as well. So you got a few caught up on that corner there. I think that's Carrot that's actually just gone past Tommy Hall. So Tommy coming off the track. That's a bit of a pain for him. Lost a fair bit of time there. Oh, and he's caught the end of the apex on that corner. Nightmare. Okay, I think he may well have finished as he'd already crossed the line on the first lap. So that last one didn't seem to worry too much. Okay, so Jorn takes that one from Michael Orlowski, back to Marcus Carup and Daniel Kobovic, Luke Holdsworth, Tommy Hall, Wesley Van Helmen, Una Hatton, Bruno Coelho and Jamie Hall. Now Una up in the top heat. I think it was Craig Drescher was telling me that he's only done one 10th race anyway in the last 6 months. So to be up at the top sharp end of these guys, it's quite a tall ask, really, a big ask growing there. But you've certainly done it, pulled it out the bag for this one. Alrighty, so we're going to switch round now. Let me just double check the timings on this. Now we're going to go straight through. It's going to be heat 1 that we're going to start with. So it should be 10:44. We're meant to be kicking this one off. It might go a little bit earlier, which would be lovely. So it is going to be heat 1. One of my favourite competitors, Dick Dawn, is in car number 1. We've got Marcus Vea in car 2, Carl Volta in car number 3, Nigel Van Catwick is going to be car number 4, Kenny Arts in car 5, Victor Horsfield in car 6, Leonard Hertgen in car 7, and then we've got Volodymyr Fodorenko in car number 8, and then Daniel Tonneson in car number 9. So we'll just follow them out in heat order. We'll go with car 1 when they go off the line, Jim. Okay, let's see if we can just switch you guys over onto our other track cam there. There you go. That's our other view around the corner over the step up, step off, step over, roller. We'll figure out a name for it. By the time we get into qualifying, we'll get the name for it right.
Little ramp.
The little ramp. I like it. Nothing like a really technical name to get things going. Okay, so we got Frank just moving camera number 3 around. Not too sure. We had that one set up on the rostrum so that you guys could see everybody coming up and going down between the rounds. And for some reason, it decided it didn't want to play games this morning. It was and Frank's out in the middle of the track playing with wires. How you doing up there, Jimmy? All right, give us a thumbs up. Nice. We didn't see that on the camera, of course, but I saw it.
Polls that we're still having issues with the timing on the screen. Don't worry, the timing is still being calculated live at the event, but yeah, we don't have timing on the screen, unfortunately, due to an error with the connection to RC timing from the track, sending the data out to RC timing. That's the issue. Then having issues. So yeah, but we'll have that back as soon as we can. We know they're working on it very hard.
I mean, you say very hard. We are in the Netherlands. People are almost horizontal over here. They're that laid back.
Thanks for your comments. All your comments keep coming in. There's a steady flow of warm greetings. Pierre's saying good morning, or whatever where you are.
It is definitely morning still.
It's still morning here.
Good.
It is yawn, says Alan O'Brien. This is part of another conversation. Don't want to take that out of context. But yeah, conversations about drivers, conversations about lack of timing. We're well aware, we're working on that. I wish I had a 1/10 track near me. Only got a 1/8, which gets expensive quick, says Mech Op. Yeah, feel your pain. Good pain.
I'm not sure that 10th is going to be, if you're looking at that as a cheaper class. I think that they all get a bit pricey when you start getting competitive, that's the thing. Although, one of the most accessible hobbies out there, if you want to go out and pick up a car. According to Trish, Mezzos will last a whole day of racing at a club race. That's the control tyre we're on here. Yellow compound. So if it rains, yellow compound for you guys out there that don't know is the dry compound tyre. So we are praying that we stay dry. Now if it does get wet, you're going to see the effect of running a dry tyre on a wet track. And it's not the prettiest thing. So yes, we'll keep an eye on the weather closely. Today looks fine. There are some big clouds about, but we've got the green light for sunny spells all the way up until the later afternoon. So we should be pretty good today. We are following at the moment Dick Dawn. Looks like a Schumacher to me that he's in. Double check, yeah, I think it is anyway. I'll double check when he comes past the window again. I don't know if you can get any close-ups on his stickers there. Jim doing it. Oh, it was a bit too much for Jim, that one. A bit too quick round those corners for you, Jim, even in this first heat, eh? Jim is obviously very tired. Me and Frank kept him up late with pizza last night. So, do forgive him today. Not that he needs forgiving, he's doing a cracking job. As he always does. Did a cracking job yesterday, setting up for us all as well. Very, very, very good. So, Dick Dawn takes us round. Where is Dick at the moment? He is about halfway through this one. So, I mean, at the moment, my timing screen hasn't updated. So, we are having issues here with timing at the track, which is a little bit of a problem, I must admit. However, we'll keep an eye on Dick for a moment and just see how he is going round. So, these guys certainly going round better today than they were last thing yesterday. With the dry track, it's much easier to make the jumps. Of course, as I say that, and Dick gets it slightly wrong going over the last of the doubles. Just catches the top end. Bit of a slide going into the 180 at the end of the straight. Just reaches for the sky with the front wheels to make make the down ramp of that double there. Takes the long way round the off-camber corner. Let's see, corner to corner is the way to go over these, and not quite going corner to corner, finding the slipperiest bit of the switchbacks to go through as well, and having a tumble over the roller. So single, 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 and a double to finish it off. Lovely, made it through that one. That might actually be a Team Associated he's in. Wow. Hush my mouth. I'm gonna stand up and look when he comes out of the window past me. That's what I'm gonna do. So off the drop off, nicer line round the off camber corner that time. Much better through the bobbles. Switchbacks nice and clean through there. Let's have a look as he goes over. Actually, I think that's an associate. So I'm really sorry, everybody. I've been called that as a Schumacher, and it's certainly not. Timing still not with us, so unfortunately we'll have to keep guessing where these guys are going to finish up for the minute.
We've got
not a lot we can do about that.
Timing. We've got timing. Timing's on the screen. We have timing. I'm looking at timing.
I haven't got timing on my computer here.
Okay, sorry. Well, if you watch this... Okay, well, the screen that people can see at home, and hopefully you can see as well, has the basic timing situation. The basic situation, who's the order of who's on track, etc.
Okay, let's see if we can pick up car number 5 for the last minute and 45 seconds. So that is the orange and blue one, just going over the doubles. The roller onto the straight. There we go. That's was your current leaner, Kenny Arts. Oh, really wide round the off camber there. Obviously didn't fancy the tight line round that one. Makes it over the ripples. Through the switchbacks okay. Step over. Or double, had to single out of it, couldn't get the line. Oh, nightmare. Not a lot you can do about that. Just caught the edge of the barrier. Oh, catches another one. So that will make a bit of a difference, because a few went past Kenny there. By you saying that, he might be a way out in front, because he's still listing him as the top of the pile at the moment. Yeah, still listing him up there at the top. So he might have had a pretty good run compared to the rest of the heat. So is Arts Kenny still taking us around in this one? That's who we're with in the number 5 car. Punches it down to the straight. First hairpin done. Second one, are we going to go single double? We certainly are. Step up, always a bit of a challenge, that one. Judging the speed is the issue going into the step up. So Kenny going through the switchbacks now. See how he does. Are we going to get a single double? Oh, we're not. We're going to get a single double crash. That's what we're going to get. Okay, goes past one of the stuck cars there, and that is time over. So these guys are going to be finishing as they cross the line. So Kenny takes that one. I don't think anybody else is going to affect that at this point. Yet. That is it. So that is everybody finished. Okay. As I say, this is the last round of practice before we go into the actual qualifying rounds. Just got Frank in here playing with some wires. I can't tell whether the music I'm hearing is from the track or from us.
It's from us. Excellent. It's our jolly in between.
Is this the bit where you don't mess with the Zohan, we should be saying disco disco?
It may well be. I don't know.
Like
it may well be.
That gets that reference, you are welcome on this stream.
Martin Richards has made a comment saying, seeing so many top drivers struggling to maintain clean laps proves how hard this track is to master. has the ingredients for some great spectator races.
Strong ingredients, I'm telling you, for some awesome spectator races, sprinkled
Genuinely.
with a little bit of RCTV salt and pepper. What more could you ask
So we agree
for?
with you, Martin. We agree with you. Stu Wood's on, and he's referencing Matt Guppy direct calling you out. Did you spot Michael's front shock tower?
I didn't. Would you like me to go and get a picture of it and post it online, Stu? Answers in the chat, please.
We deal with requests of all natures.
Yeah, I'll send Frank
so,
out. I've got a Frank here to do that sort of thing. Frank, we need a picture of Michael Orlowski's front shock tower when you have a moment. We need this, as Frank's obviously very upset. Let's not push Frank too far. I want this. This is right. This is why Frank's upset, because I want something and it's not happening yet. And Frank is the man to get it sorted out. So thank you, Frank.
While we're doing the thankings, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors:
Good
Schumacher, Hobby Wing, X-Ray, Rudog, and S-Works. Thank you guys for sponsoring this EFRA event. 10th to Buggy European Championships. It's qualifying day, and Matt Guppy is in the hot seat with the hot mic, laying down the hot lyrics. Over.
I'll tell you.
Go on.
I was going to say, I'll tell you how hot it is. It's currently a cool and breezy 29.6 degrees in the commentary booth. That's what it's like in here at the moment. So it's nice. It's nice and comfortable. I have a fan under the desk blowing up my shorts, which is keeping me cool. However, we're about to go into heat number 2. Heat number 2 in this one. Car number 1, Archie Bowman. We've got Victor Levenko in car number 2. Cone Middle Coupe car 3. John Moriels in car number 4. Then we've got Thomas Lepap in car 5. Brian in the 7. In the 8. And Cyril Castaldo. A huge amount of luck following him yesterday, so I'm hoping it's going to bring him a similar amount round. So if we could follow the that would be super awesome. The next round, as we are seeming to have a little bit of a gap, Matt, I'm going to ask you if you could do a little bit of talking whilst I run for a very natural break.
Absolutely.
Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, so Frank is busy pushing buttons here, still trying to get our main timing back up so that we can give you some more accurate figures. I can only see what you guys can see at the moment, so apologies for that, but we are working on it. You know, the funny thing yesterday was that as they were calling the cars out as they went across the line, anybody that saw the EFRA feed would have noticed how that was done. But the commentator guy or the race control guy was calling them out in the same way that the computer voice does. It's going, car 1, go. And it was just, it tickled me. I thought it was very, very funny. So there's Joey then on screen, gets himself through the bobbles nicely into the switchbacks. He's getting a little bit tangled up there. He's got that yellowy car, not sure who that is, but got a little bit tangled up. Oh, Joey makes a bit of a moop of the first double. Has to gather himself a little bit in that roll. Won't have lost too much time there, but it's certainly going to have dropped him back a bit. Let's have a look where he is. So he's currently running 5th, 35-second opening lap. So, you know, only about 7 seconds off the lap pace that he needs to be to get up the top there, where he's going to want to be. There we go, nicely through the ripples. Not the best line, but certainly made it through there easy enough. The car must be set up well. Okay, double. That's the way to do it, Joey. All right, Joey brings us round for his second lap then. Let's see where this puts he catches the end of the straight. Now, I'm obviously bringing Joey the exact same luck as I brought him yesterday following him round. So let's see if we can find. I think it's Archie Bowman, and he's leading us out in the number 1 car. Let's see if I can spot him going past the window. Oh no, that's a number 5. Oh dear. That's the 7. I don't know if is this Archie coming up to me now? Yes, there he is. I thought I recognised that car. Okay, over the last of the doubles. There we go. Squidgy back, rolls it over to the straight, punches it through. You can see Archie's doing pretty well. You can see his car looks good. Oh, double single for Archie on that one. Up the step up nicely. Catches another car. Luckily didn't get collected by that one. Wide into a tight line on the nasty off camber there. That's an interesting line going into that one. Makes it through the switchbacks and the bubbles. Absolutely fine though. Hits the step over, the roller, and not quite on the doubles. Oh, we had a freeze then. What happened there? Well, would you believe it? With the power of Grayskull, Frank has brought the timing screen back to us. Matt is lost for words. That's how much he doesn't
pleased. Yeah, I'd never doubted it. I knew it was only a matter of time.
Yeah, it would only be a matter of time. Luckily, it was today. That time was during today's hours. It is Archie Bowman, though, that is still out there in front. He's done a 29.8 as a fastest lap in this one, so it's not that far off the really top guy's pace here. Yeah, a lot of these guys with the seeding, it really did mix these heats up, because some of them, as you all know, some of us do really well in the heat, in the wet. Some of us don't do very well in the wet. I'm guessing for Archie, he probably struggled a little bit in the wet, and that's why he's placed himself into the second from bottom heat. I say second from bottom heat, and I mean that in the nicest of ways that I possibly can, of course. All of these guys, even Joey is quicker than me out there when it comes to racing these cars. So they might look like they're struggling, but for a mere mortal like me to put a car around, I'd probably get about 4 laps in 5 minutes. So these guys doing pretty well. In fact, let me see. So Archie, I can't see any predicted times on this one. I know forecast is a 10, so 10 lap for Archie is forecast here. Okay, minute left in this one. We'll stick with Archie until the end because he is leading us out. I'll try and give everybody a bit of love through the day. We've got quite a few heats and rounds to get through, so there's no panic there. Where are we? So 45 seconds left to run in this one. Now, for those of you that don't know, these guys are running on a 5-minute timer. So as they cross the line, as they start their heat, a 5-minute timer will start for each individual car. So everybody is racing themselves. They're not racing each other. It doesn't matter where they are on track compared to each other. Those times don't match up. So they're all running their own race in this. And that will be the same all the way through qualifying. Everybody's doing their own 5-minute run. So this is why we try and get the guys to work together. Let the faster cars through, because generally you can hang on to the back of them and give yourself a couple of sort of quick laps or some sighting laps off of a faster driver, which is nice. Okay, so we're still with Archie at the moment. Into finishing times, I believe. Oh no, we're not quite there. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock. So this one, possibly one more. Oh, looks like... Let's have a look, hold on. Okay, no, it doesn't look like Archie's actually the first one that's actually finished there. So there you go, or everybody's done. It doesn't come up on my screen. Okay, it's Victor Livenko that takes that one then. From Thomas Lepap, back to Co Middlecoop, Robert Scarr, Joey Cockhill, John Muriels, Archie Bowman, Brian Preddy, and Cyril Castaldo. I'm going to run off very quickly. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, it's come through a brilliant overtaking manoeuvre. He needs to go up this jump. He needs to do it. He turns, and Ronafalk wins the European 1/8 Buggy Championship. David Ronafalk to take the European Championship. Ronafalk is your European champion and thoroughly well deserved. He's got one right hand turn and it drops down, and Jean-Pierre Sartel becomes your European champion.
Welcome back. We are getting into the early stages still of the final round of practice before qualifying gets underway around about lunchtime. 12:33 local time to be precise. That's 11:33 in the UK and other times around the world. That's a nice haircut there on middle of our shot. Looks a bit like Nick Damon, minus the grey.
Thanks,
oh,
Jim.
Matt's back.
Jim had a good leaning post there, and you've disturbed him. So this is. Have you read out the drivers in this one?
No, I
Matt?
haven't. No, we've been far too busy chattering away. We've been too busy for that. Sorry, we got distracted.
So car 2 of Peter Stein is going to lead us off in this one. We'll follow him around for a little bit. So thankfully the timing is working on my screen, which is awesome. Okay, so Peter taking us around. Not doing too well in his opening lap. Now this is kind of where you just want that sighting lap, just to get you in the rhythm for your next 4.5 minutes or so. Okay. Flicks it around the hairpin, single double. On the step up, doesn't seem to have too much of an issue with that. Really wide line around the off camber. Let's see. So, doing his best to get the diagonal line across the bobbles. Oh, that's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare on the step over. Doubles his way out of it, though. Lovely going through the last two tabletops, or the last two sets of doubles there. So the end of the straight yesterday, catching a lot of people out whilst it was still slippery. Definitely on a completely dry track now. There is nobody coming off with wet tyres at this point. Everybody's looking solid. Car's looking good out there. Even on the switchbacks there, it seems to be a pretty slippery bit. It's a patch of like rubber, sort of squared rubber black tiles, and in the wet they were pretty treacherous yesterday in the wet. So we've done a few laps with Peter at the moment. He is still leading us out. Fastest lap of a 31.6. So, yeah, fastest lap of a 31.6. Let's see if we can find the number 1 car of Lucas Didier. He's bring us up behind Peter. So we're just going to look for the number 1 car. There's the 8 and the 4 that's just come past me there. And there's the 5. Okay, so we just wait for it to come past there. There you go, just come past me now. Just crashed on the second set of doubles. There you go, lovely. Okay, can I take this off the screen here, chaps? Oh, bit of a tumble there for Lucas Didier. Actually, still leading us out in this one. 31.9 is his best time. 2 minutes left in this one. Okay, so let's have a look. How are we getting on? Absolute nightmare. Everybody seems to be cutting that corner on the start of the straight pretty tight, and it is catching out a few drivers today. I think with the extra speed they can get out of the cars compared with yesterday, it is causing them a few issues just with getting their sort of sighting laps in and making sure their braking and turning points are in the right place. So we might see a few more hit that corner as we go through the start of today, but then I'd imagine as we hit the end of... I don't know where Lucas goes off down the shops. There's some milk, I think. So it brings it back in. I'd imagine that's dropped him a fair old way down the order now. So from the number 1 spot down to the number 9. Thanks, Frank. No, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. A couple of crashes. So it just shows you, even when we're sort of in the like third heat here, these guys are super close. So the seeding has worked pretty well, even in the wet. You might have the odd car that's quite a bit quicker than everybody else in their heat, but I think that is going to be a bit of a rarity as we go through. So Lucas Didier, unfortunately, not making up any ground in that last lap. Let's follow him round for one more. There's 30 seconds in this one, so I think we'll probably stick with him till the end. Unless you're getting any sort of requests for the next heat, Matt, we'll keep doing what we're doing at the moment.
The requests, I need to check on that hotline. Car 7.
Got a hotline.
Dan Smith wants car 7.
That'd be Chris Bowden.
Chris Bowden,
we will
yes,
do
please.
Chris Bowden. We will
Thank
definitely
you.
do
That
Chris
would
Bowden
be
in the
much
next round.
appreciated.
However, this one
Much
is just finished with Peter Stein taking it from Stephen Martins and back to Sven Ruddick. So, thank you all for joining us this morning. You are here for the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros 2023 at the Reco 2000 track in Utrecht in the Netherlands. My name's Matt Guppy. We're here with RCTV. We'll be here all week. Of course, we've got Matt McCallum, Jim on the camera, Frank out in the field there taking some photos, and James Parry back in the office doing some awesome stuff back in the UK for us. So thank you all for joining us. We'll say the sponsors for this event are Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog and S-Works. So thank you very much for your support. If you guys want to go out and see what those guys are offering, please go and have a look at their websites and super pages on Facebook, and you'll be able to see for yourself what goodies these guys can provide you with. So, on to heat number 4. Who do you reckon is car 1 in heat number 4, Matt?
Who do I reckon? Only from what I can see on the timing. Alt Rando?
It is Rando. It's Randolph. Randolph Alt is in car number 1, Matt. And then we've got Cedric Didier in 2. Lee Charnock in 3, Remy Bertrand in 4, Paul Wood in the 5, Bruno Vea in the 6, Rene Levezzo in the 7, Peter Frielingsdorf, I can't believe I actually got that right, that's awesome, in the 8 car, and then Harley Eldridge in the number 9. So, unless we've got any requests for this one, Matt, we're going to follow the first car off the line. Now, I'm not too sure what the starting order is. I think they'll shout it out in a second from race control.
In terms of that, we had a request for Lee Charnock.
Oh, okay, there you go. Car number 3.
I've got loads of catching up to do on the chat, but I can do that in the next break if you wish.
Do that in the next break.
Okay.
Okay, so these guys now heading round for their opening lap. Thank you very much. I say opening lap, I should say warm-up lap, really. It looks like, from the way they're hitting that first set of triples there, it is the single-double that most of these guys are going to be looking to do in this one as they go round. Seems to be the safe line. Okay. Oh dear, car number 3 is not moving to the back line like he's been told. Crikey.
It's disappointing.
Who wouldn't move to the back line, eh? So, 98371, it sounds like the order is going to be in this one. So, 983, so third car off. Car number 3 is what we're going to be following, please, Jim. See. Okay, so Lee Charnock it is. Takes us round. Single double. Lovely. Not quite so lovely on the step up. But there we go. And it's a replay. There you go. That's what happens when you overshoot it a bit. It's not too bad there, actually, Frank.
Yeah, but you should be looking at this, so you don't like that.
That one, because I've got polarised glasses on, I can't see if I take my sunglasses on, whereas this one I can. So don't panic too much. He's good where he is. Okay, so Lee taking us around. Let's have a look what his opening lap was. It was a 33.699. The only one quicker so far has been Harley Eldridge, with 31.3. It's not quite where these guys are going to want it, but opening laps are often a little bit slower than they will be throughout the rest of it. So let's see what Lee can do as he comes back. So 32.1 on these still is, well, that is his fastest lap. I think that was his last one. Claims its first victim. There we go. That's what happens if you cut that corner. I'm not going to call it the Cone of Doom, Nick Damon. I know you're listening. It is the Cone of Justice, serving justice wherever it is needed. On corners that are cut. But we're still with Lee Charnock at the moment. Looks like Lee is struggling a bit getting round at the moment. He's certainly dropped himself back. He was leading this one out, and I mean now, even after he crossed the line on the last lap, he was running in 6th. So, had a couple of issues there. As Lee. You need to tilt that one down if you can there, Frank, if he's up there. Like that. That's it. Lee. Perfect.
If you can, watch this the most. Because he has to do stuff on the laptop.
Yes, which is very annoying.
So, just tilt it and move it.
Nothing's annoying.
It is. Annoyingly fun. There you go. I'll stick fun on the end of it for you, if that makes you feel better. Alright, so we've done a few laps with Lee now. Let's take the pressure off of Lee, and let's see if we can find car number 9, which is Harley Eldridge, who's leading us around in this one. So let's have a little goose on the track and see if we can pick him up. That's possibly him in the purpley car that's just gone past me. No, you've already got him. Already got him. Jim's all over it. Doesn't mess about, does Jim? Found that out yesterday whilst he was doing setups. No messing. So, single double, easily up the step up for Harley. Gets around the nasty off camber corner. Corner to corner on the bobbles, as you'd expect. Lovely. It's around the switchbacks nicely. No issue there. Over the step over the roller. Double. A front flip onto the roof just to finish it off with a bit of style. Okay, so single double seems to be the safest option for that one. I've seen a couple doing the double single. I'm not too sure how that lines you up, so we might see if the higher heats or the heats further up the list take that one. It'd be interesting to see if they start doing double singles. So Harley just doing a double and then 2 singles on that one. So these guys are working out that rather than just try and push it to do the 2 doubles, it is actually saving them a lot more time just to back out of it, bottle it and survive it, and do the singles all the way through. Clearly not the fastest way to get over those, but possibly the safest. Now that was about as tight as I've seen anybody get round there and survive it. So still leading us out at the moment. We've got a 30.6 as the fastest lap. That is from Harley. We've got 3 of them on the 30-second lap times. So Cedric Didier, Randolph Alt and Harley Eldridge all on the 30-second lap times as their best laps. Okay, so we are, I think, into finishing times pretty much. 4 seconds left on the clock. Okay, so as these guys start crossing the line, we should be starting to see them finish now. There we go. We've got a few that have finished already, but so 2 left, Randolph Holt and Paul Wood to finish off, and that will be a close to this one. Looks like Harley Eldridge has easily taken it though. 10 in a 5:23. I wonder if I can just change that a little bit so I can see the time a bit better. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. I'm sure I can move that one over a touch. Maybe I can get rid of that. No. Okay, so that was heat number 4. Heat 5 is up next. Simon Stegmaier, car number 1. Tom Beku in car 2. Then we've got Dimitri Chubb in car number 4. William White in car number 4. So Dimitri Chubb's car 3. Then William White in car 4. Cedric Ricard is car number 5. Eugene Galley car 6. Elias Jordan in car number 7. Nino Altmanager. Yeah, that'll do. In car number 8. And Danny Clays in car number 9. Any requests for this one, Matt? That stand out. Nothing that I need you to fiddle back through many miles of chat talk, because I'm sure there's a lot of it going on.
Well, there's a lot of it going on, yeah. There was a bit more on Shock Tower Gate. People demanding picks, but Alan O'Brien is quick to point out Mikhail's front shock tower is standard. It's just spaced forward, and the parts are available from Schumacher to do it. Team have been running it like that for a couple of months, so a bit of a storm in the teacup.
Thanks,
unless he's done something else, but he hadn't in the pictures he posted yesterday. So there you go. Greetings from the Virgin Islands.
Greetings
from
to you.
Seeley. Greetings, Akeem. You've been with us for many of the events this year, and we always love it when you're watching. It's great to know you are there. I put kippers in my socks. Hang on. I put kippers in my socks when I race. It seems to make a huge difference in lap times, says Unsocial Media.
Well,
so make of that what you will.
Yes. Yes.
Greetings from the Netherlands, from Baz Rukje.
Greetings, Baz.
Daniel, hello from Florida. Wow, this is a survival track. Seems hard to race side by side. Good luck to my Euro friends. Indeed,
now, I will say
this
on
is
that,
going
Matt,
to be amazing. Go on.
I will say on that, I actually don't think this is hard to race side by side on. I think the issue here is that the obstacles these guys have got to go over are quite difficult to get the timing right. So this is naturally an 8-scale track, we all know that, which means it's pretty wide. It's about half a metre wide, wider than a normal 10th scale track. So it's, I think sort of minimum widths or whatever it would be. I think it is about 0.4 of a metre, maybe half a metre wider. So these guys have got plenty of space to race each other on the track, but the issue is that the obstacles they're going over are pretty tricky, and the timing of those obstacles is difficult as well. So there's plenty of room to race, but there's just not much margin for error. If that makes sense.
There you go. Yeah, I think that's a really good explanation.
Thank you very much.
You've been corrected a few times that Harley is not a guy. Harley is...
Did I say he?
Potentially, I don't know. Or maybe people misheard it, but there you go. Car 4, William White, Eugene Galley. Eugene! Got to be Eugene. People want Eugene.
One of the heroes of the last Euros, actually, Eugene Galley, did a massive amount of work at the Robin Hood track when we were there last year, in the lead up to the event. So, yeah, go on, we'll give Eugene some love. And guys, if you're listening and watching out there, don't forget to like and click the subscribe button on YouTube. Then you'll be notified every time we go live and do events like this. That little shaky little bell thing. Go and click that, and then we'll just tell you. You won't even have to look for the live feed, so they'll just appear. So I'm told. Personally, I like a nice link. But hey, you can't have it all. I can see my I can see my time here being cut short soon. Who have we got out now? Is this Heat 5? It is Heat 5. So we are going to be following Eugene Galley, car number 6, if we can, please. There we go. So there's Eugene, Schumacher driver from the UK. As I said, Eugene doing a grand job last year at the Euros, so he's here to relax and enjoy some racing this time round. Maybe if we're lucky, because he wouldn't come in at Robin Hood. Oh, he's just had a bit of a tumble there. He wouldn't come in and have a chat with us at Robin Hood. I think he's a little bit shy, but maybe we'll tempt him in to get his thoughts on the track and the racing this time round. So lovely, there you go. Again, a nice long double on the last one of the twin doubles there. Lands on the flat. Oh, there you go. Double single for Eugene. Obviously feeling that is the quickest way round, but that is certainly not the quickest way round the drop-off. Okay, over the bubbles. Definitely not the right line through there. Corner to corner is the smoothest. Maybe not the quickest, but certainly the smoothest. Which might make it the quickest, I don't know. Okay, so Eugene, let's see where he is at the moment. He's currently running in 4th after that last lap. Fastest lap of a 33.0. So I think Eugene's probably going to want to put his thumb down a wee bit. Maybe pull himself in a little bit tighter over the bobbles. And gets himself past the crash car there with a sprightly marshal going to save it. But definitely some massive amounts of time to be made up if you're doing the double-double there. You can see how much time he made up on the car in front of him doing the single. So not much in it though. As you saw, the car in front did a single-double, Eugene did a double-single, and they both kind of came out at about the same point on that one. Okay, we'll get Eugene up to the line. And then we're going to swap over onto car 1 of Simon Stegmaier because he's leading us around in this one. So there you go, Eugene across the line. I'll see if I can pick up the number 1. I've got a funny feeling it's the one that's just tipped over in front of me, so the last one over the doubles there. Is that it? No, it wasn't it, because otherwise Jim would be all over it. There we go. No, that's the number 6, I think. That's the one we've just been following. We want the number 1. Okay. That marshal puts that car down the wrong way. I think it's the last one over the doubles here, mate. So the white wing. Just double check if that's the number 1 on it. No. Okay. Okay, so we're going to struggle to find the number 1. So he should have just gone over the line. Got him there. We'll find him eventually. There we go. There we go. Jim found him. It's that yellow car there. That's the trouble with having a single coloured shell. You look very factory with single coloured shells, like almost prototypes, but unfortunately a lot of people do the same thing, so it's just difficult to pick you out on a track. Okay, so Simon is going to bring us through the switchbacks. A step over. Double. Nicely done. Hits the downslope on the first double, which is pretty essential to set yourself up for the second one. First hairpin done. Single double out of there. Yeah, everybody's single doubling now. I think it's only Eugene that's trying to push for the double single in this heat. However, Eugene's found himself up in the second spot now. A little hop over the barriers for Simon that time round. Let's see how he goes. See where he ends up. Oh, nightmare! Caught on the barrier there. That is not going to help. Now it's still put him up into the top spot, but it hasn't as Eugene's crossed the line. So Eugene Galley now leading us round in this one. We're going to stick with Simon though for a minute. Well, he has dropped himself down into third runner in this heat. Need to check with Paul Worsley actually whether this is going to be done on the fastest overall 5-minute run or whether it's a 2-lapper. That's going to count for these sort of interceding reheats, if you like. It only counts for the first time that they set off the line, and then of course in qualifying we go off the FTQ for your start position in the next round. Okay, getting over the ripples nicely through the switchbacks. Through there clean this time. Let's see if we can avoid the... No, we cannot. But he's finished anyway, so it doesn't make any odds. Okay, it's Elias Jordan that takes us through that one. Back to Simon Stegmier, Nino Altmaniger. And then we've got Eugene Galley, William White, Cedric Ricard, Tom Beku, Dimitri Chubb, and Danny Clays takes the last spot in that one. Okay.
Requests to go.
Sorry, Matt.
Requests are coming in. We have a request for Heat 6 from Nathan Rawls, who is wanting Mani Panesar.
I thought Nathan was here. Shows what I know.
Well, YouTube works all over. People do watch it in the pits. Maybe he's too lazy to go and stand by the side of the track, and he's watching from his phone. Yeah, but then he can't hear you. He wants to hear you, potentially. Robert Morel is watching from Dubai because it's too hot outside to do anything else.
So this is Group 6, and who does he want?
Mani Panesar. That would be car 7.
Right, there's that one. Okay, I'm going to put a little star next to it to make sure we remember. Well, we can follow him off. So car 7 off the line, please. But in this one, we've got Laszlo Phillips in the 1, Jamil Grabilson in the 2, Valentin Puziet in the 3, Marco Stallman in the 4, Kim Sitensky in the 5, Julian Ferrandis in the 7, Manny Pansar, the one we're going to follow off the line, in the 7, Julian Ferrandis is the 6. Victor Asak is the 8 car. And then we've got Halva Gran in the 9. And Freddie Russell leading us out. Bringing us up in the number 10. So these guys just doing their warm-up lap now. We will take Manny Pansar off the line. So just the last of the drivers coming through.
Thank you for watching. We are very proud to be brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. Thank you so much to all of these organisations for helping us bring you this coverage. And of course EFRA, who oversee this, create the rule books as part of a federation which is put together of many national federations. And thank you to EFRA for bringing us the EFRA two-wheel drive 1/10 off-road European Championships. And we are RC Racing TV, bringing you live from Utrecht.
Nice. So, I've just got a question for Jim, actually, up on the camera. Did you have a warm shower or a cold shower this morning, Jim? Cold shower. I got the thumbs down for a cold shower. What about Frank? Frank, did you have a warm or a cold? I know Frank had a cold shower. How about me? Did I have a warm shower or a cold shower? I had a cold shower. What about you, Matt? How was your shower this morning? Was it warm?
Yeah, it was warm, yeah. It was. Right.
It was. So you weren't in the hotel we were in last night then that ran out of all hot water today.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought it was just me. So I'd phoned reception and gone, no hot water in my room? And they went, that's fine. In half an hour we'll have it on. And I'm like, no, you won't have it on in half an hour. I need a shower now to get ready. But they were quite insistent and didn't turn it on, so we all just had cold showers, and it wasn't ice cold, so it wasn't like it was coming out of the cold tap. You could tell somebody had hugged the hot water tank this morning to give it as much warmth as they could, but it did take your breath away when you went under it a little bit.
Well, they say it's very good for you. Very good for your muscles and your joints, and
I feel it. I feel so good.
Very good for you.
Felt so good at the time as well.
I bet. I was going to say I wish I could have been there to enjoy it with you, but not necessary.
Oh dear. Well, who are we with? We're with Manny Bansar that we're going round with now.
And it's working.
My timing's gone off of my main computer, so I can't see what's happening there at the moment. But looks like Manny's got a little bit caught up going into the switchbacks anyway, so I'll bring you some updates in a moment. Let's see if we can find the number 10 car of Freddie Russell. We'll give Freddie a few laps of love as we go round. Just gone past me now. Going over the doubles. Had a little bit of a crash. There he goes. So Freddie Russell in the TLR. Not sure what electrics he's using in that actually. Looks like it's going some though. Lifting the front wheels a little bit on acceleration. No issue at all getting over the doubles there for Freddie or up the step up. Handles the nasty off camber nicely. Let's see how he goes over the ripples. There you go, see, you need that corner to corner line through there just to keep it smooth. It's like an awful lot of punch in that car, so easily makes it over the doubles. Just catches the barrier on the way out though, so unfortunately not quite where he wants to be on that line. However, car looking good, looking settled. Oh, let's have a replay of that one if we can, Matt. I can show you what short in it on the upstep looks like. Well, there you go. That's what it looks like. I want to just have a slightly longer one than that.
Ask for it sooner then.
Okay. I'll ask for it before they crash next time. So now.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, Freddie's still taking us around. We don't have the full timing back with us yet, so I'll update you on fastest laps and things when I can. Jamil Gabrielson, though, is taking us round in this one, so we'll get to the end of the lap with Freddie, and then we'll take his bad luck away and go and see if we can find the number 1 car. Oh, the number 2 car, sorry. Number 2 car is what we want to find after Freddie's crossed the line. Let's have a look. It's the 4 that's gone past me there. No, none of those. There we go, Jim's got it. So we'll stick with Jamil until the end of this one. Yes, it seems that the MyRCM is not giving us the information that we need to bring you guys the facts and figures here. So what you can see on screen is all of the information that I've got in front of me at the moment. So time is out. These guys are going to be finishing as they come through. Looks like Freddie looks like he's finished. I think it might just be the 3 car that we're waiting for to cross the line at the moment. A little bit of a hold up on that last lap there for Jamil. Time is out though, so I'm surprised. There you go. These guys are obviously just going to come back round to the line. Okay, we have some timing back, kind of. There we go. Now we've got a thing I can see. Alrighty, that is heat number 6 done and dusted. Jamil from Julian Ferrandis back to Kim Stensky, Marco Stallman, Victor Asak, Lasse Phillips, Halvor Gran, Freddie Russell, Manny Pansar and Valentin Puzat.
Valentin Puzat.
Yes.
He won a large-scale European Championships.
When was
many
this?
moons ago.
Oh, many moons ago.
Well, see, he's a young man now, but he was an incredibly young man when he won. He was very, very young when he won.
How young was he?
I would say he would be... see, this is tricky. I would say he would have been early teens, and now he's probably late teens.
Okay. So a good few moons ago then.
A good few moons ago, but he will always be a European champion, so congratulations to him.
There you go.
Congratulations to him indeed.
Congratulations.
Lots of support for Manny Panesar. Lots of support. People were all over that. Team Tanaplan says John Wolf. John Wolf's also saying Trinity for Freddie Russell, I'm almost certain. Hi family, Christophe, Le Pape Angelique, Le Pape Thomas, Le Pape Roman, with a love heart emoji. Mekop says, is the race tomorrow or later today? We've got qualifying starting after lunch, don't we? And then we have more qualifying tomorrow, and then the finals are after that.
Yeah, so actually we've got 1 round of free practice first thing in the morning, and then we've got a couple of rounds of qualifying tomorrow before we end up going into the finals, which start. The first A final practice is at 2:20 tomorrow afternoon, and then we've got an hour's break, and then there will be 3:20 for A1, and then we'll go through it then. But today we have a whole other round of control practice to go through. Oh no, this is the last round of control practice before we go into qualifying. Yeah. My goodness me, time is slipping away, Matt. Slipping away from us. So last round of control practice now. This will take us up till about 12:15 when this one finishes, and then we will start at 12:33 according to Mr. Worsley's schedule for qualifying round number 1, and that will be starting in starting with heat 1 and just running through. Okay, so we're into heat number 7 now, though. Let's have a look who we've got in this one for you guys. I will read them out. My timing's gone off my screen again, so I'm not going to be able to bring you too much information at the moment. But we have, from the bit of paper in front of me, Marion Beresh in the 1, Jolien de Weerd in the 2, Martin Owen in 3, Martin Scar in 4. We've got Alexandre Desbrosses in the 5, Romain Lepap in the 6. So I'll tell you what, as we've had a request for Romain, let's see if we can find the number 6 car, please, Jim. Jonas Martins in the 7, Christian Wikonig in the 8, Rick Hemiers in the 9, and Antonia Kowalski in the number 10. So we're just going to look for the number 6 car. I think Antonia Kowalski is currently the Austrian junior 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive national champion. Okay, so we should be following the number 6 car at the moment. And that is Romain Lepap. Currently taking us round in the... actually running around in 5th at the moment. Fastest lap of a 30.7. So 30.7 Romain Lepap at the moment. Actually just done a 30.5 on that last one through. So we've got a few into the 29-second laps. The only one that's really come close to a 28 is Rick Hemiers at the moment. Oh, a bit of a tumble there going over the bobbles into the switchbacks. Gathers it together nicely though. Brings us around. So, double. Champions roll on the last double there. Hops over, back onto the straight, into the first hairpin. Right, let's see. So that certainly wasn't the quickest lap that Romain's done. However, up into 3rd at the moment in this heat. Nicely through there. We're going to take it up to the end of the lap with Romain, and then we're going to try and find somebody else. If you've got any requests there, Matt, please let us know. Otherwise, we're going to switch on to car number 3. Car number 3. Because everybody wants to see Martin Owen go round. Love him or hate him, we all want to see him go round just to see if he crashes a little bit. I think he's just gone in front of me, so the second of these cars going over should be the number 3. Yes, there we go. So let's see how Martin does. Currently, Martin on a fastest lap of a 31.7. So he's going to want to find a couple of seconds there if he can. At least a second and a half. Doesn't look too bad though. The car looks okay. So there you go. So double. Landed on the flat, you see. So overshot the first double, landed on the flat, and had to single out of the last one. That flat landing really does unsettle the cars. So if they overshoot that first double, it's really, really difficult to get it back and settled again enough to get themselves in line for the second double. So we'll stick with Martin. We'll give him another lap or two. No, we may as well stay with Martin to the end now. There's 50-odd seconds left in this one. Actually, you guys were just in a big jump on your timing screens there. There's actually 40 seconds left now, so we'll just stick with Martin out to the end. See how he's doing. He's a little bit bobbly on the back end of his car. Hops up the step up nicely, gets through the drop down. into the off-camber corner. Oh, it's a difficult corner, that one. So, see if Martin goes corner to corner. Not quite. So that last little kicker on the ripples just flicked his car up a little bit high. If you can pull it in a little bit tighter, it's a much smoother line out of that one. Doesn't quite make it over, so he undershot that first double that time, and that, again, unsettles the car. Didn't quite make it over. So, Martin has finished in a 9 in a 5-minute dead. So I think the only one that's going to be behind Martin, everybody else is on a 10-lapper. So it's only... Oh, no, there's a couple... No, Martin has got a 10. 10 and a 5:32. I don't think he got round for that last one. It said on the clock. There seems to be a bit of a discrepancy between the two bits of timing that we've got. Okay, but in that one, it is Rick Amirs that has taken it from Roman Lepat, back to Yolande Weird, Antonia Kowalski, and then we've got Alexander Debrosses, Christian McConaughey, Marion Beresh, Martin Owen, Jonas Martins, and Martin Scott finishing out that one. Into group or heat number 8 we will be heading shortly. Jens Becker is kind of one in this one. Then we've got Ben Smith from the UK. A lot of people will know Ben, one of the very quick lads out there. Very well in the Nationals at the moment. I think he was second in the 2-wheel drive at the last Robin Hood National, something like that. So done pretty well for himself lately. Mortis Lautenbach. So a lot of people will know Mortis, of course. Elias Johansson, staying in the same hotel as us. And just down the motorway a little bit. And then we've got Harry Mears. Harry, a local from the southwest in the UK, so I know Harry. We've got Baptiste Roach, Florent Gallet, Michael Katzmeyer, Brent Daniels, and then we have in the 10 car Sylvain Gallo Silva. I'm getting pretty good at these names.
You are.
Thank you. Thank you. It's nice to be recognised.
You could get a job on Dutch TV, maybe.
Maybe. If I put on a Dutch accent as well, people would never know I
Probably
wasn't
best
from there.
You can't please everyone. Orlando's saying I prefer dust. It's more realistic and natural. Well,
Dust?
fair enough.
Hasn't that got
But,
0 calories?
Yeah. I used to be on that diet too. But yeah. Yeah, probably shouldn't eat AstroTurf.
No.
Um,
No, there's a lot of oils in it. A lot of oils in Astro, especially this Astro. Okay, so like I say, we're in Group 8, Heat 8. It says Group on the thing. Yeah, funny that you know when we come over here it's groups, and when we're in the UK it's heats.
yeah.
Don't know why. And maybe that's just
Hendrik
the
Nordstrom is asking for car 2 in Heat 8. Elias Johansson.
Does he want?
Yeah, car
I mean,
4.
Elias is car 4. So car 4, please.
Yeah, why? Okay, yeah.
There we go. So Elias is going to take us round in this one. Single double to lead us out. Hops up nicely. Reckons he's in for a top 20 if he can pull qualifying together. So we'll see how he goes. Should be one of the quicker guys out there at the moment. Oh, oh my goodness, just gathered that together to get over the last double. I thought he was going to come a cropper there, but he made it through. Single double into the first set of jumps. Hops up nicely, judged that really well. Into the drop-off. Tight line round the off-camber corner. And then we got the wibbles. You know, the wobbles, the wibbles, bobbly bit. Either way, you know what it is. So double through there. Nicely for Elias. So we're just going to see what the number 7 car does as he comes around and crosses the line. Took him off there. No, it's not worked this time. So Elias out in front. 28 dead for Elias at the moment. Fastest lap. Only one that's close to that is 28.1 from Florent Gallup. But yeah, Elias making the most of those double-doubles. Gets past the back marker there, gets caught up slightly on the corner. It's surprising how much time that would have lost him. I don't think it's going to take him off of the top spot. Oof, unfortunate landing on the bobbles there as he goes through. However, pushes through that kinked back straight nicely. I've got a good view of that from here, so I'm going to take a picture and post it later on so you guys can see just how much of a bend there is from that corner up to the step-through jump. So single-double, as we've come to expect at the moment. Eugene Galli, the only one, like I said, leading the way with the double singles on that first set of jumps. Yeah, see, if you're too far over to what we say, as you look at it, the right-hand side of the bobbles there, it does just throw the car up over that last one, which is kind of unsettling and meaning they can't get on the power quick enough to get out of it well. So that tight line coming out of the bobbles is really, really essential. Oh, okay, so we had whoever it was that Elias has gone past there, just did the double single. Really not much in it. There you go. See, much, much tighter, much more settled if they can flick it over towards the corner as they come out the bobbles. He must have been listening to me, Matt. Okay, way out in front at the moment, though.
Hello.
Looks like about 10 seconds if you're looking at the forecast. 11 in a 5.15 is forecast for Elias, whereas 11 in a 5.25 for Baptiste Roche. So about 10 seconds out in front at the moment. But we've got about 2 minutes left of this one, so we're going to leave Elias to settle into his race, take the pressure off him a little bit, and we'll see if we can pick up car number 6 of Baptiste Roche, if we can. Oh, Jim's on it already. Absolutely, you're on fire today, Jim. Not literally, but you are on fire as far as the camera work's going. Okay, now's the off-camber done. Let's see, there we go. So a little bit too punchy into the first set of the bobbles. Wow, that must have been about, well, I don't know, at least 4 complete cartwheels he did over that first set of doubles there. Okay, single double. Lovely, these guys not struggling to get the power down now that the track's dried out. Oh, a nightmare place to crash. A nice bit of marshalling there, considerate. Just to drop him on the downslope. So we're going to stick with Baptiste for the last minute. Double. Nearly. Well, he did make it, but, I'm not going to say that was a clean one. Okay, so I think these guys are now into the finishing laps. Okay, so the timing screen makes a bit more sense now. They go pink on their last lap and then they go blue when they're finished. Okay, makes more sense. So, Matt, have you ever done much driving in the Netherlands?
Of automobiles?
Of automobiles, yes.
Yeah, quite a bit. Driven through. Driven to, driven through. Had a few speeding tickets and a parking ticket.
Very nice, very nice. As a regular driver in the Netherlands, then, I will ask you this. What does it mean when you come up to a set of traffic lights and it's just a yellow flashing light and no other lights?
Caution.
I mean, because we've been driving around for a couple of days now, kind of going, should we go? Is this telling? Do we just stop and look? So we've just been trying to guess on what other drivers are doing, but it's a it's a bit concerning when you come up to one for the first time. I've never driven a car with the steering wheel on the side it's on now, so I think it's left-hand drive now, right? And I get into the passenger side constantly because I'm looking for the steering wheel there. And I also, when I get into the right side of the car, I then reach over my right shoulder into the space in the middle of the car looking for a seatbelt to pull on.
All that muscle memory.
It's
going
crazy. 20 odd years of driving, and I've never had to go that.
So if you're doing all that, have you been exiting the hotel each morning on the wrong side of the road?
Well, fortunately, there was only one incidence of being on the wrong side of the road, and we corrected it by coming to a complete halt in the road and just driving back onto the right side of the road again.
Right.
There was much screaming, and Jim also had a little. He had a little scream when we went round a roundabout, and of course, because I'm sat on what is the wrong side of the car for me, I'm not spatially aware of exactly how far over the right-hand side of my car is. So I'm driving round roundabouts, and Jim's of pushing himself into the middle of the car because we're almost touching a truck. And then as we're driving down the motorway, I feel like I should be more in the middle, or certainly more over to the right-hand side of the road. So Jim's almost sat in the car to the right of us as we're going past them. It's been a weird experience, I must admit. It's been enjoyable, but a very weird experience driving around over here. The traffic system does make a lot of sense, though. Once you kind of get into it, it's like, oh, actually, this kind of works. This does kind of work. Not got caught in any traffic jams yet. We went through rush hour madness of traffic this morning, and it was absolutely fine.
Oh, cool.
There you go. Maybe we could learn something in the UK. Maybe we should drive on the other side of the road, have weird cars with seatbelts on the wrong side of us. The other thing I do, because I've been so used to driving a car with an automatic handbrake, is I keep driving off with the handbrake on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Grindy. Bit grindy.
Yeah, it's not so much grindy. I'm not sure whether we've got much of a handbrake in our rental car. We did get a nice Skoda, though. I got them to swap it from the Peugeot you booked for us.
Oh, did you? Because nothing's ever good enough for you, is it?
Well, I said, do you know what? Right, the guy at the counter actually agreed with me, because I said, look, I'd rather not have a Peugeot because the steering feels a bit digital. And he went, I know exactly what you mean.
Oh, okay.
I was like, there you go, see? There you go. I knew what I was talking about. The higher rental guy...
Super specific.
Obviously, a true professional car guy knew exactly what I was talking about. I mean, imagine how much of a disaster it could have been if I'd been in a Peugeot as well as being on the wrong side of the car. Now, these are the top heats now. This is heat number 9, so Neil Cragg, top of this one.
Many requests for Pekko Ivanen in car 4.
Okay, let's do car
Just
4,
FYI.
please. There you go. A little bit of a wait for Pekko, but I'm sure he will be absolutely flying out of the blocks. Not overly happy yesterday as he's going through the rainy sort of wet track. We had a bit of a chat with him. Not the happiest he's been with his results, but hey, I think everybody was fairly mixed up yesterday with the rain that was coming down and the track sort of half drying out, not drying out. It's certainly shaking things up a wee bit. Pekko going top of the pile on his opening lap, though. Certainly not pulling any punches yet. And then with that, does an awesome little side bounce somersault off the first set of doubles. So that's going to have dropped him right back down the order. Now, I'd imagine he's probably going to come out, I don't know, maybe about halfway down, maybe sort of 6th or 7th in this one as he crosses the line now, because he's lost a few spaces and it's going to be really tight between them. So let's see as he crosses the line. Where's he going to end up? We've got a few more to cross the line to get their second lap in. Only a couple, really. So, yeah, it's not done too bad. He's only dropping down into 3rd. He was leading out in this one, but we'll do a couple more laps of Pekko. Stick with him for a minute. I remember this is only controlled practice, so it's only in next round where things are really going to start to count for these guys when we go into the full qualifying mode. Okay, so follow Pecco to the end of this one. And then I'll try and pick up where Neil is. Neil's leading us around at the moment. Okay, so where's this going to put Pecco now then? So crosses the line, jumps him up to second, so Pecco is not hanging about at all. If you go, let me see if I can find Neil, as he should have just finished the lap. So going over the first set of doubles up to the step up now, just coming round the corner tabletop and the drop off, around the nasty off camber. There you go, he's got him. Lovely, so a bit tight there for Neil. Lost a little bit of time as he came through the wobbles, whatever you want to call them. Pecco's still not hanging about. He's just pulled through the line. He's just a few cars in front of Neil. Neil is still top of the pack. Oh, he's taking a tumble. So that is going to drop Neil down. I would say Pecco's probably going to take this now. I doubt Neil's got time to make any of that time back up. Obviously it's already gone, so he's not going to claw time back from time past. However, gets himself nicely through the switchbacks. The step over into the roller. Oh, it's a nightmare. He doesn't want to punch that car because he knows he's going to crash if he does. Okay, so Neil across the line still manages to get himself in the top spot at the moment. Now let's see what happens when Pecco crosses in a minute. So Pecco should be coming across any moment now. Yeah, Pecco's still second. So only a second between them at the top. Predicted at the moment. So Neil's on for a 10 in a 5.08. Pecco's actually predicted a 10 in a 5.06. Max Gotzel a 10 in a 5.05. So realistically, this should change around a little bit. We've actually had Sen Powell's jump into the top spot now. 10 in a 5.03 predicted. So Neil's dropped himself down the order a little bit. What have we got? Got a minute left. So if we can pick up Max Gotzel in the 3 car, he's actually leading us out right now. So the number 3, let me see if I can find him anywhere. There we go, lovely. Okay, so Max Gotzel leading us round. Now he's predicted a 10 in a 5.03, so that'll be the quickest one we've seen so far. These guys lapping 28-second laps, pretty much the top. We're talking the top sort of 5, almost on the 28-second lap times. So you are starting to see these laps drop now. Okay, so Max has finished 10 to 5.03. Tim Gibel 10 to 5.05. Oh, Pecco 10 to 5. That doesn't seem quite right to me on that finishing order. And there we go. Okay, 10 to 5.02 for Max, 10 to 5.06 for Pecco, 10 to 5.07 for Tim Gibel, Neil Craig 10 to 5.08, 10 to 5.09 for Sen Powell's. 10.5.24, so late 10s for Dan Pole and Wu to win. Winden, sorry. And then everybody else into sort of 9 lappers, and Jesper pulling out after 2 laps. Must have had a bit of an issue there. Okay, there you go. Matt Scottsell takes it. And weirdly, even though we had some really top names in that heat, we've still got 2 more heats to go.
A lot of top drivers. A lot of top drivers. And they're all there's different in the cycle of top driverage, where you kind of get into the veteran status, and then there's the young whippersnappers, You've got your veterans who could still win it, but did win it 10 years ago or more. And then you've got your young'uns who, came from nowhere last year, and everyone in between. There's a vast dearth of talent.
A vast girth of talent, or a vast dearth of talent?
Girth.
Nice.
I'm going to say girth.
Good. I'm glad you did.
Request for Widmeyer. Is Mika Widmeyer in this next one?
Well, I'll tell you who's in this one, actually. So, car 1 is Davide Ongaro. Then we've got Martin Bayer in the 2, Clement Boda in the 3, Hubert Honegel in the 4, Mika Widmeyer in the 5, Lee Martin in the 6, Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7, Josh Holdsworth in the 8, Alexander Landon in the 9, and Burak Kilik in the 10. So, who do we want? Mika Widmeyer, yeah?
Mika Widmeyer has been requested. Yes,
any other requests at all that you can see?
I think it was Victor who was saying that Carup will win. Yeah, Carup's going to win these Euros, apparently. So...
I'm not convinced.
Okay.
If you ask me, I'm not convinced Carup's going to win this one. Not the two-wheel drive. Maybe the four-wheel drive. I don't know about the two-wheel drive. There's some... he's got some hot competition out there in the two-wheel drive.
Daniel Pohl.
Daniel Pohl was in the heat before.
Okay, too late for that one.
Yeah, Daniel Pohl.
Question from Sick Gaming and RC. Did they cut off those couple of sections so the 10 scale cars don't have to run on the concrete blocks?
No.
Does look like the chicane they covered maybe bricks or something or other.
It is. There is a paved sort of brick section there. So the reason that they've done the cut-off sections of the track, and if you have a look, the big wall ride's been cut off. There's a big section in the middle of the track that's been cut off as well. All of those bits have been taken out to reduce the lap time, because they were doing sort of 30-odd second lap times, and they need these to be sort of around 10, 11, 12 laps really to make it an interesting interesting sort of race for these guys. So they've done that. They've reduced the track length down to 225 metres in total, I believe. I think that's what Paul said.
A couple of last-minute requests come in as well for Burak Kilic as well, if you wouldn't mind.
Of course not. Burak and who?
Burak and Widmeyer.
Okay. So, yeah, number 5 off the line if we can, please. I'd imagine he's going to be the first one out the blocks. Nice. Okay, so Mika leading us out. I'll have to give these guys a couple of laps just to get settled in. Nicely over the doubles first time round. Always a bit of a nervy one, your first lap out, when you're doing these sorts of things, because you're not 100% sure whether the muscle memory in your fingers is going to be exactly right compared to the last time. So it's always just a little bit of a tester, just to make sure that you've got your eye in, really. Mika absolutely flying, makes the doubles nice and easy, gets the down ramp on the first one, overshoots the second one, like we've seen a lot of the drivers doing that make it over there nice. So around the 2 hairpin single double, into the step up, makes that nicely. A lot of punch needed to get up that step. Okay, in through the ripples. Switchback's done. Nicely into the step through. Roller, double done. Okay, so some good laps coming in from Mika at the moment. Predicted an 11 in a 5:08. So 27 second lap time. So 27.8, I think that's actually... I'm going to write it down. 27.854, and that is for Mika. There we go. Let's see if anybody can affect that at all. I don't think we've seen anybody else into the 20 seconds other than Clement Boda. 27.998 on his last lap. That's been his best time so far. Okay. Well, that is 3 minutes down. Oh, nightmare for Mika there. Catches that second double. Let's see what sort of time he's got as the other. So Killick takes the lead. Oh no, Landon's up there at the top of the pack. So Alexander Landon is now currently leading us around. I'll tell you what, drop off Amika. We've done about 2.5 minutes with him now. You can find car number 10 of Killick Burak. I think that's him there actually. I recognise his car from when we took his picture yesterday. Okay, so Burak now. He's actually running around in second. It's Alex Landon that's leading us round, but we're going to focus on Burak for the minute because as he crosses the line, he's first, and then Alexander Landon crosses the line and he takes that spot straight back off of him. See if Mika can make any difference through the rest of this heat. He's got a couple of minutes left just to try and bring himself back into line, but as we look, he is dropping further and further down the list from the top spot that he was in. Well, it is a little bit surprising, you know, like Lee Martin and Davide Ongaro, they're a fair old way down the list compared to where we'd be expecting these guys to be. So, obviously, a lot of the top drivers struggling to be where they want to be at the moment, Matt.
Yep.
Yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are.
That's evident.
It is. It is. But early days. Early days. We're not quite into proper qualifying yet, so I'm sure these guys are going to tidy it up when we do.
Request for Holdsworth, car number 8.
Okay. Let's see Killick round to the end. And we will pick up the 8 car of Josh Holdsworth. So, see where Josh is. So, Josh, right at the back of the pack at the moment. He's going to be coming over the line in a sec, so he's not far away from where you are. Should have gone over the line already. The other side of it. Be one of those cars there, I'd imagine. Probably that one there, and that's it, the greeny red one. Is that the 8? No, it's the 5. There we go. There's Josh. So, Josh, incredibly quick driver from the UK. Tremendous results at Robin Hood at the National the other week. Through the switchbacks, he goes really tight through there. Oh, man. That was really unfortunate. Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that when you're riding that sort of that pipeline down the edge of the track. And these sort of smaller cars with the smaller wheels, you can't just hook them back on like you could with an 8-scale car. And they tend to just kind of drive down the barrier. Oh, nightmare! Caught on that post as well. There's a few people getting caught up on that today. Didn't see many people doing it yesterday. It was more sort of the overshoots. Oh wow, Josh having an absolute disaster of a lap this time round. I think that's actually the last lap up to where he crosses the line. Oh, it should be done already. That's alright, it's not too bad. Alrighty, top heat coming up. He's at the top of the top. Quickest of the quick, apparently. So, car number 1, as you'd expect, Mika Olowski. And we've got Wesley Van Helmond in the 2, Tommy Hall in the 3, Jon Newman in the 4, Una Hatton in the 5, Bruno Coelho in the 6, Daniel Kobovic in the 7, and then we've got Jamie Hall in the 8, Marcus Carup in the 9, and Luke Holdsworth in the 10. So, any requests for these guys, Matt?
Kobovic. Want to see Kobovic. Want to see car 3 Tommy, please, for Dan Smith. And Albin Ingelholm wanted to see Kobovic. People wondering how many years Hupo Honigel will have been attending European Championships. Some saying maybe as many as 25. I think that's a bit much. I don't think 25. But certainly very, very experienced, legendary veteran racer. One of those veteran category I mentioned before. Van Helmond as well has been requested for coverage. So they're racking up who the fans want to see on camera during the top heats. Final practice before qualifying. Thank you to Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. Thank you so much to those fantastic RC brands for supporting our coverage of this EFRA 1/10 two-wheel drive off-road European Championships. It's qualifying day today. Qualifying day part uno. Part deux is tomorrow. And it's followed by the finals, which are also tomorrow. So this two-wheel drive leg of the event will be all wrapped up by tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, and then we'll be knee-deep into four-wheel drive as we approach the end of the week. Another request for Una Hattonen and Van Helmond and Neil Cragg, Matt. So it's going to be a busy. It's going to be quite a busy heat. Maybe we could ask them to go out for another couple of minutes.
We are going to
extend this one to 6 minutes.
We're going to struggle to get Neil Cragg in this one because he was actually 2 heats ago. But we'll do our best to find him. Maybe he's around the edge somewhere.
Oh, Care Up as well. So we want Care Up as well. So.
Okie dokie. So I'll tell you what. Let's do Danny Kobovic first. That is car number 7 off the line, please. There we go. Car 7 just gone. So let's see how Kobovic attacks this on his last round of free practice. There you go. Just shared the link to LinkedIn. Because you know how business people like a bit of RC racing. Okay, Kobovic bringing us round. So running around in the second spot at the moment. There's only one lap in, but 27 eights, 27 threes, 27 eights. Yes, there's a few more coming. I'll breathe them out in a mo. So Kobovic still taking us round. He's predicted. Oh, actually, he's just kind of dropped off a little bit there. That's all right. Predicted a 11 in a 5:09. So, you know, when it comes down to it, I think it's only Orlowski really that's going to do anything or would have done anything to really affect top few's results. Mind you, Coelho's looking really quick out there. Really, really quick out there at the moment. We're still with Kobovic at the moment. Made it over those doubles nicely. Overshot the last one. Punches it down the straight. There's plenty of grip at the end of that straight now. I don't know whether that's because it was really wet yesterday and it's just got a bit sticky out there, but looks like the track has really gripped up now. We should see some pretty exciting qualifying as we go through if it stays like this, which it should do according to the weather. So over the step over, the roller, first double, landed on the flap, still made it through that time. Now whether that's just something to do with the setup or you know, just had a lucky landing. Okay, single double again, punches it into the step up, makes that through nicely, doesn't get caught on the pin at the top. And the nasty off camber corner to corner on the ripples, just like that, nice and smooth, all the way through the switchbacks into the step over. Goes through the roller, double, makes it through both of them nicely. And in round 4, another one. Okay, right, let's see if we can pick up the number 3 car of Tommy Hall. So, Kobovic currently running in 3rd. Tommy Hall has got himself in, he's sort of mid-back of the pack, really. Just behind Carup. That is Tommy Hall that we're with. Into the step up he goes. And Tommy not quite finding his rhythm yet. So, Tommy is actually his current 2-wheel drive European champion. So holding the title from last year. He's going to want to retain that if he can, of course. I don't think there are many that have done it 2 years in a row, if any, actually. Andrew, I've got a list of winners, previous winners somewhere, which I'll dig out shortly. Okay, so still sticking with Tommy. Yeah, you can see as the more they push over to the right-hand side of the bobbles as we look at it, the more unsettled they are as they come out of that corner, or they come into the corner of the switchbacks. And so for these guys, they are going to want to push over towards the left-hand side, so entry at the right-hand side as we look at it, exit to the left, so you're kind of jumping from corner to corner of the ripples. And that seems to be the place to get you the best exit. Oh man, Tommy catching a bit of a pipe there, having a tumble over the step over. Let's see if he can bring you a bit of camera 2 footage the next time he goes round. Okay, there's a minute left in this one. We will follow Tommy out to the end. I can't remember the other one. It was Neil Cragg, wasn't it? The other one they won't just follow. Okay, round the off camber again. So yeah, you can see that if they are on that right-hand side, it just flicks the back end of the car up just a little bit too much. It just unsettles them coming into the switchbacks, which means they're going to lose a bit of time there. But plenty of punch in that car from Tommy. Picks up speed nicely. First roller done, into the doubles. Steps up, gets around the pin at the top. Off camber corner. Doesn't catch him out this time round. And makes it nicely through the ripples. So these guys staying in a hotel about 10 minutes away from the track, so not too far off. Haven't got too far to travel in the morning. Everybody here is super early today. I know we had the Johanssons stayed at the track last night to rebuild their cars after the wet practice rounds. And these guys just coming into the finishing times now, so we'll see where Tommy ends up when he crosses the line next. So we've got Orlowski did an 11 in a 5:07, Kubovic in 11 in a 5:13, and we've got Una Hatman 11 in a 5:17, and then we start getting into the later sort of 5, so 5:20 for Jorn. A 5:22 for Tommy, a 5:23 for Van Helmond, and 5:26 for Bruno. And Jamie Hall, 11 laps in a 5:33. So quite a lot of these guys getting into the 11 laps. Carup and Holdsworth just missing out. 10s in a 5:06 and 5:15 respectively for those two. But that is the end of control practice. So we will now switch ourselves back to heat number 1. It's going to start at 12:33 this afternoon. So we've got about 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes of time before the next heat comes up. Like I say, that is going to be back to heat 1 again. And we should be on at 12:33. That just leaves me, obviously, plenty of time to thank all of you guys for joining us this week. We are going to be here all week. It's the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros. This is the 2-wheel drive portion of the event that we start the week with. We're here at Utrecht in the Netherlands at the fantastic Regio 2000 facility. These guys have put a lot of work into the track and facilities for this week, and it is, I've got to say, it is a nice facility that they've got here. The clubhouse is good. It's a nice setup for the food and everything, so everybody's kind of walking around pretty happy, which is a good thing. Pits are a bit weird. I don't know if you can see down the where all the flags are. Far better your picture there, but behind that big white wall, that is the pits. That's where all the guys are, underneath some cover down there, working away on the cars. I think our track camera in the middle has frozen again. I'm not too sure what's happened there. I'm sure Frank will be out there to fiddle about with that one in a wee bit, though.
We're actually finding a more exciting location for it.
Oh!
We're going to try and get it on the driver's stand so we can watch the drivers coming and going in between the heats. But we'll update you on that.
That
in time
sounds
for
awesome.
In time for qualifying, which, as you say, is coming up in just over 10 minutes, we reckon.
It is indeed. Yeah, I would have said so. About 11 minutes, actually. 10 and a half minutes, maybe. With that, I'm going to leave you just for a second and pop off for a very quick natural break.
Excellent. Well, we'll be back with qualifying very soon.
So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Hello, hello, hello. To one and all, welcome back. Qualifying is about to get underway here, live from Utrecht. We're RC Racing TV, and this coverage is brought to you by X-Ray, Hobbywing, Schumacher, Rudog.eu, and S-Works. Bless you to the driver. Sneezing on the driver's stand there. We should have Matt with us. Oh, that looks a bit strange.
Can you guys hear me out there?
Yes.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff. Right then, we are back, and it is the start of qualifying round number 1. So everything is counting from this point onwards. Thank you very, very, very much for joining us. This is the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. We are in Utrecht in the Netherlands, and we're at the Rayco 2000 facility. We're watching qualifying round, heat number 1 in round number 1. So, I believe leading us out, this should be Dick Dawn in the number 1 car. Can you just confirm that for us by a little bit of zooming magic? Don't think it is, actually. I think that's not a number 1. That's a number 5 on that car. I'm sure it is. It is. My eyes have not failed me today. So we're going to follow Arts Kenny for a little bit, as he seems to be the one that's gone off first. So obviously quickest in the qualifying heats, or the seeding qualifying heats, if you like. So now what we should start to see is I should be able to give you some details of the overalls as we go through here, so we'll be able to see who's affecting what as we look through the list. A little bit of a tumble there for Arts Kenny. Just goes through the ripples now into the switchbacks. He's got a driver right up him though. Oh, nasty little tumble there. Hasn't let the other driver through. I'm not too sure who that is that's gone through. We'll stick with him. Stick with him for a moment. So there you can see. So Arts Kenny was running in around 3rd. Now he's dropped right back to 2nd from last in this one. So a couple of disaster crashes. Well, not really the worst crashes I've ever seen, to be fair. But a couple of little disasters, and you drop yourself a huge way back down the field. So the car behind him, the car number 3, let's just stick with that one. That is the one that's leading us out now. Chose to do the quintuple single route over the single double doubles there. So car number 3 in this one is Carl Volter. He is one of the entrants from Estonia. Estonia is the first time we've had any entrants in a Euros from Estonia. I think we've got 5 in total, same as the Ukraine. We've got five lads from the Ukraine that have entered. First time we've had Ukraine entrants in a EFRA Euros. So lovely to see a couple of new countries come into it to throw their hats in the ring. And I'm sure at some point we will catch up with Paul Worsley, of course EFRA chairman, and he will be able to give us a bit of an update on who's here, how many we've got, and how many have not turned up, etc. So we're still with Carl Volter at the moment. Carl's had a nightmare coming out of the ripple section. He's gone through into the switchbacks. A little step over, gets that. It's a bit of an awkward jump, that one. Now double, can't make it, see. So overshot the first double, had a nasty landing, came over the second, had to go 2 singles, and then got himself caught in a barrier. So costly to overshoot that first double, Matt. It is, yes.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you agree with me. Okay, so you see here, tries to cut it a bit tight, catches the corner, does an awesome spin on his back wheel. It's not the sort of thing you can do if you're trying to do it, of course. So dropped himself down into the 2nd spot now. Not going to be too happy with that, so he's going to want to push a little bit, try and make a little bit of time back. So he's actually pushed himself back up, but no, as soon as it's the 4 car of Nigel van Katwijk. As soon as he's come past, he gets himself into the lead. So we'll try and follow Nigel if we can. I think you're right there, actually, Jim. Because it wasn't long after it is. There he is. Lovely. It wasn't long after Walter had gone through the lap that Van Katwijk was coming through as well. So, okay, we'll just watch till the end. So these two, Carl and Nigel, both on their last laps now. So 2 laps off the pace though. So these guys only doing 9 laps, but doing 9 laps here. Short 9 laps though. So all of these sort of top, I would have said easily, probably the top 3, maybe the top 4 could go in for another lap if they pulled it together on a clean run. But general sort of pace is about 2 seconds, 2 and a bit seconds out really on a lap, so not really going to be affecting anything too far up the field. I've got a funny feeling that that's it. No, it is. That's it. Nobody's going to affect it from this point on. So it is Nigel van Katwijk taking this one in a 9 in a 5:04.578. So hopefully when this finishes and it's updated, we'll see the overalls on the right hand side of the screen for me anyway, which I'll be able to give you. And then they should update hopefully to show where everybody is in the round.
Epic placement of our new camera there by Frank, because it's just by the timing screen, so we get a lovely grin from every driver staring at the timing screen as they walk off the driver's stand, which is going to be fun. That was a good kickstart to qualifying. Heat 1, Q1, and now we've got the drivers joining the stand for Heat 2. And now we can see on your screen drivers ready to go out. Nice spread of different countries.
It is a very nice spread of different countries. A very nice spread of different countries indeed, Matt. All over the place these guys have come from. So we've got Great Britain, Ukraine, Netherlands, Belgium, France, Great Britain, Norway, Belgium and France. There you go. Archie Bowman probably going to lead us out in this one. We'll see when they come around to the line. All right, here's car number 1. Then we've got Victor Livenko in 2, Cone Middlecoop in 3, John Moreels in number 4, Thomas Lepap in car number 5, Brian Preddy in 6, Robert Scarr in 7, Joseph Cockhill or Joey Seacup in car number 8, and Cyril Castaldo in the number 9. Okay, I'm not sure where these guys finished off. Hopefully we're going to see, I don't know who's going to be going off first. So if we just follow the first car out on this one, Jim, I'm sure Matt will let us know if we've got anybody that's asked for anyone to follow.
Archie Bowman. Well, Archie Bowman would be appreciated for a
there
follow.
You go. We'll
as
give Archie
requested
some love
by
there.
Dan Smith.
I'm going to put a little star next to him on my sheet, because then we'll try and make
John
sure he follows
Sneakers is saying, I see more cars on the roof than on the wheels. Difficult track even for 1/8 scale. I know from experience myself with the Dutch nationals. So tricky track is what the viewers are saying. I know Matt's got his own views on that.
What, on how upside down or how tricky the cars are or the track is?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I've got such great skill in RC that I think these guys are making it look more difficult than it is. I think it looks like a really easy track to drive around.
Same, really.
Yeah. That's why they banned me from these events, because just clearly I would dominate all the way through. Okay, so we're going to be following Archie Bowman. There he goes. Young chap from the UK goes for the double, tried for a double single and paid the price. That is the double single tax that Archie paid right there. A nice line over the ripples though. He goes over the step over. Roller. Double for Archie. Oh, it is double. Nicely done. So gets himself round. It's not going to be the quickest lap for him this time round because he did have that nightmare of a crash. Let's see if he goes for the double. He does go for the double again. My goodness. Lucky to get away with that with the nose down when he landed. A little bit too wide. A little bit zealous over the off-camber corner. He's got people crashing all around him, though. That would have just caught him in his eye line and just likely that crash car would have just caught his eye and just brought him out of his own line there. But he's doing those doubles really, really well. He's found the rhythm through there nicely. So we should see Bowman pop up a little bit. He has. He's popped himself up into running around fourth. Fortunately, the car just in front of him they just seem to be crashing out of his way at the moment. I mean, who has that sort of luck? Father Christmas, maybe? I don't know. Unfortunately, Archie's just taken the tumble himself, so lost that little bit of time. However, managed to keep it on his wheels after the roll, so he hasn't lost a huge amount of time. Well, he is up behind a car that is possibly a little bit slower than him. Yeah, definitely a bit slower. So this one should get called through in a minute to let Archie go. Decides that he's going to do the triple singles this time round just to play it safe with another car in front of him. Now we are going to see if he is any quicker because the other car looks like he's just gapped Archie just a touch at the moment. So maybe I was a bit preemptive with my should have let Archie through. So I'm like, a nightmare of a crash there for him as well. I think he overshot the landing a little bit, unsettled the car on the up ramp of the second double. He's going to want to push now to try and make that time back, but as we all know, once the time is gone, it is gone. Yeah, struggling a bit. So he's trying to push now, and where he's trying to push, he's not settling into his rhythm. He's just trying to go fastest as fast as he possibly can in between the corners. And for anybody out there, especially somebody, Archie is a young lad, but he's got plenty of experience out on the track. He knows that the best way to get round is just to drive a little bit within your actual limits, and then you're going to be a lot safer. There's nothing you can do about driving into a marshal that's in the middle of the track. That happens from time to time. Okay, so Archie trying to get himself back into his rhythm now. He's got a couple of cars in front of him. So hopefully these guys, I think that's Joey Cockhill, actually, the car in front of him there. So hopefully Joey, being another seasoned racer, is going to give him the space he needs to go by. He's definitely right up on him there, so let's see how these two interact with each other going around the track. Yeah, so Archie all over the back of Joey at the moment. Nicely over the ripples. That's it through the switchbacks. We'll see how he goes over the doubles. Oh, and there you go. Karma making the way for Archie there. Joey crashes out the way, trying to do the doubles. Through the step downs we go. Okay, so last minute on the clock then. Let's see if we can pick up Victor Litvenko, car number 2 for the last minute of this one. Leading us round. Predicted a 10 in a 520 for Victor in this one. Okay, there we go. So Victor now across the line. I think he's probably going to do this one and possibly one more. So everybody here during qualifying is racing on their own clock. As they get called across the line at the start of the heat, a 5-minute timer will start counting down for each of the cars. It is then up to that car to race its own timer and put the most laps it can in the shortest amount of time. So everybody gets 5 minutes on the track. It's not a case that the cars that start 10 seconds after the first car have got 10 seconds less. They all have their own individual timer. So kind of irrelevant where you are on the track to other cars. If you've got other faster cars around you, you kind of need to just move out their way, let them go through, and then everybody works together. And the whole heat gets a better time rather than just one driver. But we are with Victor at the moment. So this should be him into his last lap. He's gone blue, so we should see him go pink as he crossed the line. There we go, 10 to 5:19. Actually took a second off his predicted time. It was a 10 to 5:20 that he was predicted. Cone middle coupe, 10 in a 5:20. Okay, these guys are now just going to be pulling their cars off as they come back round. So in heat number 3, car number 1 is Lucas Didier. Peter Stein is car number 2. Car 3 is Loke Didier. And then we've got Stephen Martins in car number 4. Harriet Thames, car number 5. Mike Moyes is car number 6. Chris Bowden, 7. Sven Ruddig is car number 8. And Miklos Sabados is car number 9. And I'm going to do this preemptively, Matt, because I know he's going to get a lot of people ask for him. Let's follow Miklos out of the gates on this one if we can, Jim. So car number 9, which will be Miklos. And these guys are ready to go if we can. Okay, so we just got the drivers going up onto the stand, so we'll have a look at those guys in there, see what they're doing. There are a bit of nose picking going on. Got to get it clear before the start of the race. Last thing you want is a tickly nose as you're going round. So if you are watching us out there, thank you very, very much for joining us today. We are live all day up until the end of qualifying this afternoon. This is, of course, the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. It's the two-wheel drive portion of the event. We are in Utrecht in the Netherlands, and we're at the wonderful Rayco 2000 facility. Okay, so these guys will now draw their cars back round onto the start grid. You can get a couple of them coming over the step over there. Maybe not. Okay, so these guys coming round now onto the start grid. We've got a couple crash going over the double-doubles there. Nothing too major. But what we will do is follow Miklos Sabados in the number 9 car to start with.
Okay, here we go. Body. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there we go. So Miklos taking us round. Went for the double single. Interesting. And these guys are finding the extra bit of grip just to punch over the first double. Over the step over, the roller, single, single. He's going to single, single again. All kinds of chaos is about to happen over the next couple of laps, I'd imagine. We've got 4 cars in fairly close. Miklos just goes for the double to get himself out of the way. And unfortunately, he's been left with his belly up and his wheels waggling. Shorts the step up. Gets himself around the off-camber corner. Let's see how he handles the ripples. Luckily is what I would say there. Okay, over the step over. Roller, single, single. Is he going to double? He's not. So, quintuple singles for Miklos this time round. Over the straight he goes. So, just bringing himself off the back of the pack at the moment. Okay, so let's see if we can find Peter Stein in the 2 car. Peter shouldn't be far off the start of the lap, actually. About quarter of the way through, something like that. There we go. Jim absolutely all over it today. Lovely line through that. Was awesome. Not the way he took that corner then. So Stein leading us out. Single double for Stein on there. Nicely over the hop up. So, not the tightest line I've seen around the off-camber corner, but got round there without too much drama. Plays it safe over the ripples. You can see how slippery, even when it's as dry as this, those black sort of rubberized squares are on the floor out there. It's similar to what you get in like a playground or something as a safety thing under the swings or whatever it would be. I actually can't think of many other places where they use those rubber sort of square thingies. I'm sure some of you will let me know all of the other places as well. Okay, nicely over the ripples again. So making the absolute most of this one is Peter Stein, 10 in a 5:13. So not quite into that 11 lap pace. A bit of time to claw back if he's going to get up there, that's for sure. But with 2 minutes left, he's got to make up 14 seconds in about 4 laps. So not too sure that's going to be possible. Gets it nicely over the ripples again, though. Okay, so we've got just over 1 minute and 40 left. We'll try and pick out Chris Bowden if we can in the 7 car. Try and give Chris a couple of laps, see how he's getting on. Now, Chris shouldn't be too far away from finishing the end of his lap. He's virtually there. Wonderful. Okay, so double single for Bowden. Makes it up the step up nicely. I think he might be feeling a little bit nervous. I think you can see it in the sort of style of driving in his car. It's just a little bit edgy around the corners. So rather than being kind of smooth, it's almost like he's just got a... Oh! Yes, there you go. Waited a little bit. Must have known he was on camera for him to have waited then. Okay, we're going to finish this one out with Bowden, see how he gets on. A lot of these guys onto their last laps now. It's 20 seconds to go, so as they're going to be crossing the line, they will be finishing. Go on, Bowden. Yeah, double. There you go. Made it through. Okay, so Bowden finishes with a 9 in a 5:09.944. So I think only one of these guys, Peter Stein, is the only one into the finishing into the 10s. The only one that actually can. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see that start to change around.
Well, there we go. Heat 4 done. And a few drivers remaining on stand. We'll get into Heat 5. Surprised that it's not warmer. It looks like it's not that warm. But there's a heat wave sweeping across Europe, so I guess I just thought it would be kind of like balmy sunshine. Anyway, qualification qualifying round 2 starts at just after 2:15 local time, for those wondering, and then qualifying 3 just after 4 o'clock, and that will finish us out around 5:30 local time. Action will be done on track for today. The rest of qualifying tomorrow.
I'd imagine it probably doesn't feel like much of a heat wave from your air-conditioned office back in the UK, but over here in the commentary booth, Matt, it's a sweltering 28.8 degrees centigrade.
I'm jealous. It's typical when a lot of viewers from outside of the UK will be watching and listening. When you imagine British weather, it's exactly what it is here. It's just grey, dull and miserable. Bit wet, bit damp and a bit grey.
I've got to admit, when we left the UK a few days ago, it was pretty miserable, to be fair. And then when we got over to the Netherlands, as we were landing, I don't know whether it just the wind picked up for us coming into land, but you know when you've got a particularly windy landing on a plane and it's rocking sort of side to side as you come in. And I'm pretty good on planes normally. You know, I don't mind a bit of turbulence. I'm not too bothered. You know, I'm fine with the takeoff and all of that. I'm not bothered about the height or anything. You know, it doesn't make me feel travel sick. But when we're coming into land and the plane's going woo, 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 and just feels completely out of control, or you can almost feel like the back end's coming out of it, and you're almost doing like no, I don't want to land sideways. I don't want to land that way, not wing first. Terrifying. But that's the bit of
the other thing when planes start sounding like someone's using a hacksaw. You know, after you've landed and it starts going.
Yeah.
I always wonder what that is.
Yeah, I've never got to the bottom of that noise. Right, we are going to head into heat number 4. I'm going to call them. I'm determined not to get trapped into this group 4 thing. So heat number 4, and we've got Randolph in car 1, Cedric Didier in 2, Lee Charnock in 3, Remy Bertrand in 4, Paul Wood in the 5, Bruno Vea in 6, René Levezzo in 7, Peter Freilingsdorf in number 8, and Harley Eldridge in the number 9. So Harley, is this the one that everybody thinks I've been calling a Mr. Harley rather than Miss? Is that what was told to me last time?
Seemed you were being corrected on something maybe you hadn't got wrong. So I'm not sure.
My goodness me, I do apologise if I did get it wrong. However, let's see if we can pick out Harley, car number 9, and see how she is getting on. Unless that's what you're already on. Let me see if I can pick it up on the screen. It is! Jim's all over it. Jim's absolutely all over it. I'm taking it. Harley was probably first one off the line then. But it is. It is Randolph out that's actually got past at the moment. So on the timing screen... Oh, no, Randolph's just crashed out in front of Harley there. So we should see Harley come round and be in the top spot. Yes, indeed. Okay, so Randall comes through, drops down. It's Cedric Didier that's put up into second spot now. And there we go. We'll stick with Harley for a minute. Nicely through the ripples into the switchbacks. Over the step over, roller. Lovely on the down. So not quite so lovely on the second one, but awesome marshalling there. Just picked her up as soon as she'd flipped over. And that is just Chris Bowden down at the end of that double-double. So I'm pretty sure Russ Lee will be fairly shocked at his marshalling skills there. I don't think he's as quick to marshal Russ as that when he's racing him. Okay, switchback's done for Harley. I'll follow Harley up to the end of this one. Ooh. Okay, there we go. So let's see if we can pick up Bertrand, Remy Bertrand, car number 4. That was nice and easy. Single double for Remy. Nicely through the ripples. So everybody's starting to pick up their lines now. They're getting used to the dry track again. Oh, lovely. Just managed to keep that on its wheels there. Rubber side down is, of course, the fastest way round the track. Okay, single double. So I think Remy at this point is probably one of the only ones that's going to be able to affect Harley's time. Predictions for... mind you, saying that it's about 8 seconds between them on the predicted time. So I think Harley's probably going to run away with this one, failing any major incidents. You know how quickly those things can come about. But at the moment, with about 8 seconds, like I say, on the predicted times, it's quite a big gap. Mind you, after that last lap, it's dropped down hugely, so the gap has really, really reduced. And there's not 8 seconds between them anymore. There's only 2. So I'm not too sure whether that's Harley having a nightmare lap. That time has dropped down again, so only 1 second between them now. So I'm guessing Harley must be having a bit of a nightmare out there right now. And there's the next lap round. We could see a change at the front of the pack for these guys. Okay, step over done. Let's see how we come through here. Not well is the answer. Made the best out of it though. Oh, absolutely painful experience getting caught on that one. So Bertrand, let's see. Now on to last lap. So I don't think Remy's going to be seeing. Well, it's possible. Might go through for the extra one. I don't think it's going to happen though. I think it's too far off. But I've been wrong before, so we'll see what happens as Remy crosses the line. No, that is it. Time done. Oh no, sorry. On to last lap now. So it just squeezes through for one more. Through the ripples. So everybody into finishing times now. Yeah, so Remy just making it round for that 10th lap. Doesn't take Harley off the top though. So it is Harley Eldridge in that one, a 10.5.21. And that is that for Heat 4. So Heat 5 up next.
We're taking
Oh, apparently we've got a small break. Just find out what's going on there.
Interesting.
Okay, so we have had a 10-minute break announced at the track for something. I don't think there's anything listed on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we should be going straight through.
Is it false news? These drivers seem to think that's fake news because they're all lining up ready to go.
Yeah, they said a small break, so it might be a really small break.
What do they mean after this one?
It's unclear at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, unclear at this point. Frank's next to me, so I can't even send him over as runner to go and find out.
Well, keep your comments coming in on the chat. BJ Williams went back to sleep since it's super early in North Carolina. He's wondering how many drivers are at this race meeting.
So, two-wheel drive had 111 booked in. Four-wheel drive had 110 drivers booked in. But we are aware of a few that dropped out. So I think two-wheel drive is down to about 105, 106, something like that. I know we've got 11 heats. If that
Not
helps.
bad. Not bad. Humphy Damphy is saying, what's the surface are they driving on? Is it grass? It's not grass, it's AstroTurf, right?
It is AstroTurf. That fake plastic carpet stuff. With a dribble of black rubberized tile. In this one anyway.
On social media is saying, is anyone else a little sad that they're not using the vertical wall corner? Well,
absolutely.
You better stay tuned because they're using that for four-wheel drive, right?
Yeah, they are. They are. So the worry was from the guys at the track that yesterday when the rain came down for the two-wheel drives, I don't know if you get a scale of how big that actually is right now. But for the two-wheel drives, as they go round that when it's wet, there's a high possibility of the back end going. So that's a normal doorway on the front of that. So you can see how big that is. Even if you go and stand underneath that net, it's big. You've got to climb up to get up that wall. It's not a small. You can see to the right-hand side there, Jim. You can see the containers sticking out, and what they've done is they've built it around that container. So it's that much taller than a shipping container. If that gives you an idea of the height.
There's two human men there for size comparison as well.
It's more than two human men in height, I think.
Yeah.
Especially of that man there.
At least.
So it's a beast. The worry was that with two-wheel drives, if the rain came down, it was going to be a nightmare. So they took it out for the two-wheel drives. Decided to put it in for the four-wheel drives because who cares about four-wheel drives, eh? We're not even there yet. We'll worry about that at the end of the week.
So it just becomes a ramp and launches them off into the car park if they go straight.
It could, but the barrier at the top, I'd imagine, would stop a lot of them. That has got a few dents and dings and tyre marks in it, the stripy barrier at the top, so I think it's been tried. Okay, so that's a bit strange. Okay, we're going to ignore that until RCM sorts itself out. We've got the like Michael Orlowski, Marcus Carup, and Jon Newman are listed in this one, and then everybody's coming out as non. Oh no, they've stopped it. There's obviously an issue, so everybody back to the line. Okay,
so more fake news there.
There we go. Maybe that was what the break was for. We're going into heat number 5, Matt. Would you believe we're at heat 5 already? Almost halfway through this first round.
Fantastic.
I know. Simon Stegmaier is car number 1, and that's even more fantastic than Tom Beku being car number 2. Not quite as fantastic as Dimitri Chubb, though, in car number 3. I'm not going to carry that on. Then we've got William White in car 4, Cedric Rickard in car number 5, Eugene Galley car 6, Elias Jordan car 7, Nino Altmaninger in car number 8, and Danny Clays in car number 9. Okay, so car 7 takes us round. Jordan Elias. Now these guys are starting in the order that they kind of qualified in free practice this morning, if that helps you. After this, we'll be going on to FTQ times. And then I'm hoping that the overalls will give us an accurate look at who's actually where at that point. Single double. Nicely up the step up. So no trouble for these guys this morning. At this point anyway, getting through the step up. Actually this afternoon. Excuse me. Over the hop. Double double. Makes it lovely. Lovely. Both down slopes on that one. So through past the timing screen we go. Or time lap counter we go. Now, lap times here, obviously we're not going to be affecting anything that the top heats are doing, but 29.7s for Elias Jordan at the moment. A little bit too far over to the right-hand side to make the most out of that one. This is a switchback's okay, though. Roller and double-double, hopefully. Doesn't make the second double. So single double for Jordan. Didn't quite make it over that second part of the double, but still kept it on its wheels. Didn't lose too much time there. Again, too far over to the right to make the best out of the ripples. Double, single, single. Now, sometimes the drivers will do that if they've got a car really close to them, just to save jumping into the back of the car in front. A bit like that. Thank you for the demo. So Jordan still bringing this round. Predicted at the moment for a 10.506. So with some really clean laps. I mean, possibility of an 11 map. Possibility of the first 11 actually.
Oh.
Of this round, of course. So it's only the top 3 that are predicted 10 laps at the moment. I think Cedric Rickard could probably do a 10th lap if he pulls his finger out a little bit. Not too much though. Never want to pull your finger all the way out, just a bit. Okay, step over done. Roller, double double. Lovely. Through there, absolutely no problem at all. Okay, so brings us round. Still not predicted into an 11, which is absolutely fine, of course. A fast 10 lapper will see you fairly well up the field at this point. Lots of 9 laps have come in so far. Okay, let's see if we can pick up the number 2 car for the last couple of minutes. It's Tom Beku, and he's running in second at the moment overall. We'll just try and pick up where he is. So should be about halfway through the lap. Lovely job, thank you, Jim. Okay, so we'll follow Tom up to the end. It's about 10 seconds off on predicted times for between him and Elias. Stranger things have happened though, so we'll keep an eye on Tom at the moment. Just gone over the ripples and had a crash. A sympathy crash from the driver behind him as well, which is always nice. Punches through onto the step over. So I don't know if that's a back marker behind him. He's got past now. Single, double. Plays it safe through there. Gets up the step up nicely, though. Oh, bullied out of the way. Okay, we're back with Baku now. So single double, as is standard at the moment. As the hop up done, drops down into the nasty off camber. Yeah, so these guys only in for 10 lappers. Nobody's managed to squeeze through. Elias Jordan's done. Finished on a 10 in a 5:14. And back on a 10 in a 5:16. So Elias Jordan must have had about 8 seconds worth of mistakes on the last couple of laps there. It's a lot of time to have lost, unfortunately. Still retains it at the front of this one. So another 5-minute break we've just had announced. And with that, we see Paul Worsley head into the timing office. I've just missed him as I switched the cameras over there. But we'll keep an eye on it, because if Paul comes out of that office looking upset and angry, we know there's an issue.
Oh, yeah.
This is Paul Watch right now, very much like Spring Watch.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall.
Oh. Oh. Maybe the positioning of the camera wasn't as great as we think, and we should have had it maybe on that other wall so we can hear. Okay, so we've got a slightly dishevelled timekeeper coming out of the office now and closing the door. He's not the guy doing the times. He's just I think he's the ref, actually, keeping an eye on everybody. So drivers obviously going up. There's Freddie Russell there from FF Racing. A lot of the UK drivers will know Freddie, and I'm sure a lot of the drivers around the world. Very well travelled racer is Freddie. An awful lot of events from the Reedy race. And all sorts of events all over Europe and the world. Okay, I still haven't seen Paul Worsley emerge from the timing office yet. Now that's either a really good sign or a really bad sign. Fingers crossed for it being a good one. However, we do know these unexpected breaks aren't Paul Worsley's favourite thing in the world.
No.
He doesn't like an unexpected 5-minute break. We've got a schedule to stick to, Matt.
Yeah, and it might rain.
It might do, yeah. Yes, it might do. You didn't get much warning of it yesterday.
Lots of you tuning in at home.
Go on.
Which is great. Is that Bjarne? I think we just saw Bjarne there.
On the left.
Walking past the shot. The main camera is just being repositioned after a test for the interview camera position, which we're not going to use. Positive Perception is saying getting some good ideas for the new Forest of Dean track whilst watching. Awesome coverage from Mark, the Forest of Dean club chairman.
Thanks, Mark.
So, yeah, might see a ginormous wall ride going up a 2-storey building.
Can you imagine the health and safety, hazard awareness, hazard 360 forms you'd have to fill out before putting a giant height of 3 men wall ride in the UK?
3 human men.
3 human men.
Yeah, 3 human men.
3 male men, I might add.
Male human men, yeah. Eric Ruth G11, hi from Glasgow. Shout out for Daniel Pohl. Great coverage, guys. Cheers. And then he follows up by saying one of the working from home benefits. So.
Indeed it is. Indeed. Okay, follow car 2 then, Jim. He's just gone off. That is Jamil Gabrielson in this one. I'll give Jamil a bit of time. Is it just us? Do we do this to people?
All the time.
It's not fair, is it, really?
All the time.
Why isn't it the luck of the camera?
There. And again, more of them.
I think they do it for the replay. They want to be on a replay. So if it crashes again, if Jamil crashes again, let's get a replay on it. And then we'll give him a break.
Well,
so
you better
single
make
double.
it spectacular.
Oh, that was a beauty. That's how you do an overtake there. Get it in. Get it in the air. So nicely corner to corner over the ripples. Oh, just catches the barrier or the track marker there on the exit of the switchbacks. Makes it over the doubles nicely. Now let's see. So crosses the line, and well, everybody else seems to cross the line roughly at the same sort of time. So Gabrielson down in 8th. Crikey, that's a long way down for the driver that led the heat out. Oh, I'll get my words out in a minute, Matt. Doubles nicely. I am taking my time. Don't worry. Notice that building is very wavy on the camera as it goes past the big wall ride, though. Have a look.
Yeah, it's the interlacing. It's the ripples on the building.
Yeah.
We need to see if they can straighten the building out, so we
well,
don't have that problem.
But
Just
why
iron the
if the
building.
ripples were wavy?
Wavy bit. What?
Well, if the ripples
Iron
weren't
it out.
straight, if they were sort of wavy ripples, would it make a difference?
Yeah, that'd be all right. It wouldn't interfere with the interlacing lines, so that'd be fine.
There you go. Tip for anybody building buildings: if you don't want them to interfere with the interlacing lines, have wavy lines on the outside of them. So I think we're going to come off of Jamil now because we've caused enough trouble there. We will find who will we find, Matt? Should we find Julian Ferrandis, who seems to be leading this one around in the number 6? Now, Julian has just gone past the line, actually, so it should be very early part of the track. So one of those two there, I expect.
We had another request for
There
car
we go.
7, if there's time.
Okay, we'll do a minute with this one, and then we'll do the last minute and a half with the car number 7. So, oh no, that's that's Manny. So okay. Okay, so we are currently with Julian Ferrandis from France, leading this one out, and Julian predicted a 10 in a 5:07. So, I mean, at this point in the heat, there's no way you're really going to make 7 seconds up before the end. So 10 lapper probably at best, and certainly not going to make up 7 seconds like that. Oh, crikey! I don't know what they catch there. I'm not too sure what the drivers are catching as they come up to that, because it doesn't seem like they're hitting the sort of track mark or anything. It just looks like they're catching on I don't know, maybe a bit of carpet or a weird bobble leading up to the step through jump. I'm not expecting you to know, by the way. Maybe, I mean, you could agree. So, Julian bringing this round. We're going to watch to the end of this lap, and then we're going to swap over, and we're going to try and find car number 7. I'll find out where Manny is. So, about 3/4 of the way through the lap. Should be coming up to finish lap now. I reckon that's it. Lovely. Okay, so we'll watch Manny out to the end then. A driver from the UK listed on here. Yeah, okay, so Manny just making sure that all of the lines are as clean as possible. Maybe not super clean, but certainly keeping it safe. Into finishing lap now. Certainly not going to get across for another one with 10 seconds left on the clock. So, Julian Ferrandis finishes in a 10 with a 5:07. So, not a bad 10 lapper at this point. Still quite a few to come through though. So, imagine we're going to see some really quick 11 lappers as we get up towards the final few heats here. Down the drop off. And this is it. So Manly's finished there, 10 in a 5:27. So 20 seconds behind the leader of this one, Julian Ferrandis. And Kim Satensky, 10 in a 5:27.3. Yeah, I think Grant Halver didn't quite finish his last lap, unfortunately. Too sure, I didn't see what happened there. We weren't watching that one. Okay. Next one up is heat number 7. And before heat number 7 comes up, we do have time just to thank our sponsors, which of course are Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog and S-Works. And together with those guys, we are bringing you the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. This is a 2-wheel drive portion of the event, and we are in Utrecht in the Netherlands at the Rayco 2000 facility. And of course, we are RCTV. Thank you so much, everybody out there, for joining us. We really appreciate your support. Make sure you click like and subscribe on the YouTube channel to be notified when we do go live. Save you all the hassle of searching around on Facebook for people's posts and stuff, because you'll just get notified straight away when we're up there. And who doesn't want that?
Not me. I mean, not me. I don't not want that. I don't know. I don't not me. I'm not somebody who doesn't want that. I think.
That's all right. So, I mean, you definitely do want it, right?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Good.
I should have just said that.
A bit like car number 1 of Maren Beresh. There we go. I knew that was right. And Yolanda Weird in car number 2. Martin O in car number 3. We've got Martin Scar in car 4. Alexandra Debrosis in car number 5. Romain Lepape in car 6. Jonas Martins in 7. Christian McConaughey in 8. Rick Hamers in car number 9. And Antonia Galvalski in car number 10 from Austria. In fact, do you know what? We're going to follow car number 10, please. I've got a funny feeling that these guys are going to get called back in because the timing's got 2 lots of timings on it again. So they'll probably start this one, stop it, and bring them back to the line by the looks of it. You never know, though. You never know. Okay, so we're going to wait for car 10. There we go. So, current national junior champion for 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive in Austria, I believe. Unless I've got that completely wrong, but I don't think I have. I'm pretty confident. I think people would have shouted at me by now if I got that wrong, so we'll stick with it. Okay, so down the straight through the first couple of hairpins, single double, steps it up nicely into the nasty off camber. Worse when it's wet. Oh, nightmare! Nice bit of quick marshalling there, gets back on the wheels. into the step over. Nicely, car was settled coming out of that one. Lovely over the doubles. Okay, so it's going to drop down the list a little bit at the moment. I'm sure that will change around. Already pulled a gap out on the car that was right up behind her a minute ago. Sorry about that. Just had a couple of people come in to ask us about a transponder that wasn't counting as they went over the line. So we've directed them to race control rather than TV shed. Frank's a bit cutthroat, isn't he, Matt? My goodness.
Yeah.
That Texan in him coming out.
It depends. Some days it can be, can't do enough to help, and other days it's don't get in my way.
Yeah, aggression and anger. But that's I quite like that side of Frank, really. Don't see it often enough. I think we were looking at his face. I think we might see it by the end of today. So back to the racing. So where's Antonia now? She's running around in fourth at the moment in this one. So has pulled it back a little bit. And obviously has a huge amount of pace in that car. Let's just see what the lap times are a minute. So, dead on a 30. Not the fastest by any means, but certainly nowhere near the slowest. So, some fairly average sort of times coming out here. But a lot of these now predicted into the 10 lappers. And I think we've only actually got one that's on for a 9 lap, which is Martin Scar right at the very bottom there. Did have an 11, but that's just dropped off of the charts. So, Kowalski now is making her way back up the field. So there's definitely some time to be gained here by having clean laps. That crash at the beginning, obviously, really, really costly. Okay. So, follow it to the end of this lap, and what we'll do is we will swap over and follow Rick Hamers in car number 9. Please, should it be about quarter of the way through that, coming up to about halfway through the lap now. So, car number 9 should be one of those out there. Wonderful, there we go. Martini colours. Kind of. Oh, it looked like it for a second anyway. That is Martini colours, isn't it? Livery, if you like it. I like to call it that. Oh! My goodness, that was a bit overdone on the ripples. Caught a nasty bump on the way out, lost a bit of time. So doubles nicely. Going to be catching up to... Oh, and Antonio crashes out the way. Okay, so Hammers into the last lap now. So that is going to be the first of our 11 lappers, Matt. Oh, no, it's not. It's not at all, actually. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. It's not going to be the first of our 11 lappers. It's just going to be a really quick 10 lapper by the looks of it. Or is it? Yeah, I think that's it. 10 in a 5:02. So a quick one. Likely enough to be top of the pack. I can't tell you at the moment because the overall screen doesn't seem to be updating right now. So we're just waiting for Martin Owen now, I think, to come round. There he is, coming over the last sets of doubles. Okay, Martin Owen also gets through for a 10th lap, which he'll be very pleased with. 10 to 5:28 for Martin. Okay. Heat 8 up next. I don't think it's going to be 20 seconds to start, but they'll probably do a warm-up lap. And in that time, I'll tell you that car 1 is going to be Jens Becker. Car 2 will be Ben Smith. And we've got Mortis Lautenbach, Elias Johansson, Harry Mears, Baptiste Roach, Florent Gallet, Michael Katzmeyer, Brent Daniels, and Sylvain Gallo Silva. As you said before, lots of nationalities in this one. Let's see, we can check where these are. So, where have you gone? Okay. Yeah, so we've got some Germans, some from the UK, from Sweden, from France, from Austria, Belgium. Lots of different nationalities in this one.
Request to follow Ben Smith from Craig Gibson.
Smith. Oh, Craig Gibson. I haven't heard that name for a while. How you doing, Craig? Not that I can see, but I'm sure Matt will tell me if you answer. Okay, car number 2, please, Jim.
And William White. Not in this one.
William White's not on yet. No, not on yet. Where's Will White, actually? Obviously William White from Raceway 1. Oh, that was the heat before. Sorry about that. No, it's actually 3 heats before. Yeah. A little bit late for the request for Will White. If you get it in early on the next one, we will definitely give him some love. These guys just lining up now after the warm-up laps. Alrighty, so we'll follow car 2 off the green and white of Ben Smith there. A lot of these drivers like a green and white or a green and black car. Blue and white used to be the thing, but green and white seems to have come through lately. There we go. So Ben off for his first lap. Let's see how he goes over the first set of jumps. Single double. Ben's certainly creating a stir at the UK Nationals at the moment. Doesn't pull any punches at all as far as his racing is concerned. So double all day long for Ben there. Brings us round. Let's see how he ends up after the first lap. Yeah, still okay. Keeping himself into 3rd spot. Single double again. Not many people going for the double single on that one. I think it's a risky move, to be honest. And doubles again. Certainly found his rhythm there. Unfortunately, gets himself caught on the barrier. Now that is going to cost him a massive amount of time. You'll probably see Ben drop down a fair bit as everybody else crosses the line now. So let's have a look. Last lap was a 32 where he got caught on the barrier. Opening lap was a 29.4. So, you know, three seconds-ish to lose. Getting caught on a barrier is a long time on a racetrack. Oh, lucky to get out of the way of that one. Pulls himself back up to 4th. See where he ends up after the others cross the line as well. just into the ripples there. So, Ben having had a little bit of a squirrely time going through the switchbacks. A little bit too much power there, Ben. There we go. Nicely makes it over the roller onto the punch back onto the straight though. Single double for Ben always on this one. Catches the top of the down ramp on the last double. Now seems to be going pretty well for him right at the moment though. You see on the right hand side of your picture Martin Owen doing his marshalling duties. Always been impressed with the speed that Martin Owen can build up. The longer you let him run, of course, the more speed he builds up over time. Known to have got up to about 200 miles an hour on a full sprint. Of course he hasn't. So down the drop-off goes Ben, into the off-camber corner. Oh! Martin Owen almost got hit by a flying wheel. Could have been hospitalised by that, Matt. Well done on the replay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so Ben has obviously had a bit of a crash there just as we cut back in. Unfortunately, that will not do him any favours whatsoever. Mind you, say that Ben's come round at top of the pile. My goodness me. Let's have a look. Can he get into the 11 laps? I don't think he can. He's predicted a 10 in a 5:07. I think this is part of why we can't be announcing what we're doing over the track speakers, is because we're obviously trying to give you guys some sort of timings, where these guys are sitting through their heats, you know, how they're getting on, etc., etc., and it's almost considered coaching. So the other drivers know where they're sat on the track, whether they've got to speed up, slow down. And normally, when you stood up there on the rostrum, you don't have that sort of information that we've got available to you. You can't look at it on a screen and take your eyes off the track, of course, because you haven't got the time. And nobody up there is giving you these sort of timings. So it's only really for you guys at home. But if you ever have wondered why we don't get announced or why we don't announce what we're doing over the track, that is pretty much the reason behind it. Doesn't quite fit with what happens at the track, unfortunately. Okay, Ben holding his position there, but gets caught on that weird bit of the run-up to that. I'm going to go out and have a look at that. Next break, I'm going out there. Remind me to go out there and have a look at it, Matt, so I can run round the corner and take a photo of the up ramp of that little step-through jump.
No.
Was that? Did you say no?
No, I said noted.
Oh, okay. All right, that was the no. All right, through the switchback. It's only 20 seconds of this, so we'll just see it through with Ben. I think there's a possibility he's going to go through on this one. Yeah, he will do. He's got plenty of time to get through, so comes back through. He's going to be doing his last lap now. Or is he? No, he's finished. Sorry. He has finished. The timing on the screen, on the big screen, is different to the actual timing. So yes, Ben has now finished 10 to 5:02. Didn't quite make the 11 laps, but with only 2 seconds off. You know, he had a couple of crashes there. He had a couple of mistakes and crashes. So there's easily an 11 lapper here for Ben. I say easily. I think with one less crash, he would have had an 11 lapper. So he lost 3 seconds on that second lap, right? If he hadn't hit the barrier there, that 3 seconds would have seen him through with a second to spare to get his 11th lap in. So it's times are kind of that tight. Now, this is where it starts to get really, really interesting. Heat number 9 on their way up to the rostrum. And in heat number 9 we have the number 1 car of Neil Cragg. Tim Jubel in car number 2. Max Gotzel, car 3. Paco Ivan in car number 4. Senny Powells in car number 5. Jesper Rasmussen in 6. Matt Peters, car number 7. Kai Koenig in 8. Wouter Weinen in car number 9, and Dan Pole in the 10 car. Now, I'm pretty sure we had a request for Dan when we were going through the practice heats before. So let's follow car number 10 and give Dan Pole some love when these guys go off the line. You see Pecco there. A couple of the other guys giving us a wave. Again, just want to thank our sponsors, Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog and S-Works.
Track's open. One lap. Starting order. 1, 4, 5, 3, 2, 8, 10, 7, 9, 6.
And there you go. You could hear the starting order there.
I'll repeat that one. Starting order. 1, 4, 5, 3, 2. Behind those guys, 8, 10, 7, 9, and 6.
So Dan Pole should be the 7th car off the line. Car number 10.
None of the actors behind the line, guys. Come on. 1, 4, 5, 3, 2 in the front. Behind those guys.
Okay, so it's Craggy's going to take us out on this one as the opener. That was car number 1. Followed up by Pecco, actually. So it'll be interesting at the front of this one. We are going to follow Dan for a little bit. We'll give him a couple of minutes at the start and then we'll flick over onto the leader. You never know, he might be leading by then. He's been doing pretty well for himself lately.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start on car 1, car 4, car 5, car 3, car 2, car 6, car 10,
There we go.
car 7.
Oh, definitely some acceleration on that car of Dan Pole's there. Single double though. Oh, single for Dan. Didn't want to risk it. Just making sure he gets around this first lap safe. There you go. See, car in front of him has crashed because they're both on their separate 5-minute clocks. Dan hasn't crashed yet. That means even though the other car was in front of him at that point, he would have got past. So don't forget, this is qualifying and everybody is running off of their own clock. Every time they're called off of the line, their own 5-minute timer starts for them. And you're given a time for your overall. And that will seed you in your heats overall, in the overall standings. So Daniel bringing us round, double for Dan. Confident through that section. We'll see how he goes when he comes up to the next set of jumps. Is he going to single double or is he going to do the triple single again? So single, goes for the double. Okay, he's in a bit of traffic. Dan's not the youngest of guys, oldest of guys. So he's one of our youngest competitors here. I think he's still in the juniors.
Put that in 4.
Take it easy, one. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, so double for Dan. Punches himself off of the track, unfortunately, though. So lost a bit of time there as he had crept up onto the back of the car in front. He is now feeling a bit of pressure from the car behind. So we'll follow down through to the end of this lap. And then we'll try and find the number 4 car of Pecco Ivanen afterwards. Okay, so let's see if I can pick him out. I think Pecco's just come over the wobbles, in through the switchbacks, coming towards me now. So if we switch on to Pecco, car number 4, just coming underneath you, Jim. Going down the straight now. I believe that is the car number 4 of Pecco Ivanen, who was leading us out a minute ago.
All right, taking your way back to time. Thank you. Very good job so far, guys. Keep it up.
There we go. Okay, so Pecco now over the doubles. Into the roller before the straight. Punches it down into the 180. Single double. And makes it through nicely. Gets the step up well. Drops it down into the off camber again. Yeah, corner to corner. Making the most out of the ripple section. In through the switchbacks nicely. Gets that step up, but loses a little bit of time dropping off the end of it there. Oof. Gets around that car at the end of the straight. It crashed into the barrier. Always nice when they crash out the way. The one in front of that one. Oh, no, it's not. No, yeah, it is. There, that one. There we go. There, you are in the middle of 3 sort of green and black cars. So oh, what a move. Jumps over the top. So Pecco comes around now. Oh, and crashes out on the straight. Oh, that would have dropped him back hugely. So he lost a massive amount of time there. The last place you want to crash is on the straight. So he gets the hop up, and you'll see his driving style start to change now as he tries to put the pedal down to make up a bit of lost time. But unfortunately, when you start doing that, you start making mistakes. Okay, 50 seconds left. We'll try and stick with these. So that's Pecco with Neil Cragg right next to him. Pecco's got himself up to 3rd, Craggy into 4th spot. All of these guys, I mean, these are top-end drivers, and you can see they're struggling out on the track here. So these rhythm sections really catching a lot of these guys out. Oof. Okay, the last one of those cars there, that's it. So into the step up for the last time. No, it's not the last time. Pecco's finished. But it will be the last time he goes round it. Okay, doesn't matter that he's crashed on that one because he's already finished. And there you have it. So, only Jesper Rasmussen. So we've got a couple of 11 lappers on this one. Max Gotzel and Jesper Rasmussen both with 11 laps. Max Gotzel 11.529, Jesper 11.529. So about half a second separating those two over 5 minutes. Everybody coming up now to have a look at their times on the screen. Daniel Pohl goes through. There's Craggy on the right. And then 2 heats to go. Into heat 10. I'd like to say these are the big names, but we've just had a heat full of big names. So some even bigger names, I suppose, Frank. Frank's over there.
Colossal.
Who's your biggest name of the tournament, Matt? The championship.
What, in terms of letter count?
Either.
I'd have to look at the drivers list to make that calculation.
I think Wesley Van Helmond is in for a shout at longest name.
Yeah, he's got 3 names, so that's pretty good.
Yes, but you've also got Noah Ben Mohammed.
Yep, Noah Ben Mohammed.
You haven't got a list of names, have you?
Not immediately.
Okay, so who's your favourite for the event then, Matt? Who's your favourite of the big names? Who do you think's going to go for it? Where's your money?
Wesley Van Helmond Michael Katzmayer, that's quite long. Moritz Lautenbach has got a fair few letters. Alexandre Desprocess from France.
Winner. There you go. In this one, though, in car number 1, we've got Davide Ongaro, Martin Bayer in the 2, Clement Boda in the 3, Hubert Honegal in the 4, Mika Widmeyer in 5, Lee Martin in 6, Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7, Josh Holdsworth in 8, Alexander Landon in the 9, and Barak Killick in the 10. Any requests for this one, Matt?
Yeah, there was.
We have Mika Widmeyer and we've already followed Barak Killick.
Yeah, more requests for Barak Killick. Please follow Josh Holdsworth.
There we go.
Lots of Josh Holdsworth requests. Widmeyer, please. Tim Dubel, the German champion. I think that's late. That's a late request. Yeah, we've done that. So you're going to have to... Yeah, we'll do that next round.
Sorry, I should have muted that.
Lee Martin. Martin Bayer.
Okay, we can get Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth and Martin Bayer in. So do car 8 if you can, please, Jim, off the line.
Car 5, car 10, car 6, car 9, car 3, car 7, car 1, car 2, car 8.
Just for those of you interested in temperature updates, it is a breezy 29.1 degrees in the Berger commentary van. Okay. So, I believe we're with Josh Holdsworth at the moment. Looking racy out there. Punches it up the step up nicely. Really tight line coming down off the drop off. Nicely through the switchbacks, gets the step over done. See double doubles. Flat landing, you see. Hit that flat bit in between the doubles and it messed him up for the second set. Few of them get away with it. Well, unfortunately, I just think Josh was off the line for the right landing there. Okay, switches it back through the ripples. Not quite getting where he wants to be, I don't think. Those guys, you'll see them in the finals, will really tighten up on that tight line going through the ripples there. Okay, round for another one. So we are, of course, with Josh Holdsworth at the moment. Josh is currently running fairly well back in the pack. Predicted a 10 in a 508. Okay, so we've had a few minutes with Josh. Let's see if we can pick up. Let's have a look. Who else did we get asked for? Martin Bayer. If we can find car number 2 of Martin Bayer, so should just finish the. Should be starting a lap now. Probably about quarter of the way through the track. Coming up by the step up somewhere, I expect, or coming back down. Is that orange car in the middle? There we go. Double for Bayer. But again, Martin Bayer down in 8th at the moment. Fastest laps of 28.6. Predicted 11 in a 5.22. So basically, 8 of these cars are predicted 11 lappers. Okay, so 27.88833. Mika Widmeyer puts in a pretty quick lap there. So I was writing down the fastest lap then, and I've absolutely missed Martin Bayer pulling off the track. So Martin must have had an absolute disaster there. Carry on with the one you're on there, Jim. Can't quite see the number on that one at the moment. Oh, that's going to be Killick, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Okay, so stick with the Burak then. So Killick's actually in the lead of this one at the moment. Yeah, so Burak Killick still taking us around in this one. Predicted an 11 in a 5:11. These guys looking to go top of the pile at the moment. So we're certainly going to see effects to the top 10. See the overalls now starting to find their way through into the right positions. And obviously all of these now pulling into their last laps, so I don't know if Killick's going to get through. Let's see if he gets caught at the line. No, he's through. No, he's not through. 11 in a 5:11. Okay, so he's starting a bit further down. So timing seemed to be really weird at the moment, so it's not quite lining up with everything. I've got one screen telling me one thing, and the on-screen stuff telling me something else. So it's a bit difficult to bring you guys the accurate sort of finishing times until they have crossed the line. But it is Killick Burak that takes that one and goes top of the pile with an 11 in a 5:11. See if we can make any difference to that one. No, it doesn't. Okay.
So here we are, the top heat about to go out for their first round of qualifying. It's all to play for. Thank you for watching along from home. This coverage is brought to you by X-Ray, Hobbywing, Rudog.eu, S-Works and Schumacher. And this is the EFRA two-wheel drive 1/10 off-road European Championships. We're coming to you live from Utrecht in the Netherlands. We are RC Racing TV. With commentary brought to you by Mr. Matt Guppy, Jim on camera, Frank on content, and me on everything else.
Where's James Parry gone?
He's had to nip out.
Ooh. Well, then we won't mention him ever again.
No, I have to nip out. I have to go on an emergency dash to the post office at some stage.
What?
So that I can post you some documents to your hotel.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm trying to save as many stories as I can for a bit later in the week when we start to run out of things. Yes, so that was an interesting trip through the airport this time, I must admit.
What
First
is the
time
best
I think we've been
mailing
Kit,
service? Yes, it is. What's the best mailing service for getting documents overnight from the UK to Europe?
Royal
FedEx?
Mail special guaranteed delivery by 1 p.m.
What, to Europe?
I don't know.
Oh. See, that's the thing. Don't know.
I mean, I guess you're just going to have to pay for the most appropriate courier service realistically to get it here if you want it here next day or by the end of the week.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, top heat going out. You've got Michael Orlowski, Wesley Van Helmen, Tommy Hall, Jörn Newman, Una Hatton, Bruno Coelho, Danny Kovacic, Jamie Hall, Marcus Carrot and Luke Holdsworth. We will go off with Orlowski, I think. Let's follow him round. Top seed. So not just the number 1 car, but the top seed for leading this heat out as well. So got to be a fairly firm favourite for the event, although Michael sometimes doesn't necessarily have the best of luck in the finals to get the results that he wants. He's always well up there, of course. But I'm pretty sure Schumacher would be over the moon with a 2-wheel drive off-road title this year. And they were hoping for one at Robin Hood last year. Came close, of course, but no cigar. Okay, Michael looking good though. Hits that back section of jumps absolutely perfectly. Gets himself across the line. Kerr up into 2nd spot now. Newman into 3rd. See how these guys go. So 27.3 from Orlowski. Yeah, so airport fiascos. We had got ourselves through the airport, landed in the Netherlands with many, many large bags of kit. Unfortunately, as we got through, security at the airport decided they were going to stop us, pull all of our bags to one side, scan them through the X-ray machine, and then tell us we can't come into the country without certain bits of paperwork that Matt with 1T has back in the UK, unfortunately. So that made it fairly difficult for us at the start, but they led us through on the provision that on the way back we had the appropriate paperwork for all the equipment we've got. So this is why we were talking about post and couriers to get us bits of paper. Now Orlowski was a bit caught up with Kerup there, who had taken the lead in this one, but he's just crashed out the way of Orlowski. So Orlowski takes up the top spot again. No, it's Newman now. Newman to the front of the pack. So we'll find the number 4 car if we can. That's the one in front of Orlowski there with the yellow wheels. Wonderful. So we'll follow Jorn round for a bit. If Carrot can catch him up, then we will switch over to Marcus. But I've got a funny feeling Jorn is on a bit of a run right now. So short of anything crazy happening, certainly got a pretty quick predicted time of 11 in a 5:09. Okay, so these guys lapping pretty quickly as well. 27.3 for Orlowski, 27.6 for Coelho. 27.3, no, that is Orlowski again. 27.6 for Newman. Lots of 27-second laps coming in. Wow, lots of changes in this one. It is only really Jorn that is coming through with a solid run at the moment. I'll just have a quick look and see if I can find out when Jorn won his last title, actually. I would imagine I've got that information somewhere fairly close to hand, but you never know. Okay, Jorn is still there at the moment. Orlowski's making a bit of a run back at him, though. So, Jorn, then Orlowski and Van Helmont. Now, Kurbovic's just jumped himself up. We'll see what happens when Van Helmont crosses the line. He's put himself back into 3rd. But Jorn's still up there. I think that's Carrot that's gone over again, having an absolute disaster of a run this time round. So, double for Jorn. Carrot needs to just be mindful of the other guys who are all pretty much a lap up on him right now. Certainly got the pace to keep up with them. There's no doubt in that. But he doesn't want to get in the way and disturb anybody else's run. You're nicely through the off-camber corner. Great line through there. Double doubles. Nicely done. Okay. And there you go. 11 in a 5:07.666 for Jorn. Orlowski, 11 in a 5:12. Massive amounts of difference between these two. So a few mistakes there, and it is Jorn that takes the round 1 TQ. We'll just wait for the system to update itself properly. Because right at the moment it's saying that Burak Kilik is second. He may well be, actually. So Jorn, we've got Jorn Newman, Burak Kilik, Michael Orlowski, Alexander Landon, Wesley Van Helmond, Clement Boda, Daniel Kobovic, Davide Ongaro, Jamie Hall and Mika Widmeyer are your top 10 for qualifying round number 1.
Cool.
So sun is still out here. These guys are going to be getting themselves ready for the next round, and that starts at 17 minutes past 2.
So in 2 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it. That is the first round of qualifying done, Frank, yes? I'd imagine we're going to swap over pretty quickly now, because if they're this tight on the schedule, Worsley's going to want to push this through. So I'd imagine that Heat 1 are going to come out. Well, it's not actually going to be Heat 1, it's going to be Heat 3. It's going to come out now. So we're going to start with Heat 3.
So great that you're all watching along with us. Awesome to have everyone tuning in. You can really see the viewer numbers peak when we get to the top end of the tables for qualifying. But please hang around, because it's fun to watch all the groups go out. Keep us on in the background. You can hear Matt fill your day with joy as he talks us through the day, and myself occasionally. Interesting comment from Pele Martin saying one of Kerup's laps didn't count. So I'm not sure what that means. One lap didn't count for Marcus, so P2.
Crikey.
So I guess maybe that will be rectified. I'm not sure.
Will it? I don't know if it will or not.
Who's saying P2?
Okay.
Saying 11 in 5:10.
Oh, okay, that's put him in second then. So Jorn, Kerup, Kilik, and then we've got Orlowski, Landon, Van Helmond, Clement Boda, Dan Kobovic, Ongaro, and Jamie Hall rounds out your top 10. So Tommy Hall, current European champions, down in 14th at the moment. Lee Martin 13th, Ben Mohammed and Mika Widmeyer 11th and 12th. Let's see who else we've got. Neil Cragg down in 26th. Dan Pole, look at that, 29th overall. Incredible result for Dan. Pecco 24th.
Come on, Pecco.
Mark Hedling, technical question from Mark Hedling. Are the guys on ball diffs or gear diffs on this surface? I can answer they're on gear diffs, thanks to, well, the opinion of Dom Tranquille is gear diffs.
I think that the issue is with a bull diff is, as much as they are very good in certain conditions, I think they're just a little bit unpredictable. And I think these guys like the predictability of a geared diff, whether that be 2 gears, 4 gears, or however else they're gonna change it around inside. But I think the majority, especially on a dry track like this, would be using a geared diff. And you can ask, go out and ask.
Do a survey.
I'm going to hand out sheets in a minute.
Okay, cool. Stop people in the street. Well, stop them in the paddock with a clipboard.
I will. Well, I'm going to say you guys never fill out your information properly. We're
Yeah.
sat here blind with people going, don't you know anything?
Power for Days says Q2 Heat 3 ? As if to say that can't be right, but it is. That's how they're doing it. You'll find we'll get the top heats out, and then 1 and 2 will run then. It's just the way it's done. Sven Rudig's on your screen there in the middle with the Rudig t-shirt. Thank you so much to Rudig.eu for sponsoring and supporting this, along with S-Works, Hobbywing, X-Ray and Schumacher. Is somebody shouting a lecture over the PA system?
They seem to have turned the sound system up a fair bit. I don't know if Frank can go and have a word with them to maybe move that speaker that's right in front of us, or just turn it down a touch. But that would be quite handy. But no, that's the timekeeper.
We've got an early request for William White in Heat 5. So, too late last time, and so now they're getting it in. William White, Heat 5 to follow. Carup is the best driver in the world. Changed my mind, says Victor.
Who's the best driver in the world?
Carup. Marcus Carup, not Jonas. Not his dad. His son.
I mean, I disagree. It's very
But
good.
who is the
very
best driver in the
talented? Neil Craig, of course, is best in the world. But taking Neil out of the equation, because it's not fair, is it? Really, it's got to be somebody like Bruno Coelho, possibly the most rounded RC driver out there. Possibly. You know, how many world titles has the guy got in so many, you know? I mean, Bruno's got to be well up there. Ongaro's got to be one of the most naturally talented drivers out there. But there's some quick guys on certain tracks that will obviously beat those lot. But if you add it all up overall, I think you'll find that Bruno would be annoyingly well up there. It's annoyingly, he is a lovely guy, so you can't really be that annoyed about it either. Okay. So we're going to follow car 2 of Peter Stein in this one. I think we're already on him. Should have been the first one out of the blocks. I'll put a little star next to his name just so I know that we followed him. Okay, so Peter leads us round 32nd opening lap.
Red ones.
Okay, right. So, Peter Stein we should be with, who's just poked himself into the barrier at the top of the step up. Got himself down now, gets himself over the ripples. Not the best line over there, but got through it on his wheels, which is the main thing. Into the step through, roller, double. Yes, of course. Of course a double. Down the straight he goes into the first hairpin. Makes it around there. A lot of drivers spinning out on that one yesterday. Absolute nightmare in the wet. Especially on yellows. Now, obviously the single tyre rule or single compound rule is in place to reduce the costs for these guys. I mean, yeah, I get the reasoning behind it, but I think the choice of being able to use a wet tyre in the same tread pattern should probably be there, if you ask me. You know, when we looked at it yesterday in the rain, I don't know if any of you guys caught the EFRA feed at all. When we put out the second from last seeding heat, even the top guys were coming around this track and just making an absolute pig's ear of it. These cars, especially the two-wheel drives. It's not the same with the four-wheel drive. They're still a bit smelly when it comes to wet tracks if you've got them on yellows, but the two-wheel drives on yellow tyres on a wet track are a disaster to drive. And if the best guys in the world out there are struggling, personally for me, and woe betide me to go against the rules of the powers that may be, but for me as a spectator of this wonderful sport, I'd like to see the guys racing. And I think on a wet track they need a wet tyre to be able to do that. However, please let me know if you think I'm wrong and that we should stick with a single yellow tyre all the way through. I mean, let us to Paul Worsley if you really feel strongly about it. He'd like that, Matt, right? Actually, would, yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I think we should make it a vote. I think we should put it out there on the Control Sport or RCTV pages. For EFRA. I'll do it. I'm on the EFRA page at the moment. We'll blame Paul.
It's up to the federations to put it in as a thing to vote on.
There you go. The Federation haven't done it, Frank said. So it's the Federation's fault, and that's the word from Angry Texan Frank.
Don't make me cut my shotgun.
Okay, there's about a minute to go in this one, so let's have a look and see if we can pick up car number 8 of Sven Ruddig.
Is that Ruddig or Ruddig?
That's correct. 1 minute, guys.
It is. It is Ruddig of Rodog EU. Now, I'll try and tell you where he is. So we should be coming up towards the end of the lap. Probably one of those two there, mate. There we go. So it should be the number 8. Yeah. Oh, dear, Sven. Oh, dear, that's not a very good ad for a sponsor, is it? Getting you just as you go into a barrier. But, hey, we all make those sort of mistakes, so we'll forgive it. We'll forgive it. Over the ripples goes Sven. Into the switchbacks. Now, the likelihood is he's actually going to get through for one more. But we will see as he crosses the line. So, my timing screen says 9 seconds left on the clock. Right, he's gone through. Okay, so last lap now. Just going to make sure that he gets to the end of this lap without crashing. He'll do it as quickly as possible, of course, but whilst maintaining all 4 bits of rubber on that car, pointing downwards. There you go, doubles it through for the last time, crosses the line for his 10th lap. 10 in a 5:25. Are you still eating cherries, Frank? Yes, I'll take that as a yes. Are any of you interested in temperature gates? The hottest we've had it today is 32.6 degrees in the commentary booth here. Frank said it's nothing, of course. Obviously, for Frank it would be nothing. Of course it would be.
Talk to me when it's 45.
I'm going to talk to you when it's 32. All right, then. So this should now be heat number 4 on their way out to the track. Well, we know these guys are, but just so that in case any of you guys have just joined us for the EFRA 10th Buggy Euros 2023 from Rayco 2000 in Utrecht in the Netherlands, brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works, I'm going to tell you that car 1 is Randolph Out, car 2 is Cedric Didier. We've got Lee Charnock in car number 3. Car 4 is Remy Bertrand. Paul Wood in 5. Bruno Vea in 6. Rennie Levezzo in 7. Then we've got Peter Freilingsdorf, in car number 8. And Harley Eldridge, car number 9. Have we got any requests out there, Matt? I wonder if he's still there and can hear me.
I'm here.
Hey!
You doing good?
I'm doing good. I'm just checking if we've got any requests or anything on the feed out there at all.
Well, they're saying Luke is saying it's a toasty 18 degrees C here in the UK.
Shorts weather.
Jacob Benny Christensen says, how's it going with our Danish drivers?
Yeah, they're doing great.
They're doing great.
I don't think we've
They're
got
on
any
P2.
Danish drivers in this one, actually. I think we've got a couple of German drivers, Estonia, France, Great Britain, France, Estonia, Austria, Germany and Britain.
Jock Carlson says, what material is that black part of the track?
That is a section of black rubber tiles, and they're like those safety tiles you get in a playground. You know, for the kids that always fall off the swings and the roundabouts. You know, years ago, back in the 80s, you know, we just used to get left to fall off those things and break stuff. Now, you can throw a child off a swing and it just bounces because of those wonderful rubber black tiles. Don't do that. Don't do that. There you go. Frank's got one. Frank has one of the rubber tiles.
Is he taking it home with him?
He is. I'm gonna have a... Wow, that is a chunky bit of rubber. I'm going to take it home with me. I'll just put it down on the floor here, Frank, so it won't be in the way. Okay. So, Heat 4 about to go through. As you just saw on the screen, do not forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you want more of this stuff, just fed to your phone, spoon-fed to you, day in, day out. Click like. Click the little bell to subscribe. We'll be in your pocket. You won't even know we're there. We'll just hang around. And just when we've got something to show you, we'll pop up with a little notification. Sounds pretty good, right?
Sounds awesome.
Go on, first car off the line, Jim. I've not had anybody request anyone yet, so let's see who we've got. Car 9, so Peter Freilingsdorf takes us out. Weirdly, looks like a very, very similar coloured shell to Freddie Russell's. I don't know, is Freddie Russell the only TLR driver here this week? Please tell me in the chat, let Matt know. Matt with 1T, not me, because obviously I haven't got the chat up in front of me, but if you could let Matt with 1T know, that would be super. Okay. So we should still be with the number 8 car. Peter Freilingsdorf. Nicely over the ripples there. I think that's Harley Eldridge we're following, you know. A number 9? It is a number 9. Okay, we'll stick with Harley for a bit then. I'll see if I can find Peter Freilingsdorf, because we've done a fair bit with Harley at the moment. So we'll just look for the number 8 car. Should be finishing the lap about now. Probably that one that's upside down there, actually, that's just about to get marshalled. So, should be about halfway through the lap, the 8 car. Okay, I think we've got it now. I think we've got the 8 car now. So there you go. There's Freilingsdorf running around at the back of the pack a little bit, but we'll give him some love anyway. Alrighty, up to the step over. Just unfortunately tips over there. Let's see how the doubles go. Single, single. Now for the double on the last, catches the top though. Just not quite pushing it over there. I think it's that outside line doesn't get the cars as high as the inside line does through those doubles. Quick step up, catches the barrier. Losing a fair bit of time, really wide round there now. Yeah, okay, makes it over the ripples, okay. But is now, unfortunately, right in front of a much quicker car. And it's crashed out the way of it, though. Fair enough. There's one way to clear yourself off of the track. It's got about 2 minutes to go in this one. Harley Eldridge is leading us out, but we're going to try and find the number 1 car, which should be coming up towards the end of a lap about now. Actually, I think it's just probably coming up to the end of the lap now. Should have gone over. There's the number 1. So that is Randolph out. Was running in second spot behind Harley Eldridge. But I don't think Randolph's going to be running in second spot. And he comes round across the line again. So nobody here predicted into 11s. We've got some 10 lappers on the go. But they are sort of 10s in a 5.13 for Harley. 10 in a 5.24 for Randolph. Kept that number 2 spot despite the crash. So a bit of a gap between. Mind you saying that, René Lovetso is predicted the exact same finishing time as Randolph out. So unless Randolph can pull a little bit of time back and create that gap again, there's a possibility we're going to see a change of the top 3 here, or at least the top 2. Oh dear, I think we're definitely going to see a change of the top 2 now. So Lovetso goes through. Let's see where Randolph ends up. So yeah, drop back into the number 4. So not much time left in this one. There's only about 30 seconds left or so. So we'll follow it through to the end. And timing screen's just frozen a little bit. There you go. Should be jumped back into play now. So 20 seconds left. I'm fairly sure this is going to be it. Maybe one more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is going to be it. You never know, though. Oof. Well, that's not the one. The white one at the back. There you go. It's going to get through. So, Harley caught at the line. And Randolph as well. So, there you go. Randolph finished in a 9 with a 5.02. Harley Eldridge 10 in a 5.13. I think we are just waiting for Lee Charnock, who's just finished. Paul Wood and Peter Frielingsdorf. I think Frielingsdorf is probably out, to be honest with you, looking at the... there you go, everybody done. Okay. There you go. Harley Eldridge takes this one from René Lovetso. Back to Lee Charnock. And we will be heading next into heat number 5. So the reason they stagger these heats, just in case any of you are wondering, is to try and make it a bit fairer between the heats. So if you always start heat 1 and then you always finish like heat 10 or whatever, the track evolves as those heats go through, so you expect the conditions and people can kind of adjust to it. It also, if you get like rain that comes in, it tries to mix up these outdoor events so that people, everybody starts at a different time throughout the day, so it just kind of evens it up a bit. It's a little bit confusing to keep a track of when you first start looking into it, but once you get the gist of why they're doing it, it kind of all makes sense. So it's just to try and keep everybody even and everybody aware of exactly where they're going. And all of these timings are down, so you can't really miss it. Paul Worsley's the EFRA guys are pretty strict on their timings, so we know that when you're going to be on the track, you're going to be on the track at the time it says. So you can prep your tyres, prep your batteries, and anything else you need to do. You are here with us at the EFRA 10th Buggy Euros for 2023. We're at the Reco 2000 track in Utrecht in the Netherlands. We're here with RCTV. We're sponsored by Schumacher Racing, Hobby Wing, X-Ray, rudog.eu and S-Works. I'm Matt Govey, your presenter for the week. Over on the camera, we have wonderful Jim, we're going to call him, doing the camera work for us today. Standing up on the in the bird's nest, getting sunburnt. Better than getting wet, though, eh, Jim? We got Frank running around doing some social media-y type things, and occasionally coming in to tell me what I'm doing wrong. And of course, Matt with 1T, or Matt McCallum as he's lesser known, back in the studio in the UK, doing all kinds of wizardry and wonderful technical things that I just don't understand. So thank you very much to you guys, and thank you all for tuning in and joining us. Get involved on the chat, let us know what you think of the racing. We love to hear from you guys, so let us know your requests, let us know your thoughts, and we'll do what we can to help you out. Now, we've got a request for car 4, so an early request for William White in this one. See how I remembered. I'm good to you lot, right?
Well done. I'm impressed. Jim's not really getting sunburn, is he?
He is. Look at the state of him. He's pink. We'll call him Pink Jim by the end of today. Now he's got his sun cream on. He's creaming up. He's taking no chances. Okay, so these guys going off. We are going to follow car 4 when Jim's creamed himself up. No rush, Jim. Don't panic yourself. Make sure you're safe. Safety first, then teamwork. But always safety first. So, there we go. Round with Will White, the number 4 car, our only Irish competitor out here today. Not for this event, I think. He certainly walked around on his own at the opening ceremony last night. Oh, getting caught up there after the wobbles. Wait for the marshal. Who does that? Who does that, though? No one does that. You always push through. Come on. No, it is the first. Oh, replay on that, Matt? No, we're not going to get a replay on that. I mean, we almost had a decapitated marshal from Will White there, so it was a very, very zealous jump out of the second set of doubles. But, fortunately, with our quick thinking marshals, they jumped out of the way and everybody went home safe. After this heat. Or certainly after that lap. We haven't finished this heat yet. So still with Will White. Where's he running round? He is second from last at the moment. Fastest lap of a 40.3. So, I mean, about 13 seconds a lap off the pace there. But we're not going to judge because his last lap was a 31.5. So there we go. Took 9 seconds off of that. Will White, obviously, running Raceway 1. And great coverage and photos and stuff from Raceway 1, of course, of the RC events as he follows it around the world. Certainly around Europe. Across the line he goes. So, let's see how he's done that time round. To 36.2 that time round for Will. So, he is struggling a little bit out there to get the pace that he wants. Blue and yellow we want. There you go. Nope, one back. One back from that as well. There he is. There he is. Not sure what happened to him there, but obviously madness happened off camera. Single, double. Makes it over both of them. Does not take out any marshals this time and punches himself across the line. So we'll try and find the number 7 car of Elias Jordan, who's leading this one round. We'll give him some love. Should be about halfway through the lap. So probably one of that gaggle of 3 cars there. We're looking at the number 7. There we go. So Elias Jordan taking us around then. Eugene Galley, though, he has crept up and put himself in a half-decent spot right now. But we'll stick with Elias Jordan. Getting some nice laps in, 29.9 being his best lap so far. So the pace of these guys, if you look at their fastest laps, are between a 32 dead and a 29.9. So really, really close on the times. Over a single lap. Okay, so Elias drops down into the nasty off-camber corner, takes a really, really wide line round there. I don't think you can help that if you've gone into it a little bit too quickly. Gets himself through the switchbacks. Over the step over. Doubles it. Oh, I love it. There's nothing like overtaking somebody on a jump. Single doubles. Lovely. Up the step up, no problem at all there. Just under a minute left. Okay. So, Elias still taking us round now. We've got about 30 seconds left of this one, so we're going to stick it out to the end with Elias. Gone on to the last lap. So, definitely on to this 10th lap. It's predicted for a 5:10. We will see. As Elias comes round. Last time over the step over. The roller. Not really a roller, but hey. Doesn't get the doubles as he'd want on the last lap, but pushes it through for a 10 in a 5:09. So that's about a second quicker than the predicted time. So that's not too bad there. Just waiting for Eugene to finish. You've got a few more just across the line. Okay, not too sure what's happened to Eugene at the moment. And Nino Altmaninger has come through. Simon Stegmaier, Cedric Ricard. Yeah, I don't think Eugene's counted his last lap for some reason. Unless he's yet to. So that's him just coming around now. Oh, it could be actually just. No, that's it. Taking it. I don't think Eugene did his last lap. I mean, he's predicted a 10 in a 5:17. Didn't see what happened to him, whether he's broke or what's happened, but certainly didn't get that last lap in. Finished a 9 in a sort of 4:55 or whatever it was, 45. So heap 6 will be up next. I've got just enough time to tell you that car 1 is going to be Laszlo Phillips. Any requests for this one, by the way, Matt, whilst I'm reading these through? Jamil Gabrielson is car 2. Valentin Puziat is car number 3, Marco Stallman 4, Kim Stiensky is car number 5, Julian Ferrandis car 6, Manny Panessar is car 7, Victor Asak is car number 8, Halvor Gran is 9, and Freddie Russell in the 10.
In terms of requests, no.
Okay. Cameraman's choice.
Car 8, actually.
Oh.
Request for car 8.
You got the choice taken away from you there. Sorry.
Also,
sorry,
Eugene Galley, but I think that was the last heat, was it?
Yeah, Eugene was last heat. Okay, so car number 8, when they go off the line, please, Jim.
Another request just came in. Stitensky. And another one's just come in from Abe, has just said Manny Panessar. Again, we've had a lot of Panessar.
Yeah, we've had lots of Panessar, so we'll try and give somebody else a bit of time this time round.
Freddie Russell. We've had a Freddie Russell request from James.
We're going to go for car 8 to start with.
You're the boss.
We'll go for car 8 to start with, because that was the first request that we had, or the first one that came through. And then after we've done car number 8, we will flick over onto Freddie Russell for a few laps, and then we'll see how I feel.
Great. Mark is ready. Yeah. Driver's ready. Group number 6. You got spec time.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
All right, here we go then.
3, 2, 1. Start on car 6, car 4, car 2, car 7, car 5, car 9, car 8,
There we go. So,
1, car
ooh, blimey, Maslow. As we're around, single double nicely.
Group number 6 on the track. Good luck. For you still to mention, if the faster car comes in from behind, make a move so they can pass.
Oh, just caught the top of that one there on the first double. Obviously didn't get the line on the second set of doubles then. No speed to go into it, so had to single out. And punched into the last hairpin and overshot the corner, just trying to make up a little bit of time, which is, unfortunately just wasted a bit of time. That's the way these things go sometimes. Into the ripples. Definitely need to be a bit further over when going through the ripples there. That diagonal line is certainly the quickest and smoothest line through those ones. Yeah, definitely. It's not as quick to try and hit that straight as it is to go over it in a diagonal. You almost got to sort of take half of the corner out by turning when you're doing the jump. Okay, so there we go. So that's a couple of minutes there. Let's see if we can find car number 10 of Freddie Russell. About halfway through the lap. Yeah, sort of, there he is. TLR, pinky sort of stars on it. I'm pretty sure we'll manage to get Freddie in for a chat at some point during the production this week. Okay, Freddie's certainly getting the grips of this track a bit more now. He struggled a little bit in the practice rounds this morning. Maybe he was just finding the places where he was going to make the mistakes and has pulled back a little bit to make sure he gets through them. Down the straight again, first hairpin done. Single double for Freddie, it is. Seems to be the right way to do it. Hops up nice and easily. Okay, so the doubles for Freddie there. Nicely done at the moment, taking this very well. Car looks set up incredibly well for this. Shocks are looking like they're keeping him fairly steady on the track. Not having any issue with the black rubbery bits.
1 minute 15, 1:15.
Yeah, classic C. Oh, and unfortunately for Freddie, just catches the barrier. And we know that is a costly mistake to make, so possibly lost about 3 seconds there. Certainly know the last one to do that took about 3 seconds off the lap time. So we'll just have a look. Where is Freddie? So Freddie's last lap a 34, and the fastest lap was a 32. So lost about 2.5 seconds with that crash. Certainly off his fastest lap time. Anyway, I can't see the overall sort of all of the lap times there, but yeah, Freddie certainly lost a fair bit of time on that one. Okay, so we got. Well, let's see, the timing screen has stopped on the main screen for you guys. We've got about 30 seconds left in this one, so we'll stick with Freddie to the end. Apologies I couldn't get anybody else in. So everybody finished apart from Freddie at the moment. We're just going to wait for him to cross the line. He's the only one in the blue still. Or in the pink, sorry. So Jamil Gabrielson has finished 10 in a 5:06. Kim Satensky 10 in a 5:13. Victor Asak 10 in a 5:13. 10 in a 5:13 for Manny Panzer. And that is everybody done. So Freddie manages to finish in a 9 in a 5:02. Now I know he's going to be disappointed with that, because that 5:02, that was that one crash, or that one stuff into the barriers that he had there. And you know, without that, that would have been the 2.5 seconds he needed for that 10th lap to go through. So disappointing there for Freddie. He wanted to do better than that for himself next time, and we know he's certainly got more pace in him than that. Okay, so just put a little star next to Freddie's name, make sure we know that we followed him. We will try and follow as many of these guys and girls as we can for you lot out there. So do keep putting your requests in. And whilst you're putting a request in and just typing your little thing on Facebook or in YouTube, which is more than likely where we're going to see it, click like and subscribe. And why wouldn't you? Get notifications from us whenever we go live, or I think possibly whenever we put some content out. I say we very loosely, because I don't actually put any of that out. I get brought out of a box every now and then to talk for a week, and then put back in for a year or two. But the rest of the awesome team at RCTV and Control Sport Media, or however you want to say it now, Matt, I'm not too sure. I normally just say Control. But these guys will be churning content out for you, the likes of which has never been seen. It probably has, but it'll be incredible stuff and well worth tuning in for. So do like and subscribe. That was the main point.
That was a good sell. I enjoyed that.
Thanks.
Made me feel proud. Thank you.
Good.
So we got a little bit of a timing freeze again. We're working with the track guys to get that fixed.
As you can see on the driver's stand, you've got the teenage Martin Owen up there. And his cap backwards. Classic look for RC drivers, that. So it is a thing in RC that if you're going to wear a cap, regardless of how old you are and how much of a position you hold in life, if you stand on an RC track as an RC driver, the law states in the Netherlands you have to wear a cap backwards, and they shoot everybody else.
Quite extreme, but it's true.
It is extreme. Hence why Martin Owen, aka Emperor of Everything, is wearing his cap backwards up there. Because of the fear. I mean, we got stopped by the police for bringing cameras in. Can you imagine what they do if you put a cap on the right way around?
Yeah. You got stopped by police for the things you were bringing to Amsterdam, so that's...
Yeah, and that is a first. That's a first.
Not that way round.
So we're up to 29.1 degrees centigrade in the commentary booth right now for any of you interested in the temperature, and we are going to keep a track of that all week. Frank has got this wonderful, wonderful device which tells me the hottest and coldest points, and we reset it this morning. So the coldest it's been for us today is 24.5 degrees. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Well, don't, actually, unless you are over in the Netherlands. Anyway, we are now on, where are we? Heat number 7. Heat number 7. Would any requests for this one, or are we just going to go with cameraman's choice on it?
It would be a case of anyone with yellow tyres.
Wow, okay.
And that's it.
Okay, right. So there's one just going over the double doubles that's got yellows. There we go. I think is that car number 5?
It is.
It is. Oh my god. I'm so good at this now. So that is car number 5. Car number 5, and that is Alexandra Debrosis. Somebody can tell me if that is a French male Alexandre, or a female. And I'm not gonna. I think it's a girl. I think it's a girl up there. We're going to say it's a girl. So sorry about that, everyone. I will check afterwards. I'm going to make a point of making sure I know who's male and female, or them and theys, if you're that way. But we are with Alexandra at the moment. Over the ripples. Takes out quite well, actually. Takes a nice settled line out of there. Over the step over. Roller. Doubles it. Doubles it again. Oh, no! We know what that's going to cost, and sucks another one in behind as well. That is almost Michael Schumacher at Monaco from many, many years ago. And it was in qualifying that he did it as well, for those of you that, would have been watching Formula 1 back in 1990. Yes. So we'll stick with Alexandra at the moment. Doing pretty well. Let's hope she can get through and not get stuck on it this time round. Takes a much wider line. Left herself about 12 inches around that one that time. Oh my god! I get a bit nervous when they've stuffed it in a barrier once. Every time they get really close, I kind of tense up a little bit. So here we go into the off camber. A car right up behind her at the moment. So takes it nicely over the wobbles, through the switchbacks, up to the step over. Double double. Nice. There we go. So more of them. And those times are going to start falling. Okay, we've got about 2.5 minutes left in this one. I know you guys have lost timing. Really, really sorry about that. There's not a lot we can do with these sorts of issues when we're at the track. It's we kind of play it as it unfolds in front of us. However, there is 2 minutes and 10 left on my timing clock in here. So what we'll do is we will switch over on to let's have the number 10 car. So I know we followed her last time, but it's leading around now. So Antonio Kowalski, if possible, please. Matt, have you anybody correct me on their he's and she's so far? He's just going to let me run with it. There you go. So that's the number 10 of Antonia, and she is leading us out on this one at the moment. Fastest lap of a 29.6, so if you can get into the 20s, that's pretty good. Predicted a 10 in a 5.05. Unfortunately, has crashed there, so that's going to knock her time down a wee bit. Actually, might take her off the top spot if that's cost any more than sort of 3 seconds. In predicted times, it is going to be Rick Hamers that takes over the top spot in this one. So we'll see if she crosses the line, and it is. So Antonia's dropped down into second spot now. We've got a minute left on the clock. We'll see if we can find car number 9. Should realistically be just a little bit in front of Antonia there. So possibly that white one there, or maybe the one that's just gone over the step over, unless you're going to pick it up. It's not that one. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's the Martini car, if I remember. Yes, there we go. So this is our leader at the moment on his final lap, Rick Hamers. A 10 in a 5.04. So we'll see as he comes around how accurate these predictions are. Normally within about a second or so. Yeah, they're not struggling too much now with these, as long as they get the line right. There we go, lovely. So over in a 10.504. Oh, very nice. So Kowalski 10 in a 5.11. Let's see where Romain Lepec comes in. Oh, just knocked Antonio down. So 10 in a 5.07. And then we've got Alexandra Dobrosis, 10 in a 5.21. Christian McCulloch, 10 in a 5.25. Miriam Breresh in a 5.25 as well. Martin Scar, 5.28. Jonas Martins, 5.30. And the times have gone. Okay. Qualifying heat number 8 on the way. Any requests for this one, Matt? He may have gone to the post office, you know.
No, not yet. Still figuring out.
Are you making a cup of tea?
No, I was
Do you know,
wrestling
Frank
with Tiny.
has not brought me any food or drinks all day. It's 2 in the afternoon.
Really?
The last thing I ate was breakfast this morning at 7 o'clock. And Frank is just out there eating. Like he's got a burger in his hand, stood outside of the thing here, just eating it in front of my face. Stuffing it. In fact, he's put a whole burger in his mouth now.
What he's saying to me is that he's trying to level off a camera. But
is that what he's saying he's doing, is it?
Yeah, that's what he's saying to me.
Well, luckily, Jim isn't on his side, otherwise he would have pointed that camera over to prove one of us wrong.
Well, Jim did just... There he is. Oh, and there's you. Do we get a wave?
Not off
a
Frank.
Dance. Hi, Frank. Why am I waving at Frank?
Give him a wave, Frank.
There you go.
There you go. Oh, he's off camera now.
Oh, well.
Ooh,
well.
The comedy. Ooh, made me laugh anyway. Who have we got there, Matt? Heat 8.
So we're just really, really hoping that they sort the timing out, aren't we? That would be lovely.
It would be awesome.
Elias from Sweden. Please follow Elias from Sweden. And also car number 8, Jesper, as well. Heat 9, Matthew Peters, please, from Nathan Rawls.
Is this not Heat 8?
Oh, it might be, yeah. But I think the instruction is when it's Heat 9.
Oh, I see. Sorry. So, Jesper. Who was the other one?
Matthew Peters, Elias from Sweden.
Oh, okay, so car number 4 in this one. We have followed Elias before, but we'll do a couple of laps and then we'll swap over onto like Harry Mears or something like that. I'll make it up as we go along. Whee! But car 8 is who we want first.
Car 2, car 6, car 7, car 5, car 10, car 8,
There we go.
car 9, car 4, car 3, car 1.
Oh, man. That is not the way you want to start your opening lap. However, if the others crash out of your way, that does help. So, Elias now, a little bit caught up with the yellow car that's with him. I'd imagine these two will sort themselves out. Well, obviously they have, because Elias has had a nightmare of an opening lap. I'll let you know that opening lap time as he comes through. So Elias Johansson, a 29.1. So could have been worse, I guess. Could have been worse. It could have been a 29.2. That would have clearly been worse. But has dropped down the pack a little bit. So it's running in around 4th sort of place at the moment. Anyway, let's make sure we're on Elias, which should be car number 4. Yeah, who's running around in second or was. So Elias should be coming up to the end of the lap now. And that was my fault for saying car number 8, so I read the position rather than the car. Sorry about that, everyone, but you should be used to that. If you've been watching me for a few years, you'll know I do this from time to time. Thankfully, it wasn't a final. It was just qualifying where I did that. So there we go. There's Elias Johansson. I'm going to mark off car number 8 because we followed them for a little bit in this one, which was Michael Katzmayer. So, sorry, Michael, I gave you a terrible, terrible curse of the commentators to start this heat out and scratch it off the record. Nobody noticed. But we are now with Elias Johansson, so we'll do a couple of laps with Elias. Come around with him. He's currently leading us out. He's got 28.6 is his fastest lap, and he's predicted an 11 in a 5.18. There you go. I could hear you gasp from the UK, Matt, when I said that. It's nice. It was good gasp. I would have believed it real if I didn't know and hadn't been caught up in this situation. Okay, through the switchbacks he goes. Punches it up to the step over. Now, once we come round and finish this lap off, we'll leave Elias and we'll try and find car number 5. I'll try and work out where he is. Car number 5, so not going to be far away from the end of the lap. Harry should be coming through about nowish. Car 5 we're looking for. He will be about quarter of the way through the lap. It's about halfway through now. There we go. There's Harry Mears. Double for Harry. Okay, so single double there. Hops up to the back corner tabletop, down the drop-off, end of the off-camber. And you see Martin Owen has changed his cap round now. And likelihood is they will cart him off after he's finished marshalling for penance, of course, for wearing his cap the correct way round. So Harry coming through, single double. Punches it up the step up. Like I say, these guys not struggling to make that jump now. It's the issue is over jumping. So over jumping there, oh, nightmare for Harry. Had a bit of a tumble. Too much on the start of the ripples. He caught that last hump. So you've got to punch it quick enough to get to the last one and just roll that last sort of hump out of the ripples there. There we go, 30 seconds left in this one. It says that Harry is on his last lap by the timing screens. Whether he will squeeze through for another one, I don't know. There we go, that's a better way to do it, Harry. Little step over, got a double. Lovely, hit the downslope on that first one perfectly then. So, crosses the line, just gets caught. I mean, say just gets caught, it's 10 seconds over, but there's a 10 in a 5.10 for Harry. Ben Smith, top of the pile at the moment with 11 laps in a 5.22. See if Elias can do anything about that when he crosses the line. Can't, so it's Ben Smith takes this one. 28.1 for Ben Smith. What a lap that must have been. I wish we followed him a little bit more. Why didn't you say to follow him, Matt? I rely on you for this stuff. Everybody's going to be really disappointed now. After all of that build-up I did in the last one. Anyway. We will be into qualifying heat number 9 next. And you know what that means. Car 1's going to be Neil Cragg, Tim Gibell in car number 2, Max Gotzel in 3, Pekka Ivan in 4, Sen Powell's in 5, Jesper Rasmussen in the 6, Matt Peters in 7, Kai Koenig in the 8, Walter Wernen in 9, and Daniel Pohl in the 10. So we're going to follow out the 6 of Jesper Rasmussen in this one. And whilst we're doing that, Matt's going to keep you entertained whilst I run very, very quickly off for a natural break. See you in a sec. So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Kerup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Okay then, so you are joining us in the very early stages of qualifying heat number 9. And these guys are going to be starting to affect the top 10 now with their finishing times. So what we're getting is an overall on the best time, so we're not getting it round by round on the drop-down menu, so we're just getting overalls for the event on this one. So what I will be able to do is tell you who's affected what at the top. So currently we are with the, I think that's the number 5 car. So if it's possible, if we can find the number 6 of Jesper Rasmussen, that's the one we've had the request for. It should be sort of a pinkyish purple coloured type car. And he's going to be about halfway round. Yeah, about there we go. Okay, so currently following Jesper. Jesper's had a bit of a tumble there. It was a bit of a strange one to have caught a dodgy bit of Astro on the landing. Won't have lost him too much time. Enough time to have dropped a place or two, but certainly won't have lost him enough time to really matter that much right now. There you go, corner to corner for Jesper on the ripples. Punches it up to the step over. The roller's done. Doubles it. Oh, and you could tell that was going wrong from a long way before he hit that second set of doubles. Issues with crashes like that, you don't know how much they put your camber or you know, those sorts of things out, your adjustments on the kart. Pretty well put together, these cars these days, but crashes like that can make those a little bit of a difference. So double plays it a bit safer this time. Make sure he gets over. Jasper hops up into second overall. Now 27.5 is Jasper's fastest lap. I think that's actually the fastest one we've had on here at the moment. Not the fastest overall. 27.83 of sin from Mika. But Jasper's certainly holding his own out there at the moment. Predicted for a 11 in a 5.27. But he's top of the pile now, so we'll stick with Jasper for a minute. We've actually got about a minute and a half left on this one. So we'll look for, I'll try and find the car of Matt Peters in 7. Stick with Jasper for a moment. I'll see if I can find Matt Peters. Okay. Just crashed in front of me there. So last one of these 3 going over the doubles. There we go, lovely. So there you go. That is Matt Peters we're with now. Matt Peters is running around at the back of this one. So he's predicted a 9 and a 5.01. So there's a possibility he could creep through for a 10th lap. But he's going to need to do something fairly spectacular to pull this time back, because with only 51 seconds, he's probably only got this lap and one more to do it in. So he needs them both to be super clean laps. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen this time round for him. So this will be Matt Peters' last lap. Not caught at the line, so he will go round for one more. Looks like Neil Cragg has finished. Oh no, Neil Cragg's on his last lap, sorry. No, I don't think he has. Let's see. Yeah, last lap. Okay. Yeah, wow, I'm surprised these guys aren't into the 11 laps, or more of them aren't into the 11 laps. Only got Jasper that's going to do it by the looks of things. Neil finishes on a 10 in a 5.12. Pecco a 10 in a 5.10. Max Gotzel 10 in a 5.04. Sen Powell's 10 in a 5.041. Tim Gibel 10 in a 5.02. And Jesper Rasmussen 11 in a 5.23. So these guys will finish now, and Matt Peters brings it across the line for a 10 lapper. There you go, just snuck it in with 10 laps at 5.30. There you go, that's your group number 9 done, or heat number 9 done. We are now on to your final 2 heats. Well, I say the final 2 heats, there's actually 2 more after these. So, but this is going to be heat 10 and heat 11 next, and then because obviously we've done the staggered start, we hop right the way back to heats 1 and 2, and then we'll be done for the done for round 2. Okay, so at the moment then it looks like the timing screen's updated. Finally, looks like it's updated, and it is Jesper Rasmussen that sits at the top of the pile at the moment. Ben Smith second, then we've got Baptiste Roach, Florent Gallup, Max Gotzel, Sen Powells, Rick Hamers, Tim Gibel, Pecco Ivanen, and Harry Mears just above Neil Cragg in the 11. So Harry currently out-qualifying Neil Cragg. How's that feel, Harry? I know it'd make me feel pretty good if I was in that position. Now, I've got enough time at the moment, I think, to tell you that you are just about to watch heat number 10 go out onto the track, and that is going to consist of Davide Ongaro in the number 1 car, Martin Beyer in the number 2, Clement Boda in the 3, Hubert Harnagel in the 4. In the 5 car is Mika Widmeyer. Lee Martin is going to bring us around in the car number 6, Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7. The 8 is going to be Josh Holdsworth, and then we've got Alexander Landon in the 9 and Barak Killick in the 10. I don't think we've seen much of Lee Martin in this one, have we?
No.
You were on it. You were there this time.
Can you follow Josh Holdsworth? Says Ella May.
I can, but I will follow him
Can
after
you
Lee
follow?
Martin.
Can you follow Lee Martin? Says Craig Gibson.
Yes! Yes, Gibbo. I will follow Lee Martin for you. There you go. How's that? So
Jock Carlson says I could use a booster stand like that, and I'm 43.
You only
Okay.
allowed them if you are under 1.6 metres tall. Just so that you know.
Mika Widmeyer, please. Mika Widmeyer. Please,
Yeah,
can you
we'll
follow
get
Mika
Mika.
Widmeyer?
We're going to do Lee Martin to start with because we haven't seen much of Lee, but all of the others we've followed. So,
Timing's back.
have you got timing? Have you?
Honestly, I'm so excited to be able to bring this back. I'm so sorry,
Yes.
guys. It isn't our fault. It isn't my RCM's fault. It's something to do with the connection.
Hey, it's nobody's fault.
And
We're all
everyone's doing
winners
their
here.
best to make it work. Yeah, let's not talk about blame. It's not helpful. Let's just thank everybody for being part of the solution.
I think, considering he isn't here and he's gone to play on-road, I think anything that goes wrong this week, we should blame on Aidan Burke. I think that's
Okay,
just the way it
fine.
should be. I think we should just... It's Aidan's fault that the timing went off, so you can blame Aidan. So please feel free to write to Aidan. He will answer. He'll answer all of your letters, I'm sure.
I think we should just
I
blame it on
believe-
the Buggy.
What was that? Where did that come from?
Hello, Matt. It's
Samples.
James. That's just confused him.
That's James.
Hi, James. Can everybody hear James as well, or is it just in my ears?
Everyone can hear me at the moment. Nothing like a bit of
Fantastic.
on-air testing.
At least I'm not going absolutely mad. Right, so Lee
I'm
Martin,
gonna
car 6
leave
if
you-
we can.
I'm going to leave you with James.
Thank you very much.
I go and post you some documents.
Oh, sir, you were very generous, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. See you soon. Bye, Matt. Hi, James.
Bye.
Hello, Matt.
Hiya, mate. How you doing? All right?
Yeah, I'm all good, thank you.
Have you been enjoying the racing so far?
I have been enjoying the racing.
And
I
have
was
you
doing lots
also
of,
have you also been enjoying my demanding nature through this event so far?
extremely.
I don't think Frank has. I don't think Frank's been enjoying it at all.
Has Frank fed you yet?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. I managed to go for a toilet break before this one. Or before the
He
last
allowed
one.
you a
so
toilet break, but no food.
I had to run, and both of my laces were undone. I was not
Dangerous.
putting safety first. Oh,
No.
Lee's come off. Oh, he's not going to be happy about that. You had a great little run there going. What a shame. Okay, let's see where that has put Lee. Actually, he's dropped down a little bit. So, there you go. And this is the trouble. Even the top guys like Lee Martin want to push after they've had a crash. And as soon as you start to push, you go outside of what you're capable of, and upside down you go. That's why I tend to go upside down on most laps. And why I'm not a racer anymore. Anyway, so Lee Martin's coming through, and let's see what Lee's last lap was, a 29.2. So Lee's going to want to take about a second off of that if he wants a chance to be up with the sort of top groups. But we've got a lot here affecting the top 10 overalls at the moment, which, I think we've come to expect at this point in the game. So we're still with Lee Martin at the moment. 3 minutes left on the clock. So we've had another request as well for a few other people, but we have followed them. So what I would like to do is give somebody we haven't had much camera time, a little bit of camera time. So can we find car number 3 of Clement Boda? Clement currently running around in 3rd. There he is. I'm pretty sure Clement is S-Works these days. I know Neil Badess is going to want to know what electrics he's got in that car, but Neil, I have no idea, my friend. I apologise massively, but that sort of information is incredibly hard to come by, and very, very time-consuming to go around and collect yourself. So, unfortunately, Clement's had a little bit of a crash there over the doubles, which would have cost him a bit of time. He was running round in third. He's dropped down into fifth in this one so far. See if he's still going to affect it. So overall, Clement, if he carries on in his current pace, will still just sneak into the top 10. So he will be 10th, but he will just sneak in there. So we'll keep an eye on him for another lap or so. Alright, so we'll follow him up to the end of this lap, and then I'll try and find somebody else for you to have a watch of. Mika Woodbine seems to get a lot of requests, so we'll flick over onto Mika, who's the number 5 car. And Mika is currently just coming up to the end of his lap. Is that him there, number 5? Oh, I'll tell you what, he's good, old Jim. He knows where these cars are. Oh! Mika gets caught up with a car that's crashed there. Oh, Mika's been putting some pretty quick laps in. It's Alexander Landon that's leading this one out, though. Oh, no, it's Ongaro that's taking up the front of the pack on this one again. Let's see where we are on the predicted overall times. These are swapping around left, right and centre at the moment. So we've got a few of them definitely affecting the top 10s at this point. Oh, and I don't know why, but it's for some reason it's just swapped around again to the overalls for the whole event. So apologies, everybody. I'm not too sure what's happening with the timing system here, but it's just it isn't giving us the information that we'd normally be able to give you guys on top 10s and stuff like that through each round. So apologies. We'll do what we can to get it sorted out, but at the moment I'm just going to give you the best information I can as it's played out for us. So Barak Killick, he has finished. He has done 11 laps in a 5:14. Ongaro 11 in a 5:13. Landon 11 in a 5:14, 11 in a 5:18 for Boda, 11 in a 5:21 for Noah Ben Mohammed. Mika Widmeyer 11 in a 5:23. Wait for Hubert Honegal to finish 11 in a 5:29, and then everybody else in that one in the 10s. So Martin Bayer, Lee Martin, and timing screen's gone off. So Josh Holdsworth obviously losing out there. I think Davide is our only Italian at the event. Pretty sure he walked down through the opening ceremony on his own yesterday. There's Noah Ben Mohammed.
Is timing sorted now, Matt?
I mean, it's on the screen, but the issue that we've got is that the one that I've got in front of me here, on the right-hand side of my screen, on the timing laptop, I don't know if you can get that one up, because you can log into this one, can't you?
I'm looking at it, yeah.
So on the right-hand side, we've got the overalls for the whole event, by the looks of it, or is this swapped over again now? I think it's swapped over again now. No, because Killick didn't win that last one, did he? No, it's really confusing, mate. So, on the right-hand side of that screen, that should be our overalls for this round.
Okay, leave that with me. See if we've got any other requests before this next round starts. GQQOTV, good job, Alex. Kim Van Gogh, eye on Noah Ben Mohammed. Is that for the last round or for this round?
Oh, it's Noah Ben Mohammed. That would be the last round. So I will put a little line next to Noah Ben Mohammed, and we will follow him out of the blocks on the next one for you guys. Okay, this is Heat 11. Michael Orlowski in the 1. Wesley Van Helmond in the 2. Tommy Hall in the 3. Jon Newman in the 4. Una Hatton in the 5. In the 6 car is Bruno Coelho. Danny Kobovic in the 7. And then we've got Jamie Hall, Marcus Kerrup and Luke Holdsworth in the 8, 9 and 10 cars respectively. I'd imagine it's going to be Jorn that leads us out on this one.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start on car 4, car 9,
Yeah, there we go.
car 2, car 7, car 8.
So we'll do a few laps with Jorn just to see how he settles in.
Car 10, car 5.
There you go. Stunning pace out of the blocks. 27.5 for Newman. Orlowski a 27.6. Kerrup 28.2. 28.7 for Van Helmond. Yeah, so these guys putting some quick laps in, but nobody really touching Newman or Orlowski at the moment on those opening laps. Let's see what Newman can do this time round. Absolutely no messing over the doubles there. So this time round is a 27.5. 28.1 for Orlowski. Nicely through the switchbacks there. Doubles all cleared. Over the roller onto the straight again. Let's see what that one was. 27.7. So not quite touching the 27.3 of Orlowski. It's the fastest one we've seen so far. Okay, Jorn looking like he wants to put in a blistering run. Now these guys, okay, so our timing screen seems to have switched back to what it actually is. So we've got Marcus Kerrup, oh no, Orlowski, Jorn Newman, Wesley Van Helmond. Oh goodness, this is jumping around all over the place. So it looks like Jorn's going to probably TQ this one if he can keep it on its wheels. He's about 3 seconds on predicted time ahead of Kerrup and about 4 seconds ahead of Orlowski, who's obviously had a bit of a mistake. So he's going to want to drive this quite cautiously now to make sure he TQs this round, and that'll be, I think, 2 rounds for Newman. He TQ the first one as well, so putting himself in a pretty good position here. Over the ripples, flicks it right into the switchbacks and punches up to the step over. Double. No catching that apex there for Newman at all. And across the line for another one of 27.8. Okay, so let's have a look. It is Michael Orlowski that's got himself into second spot now. So if we jump back a little bit, Orlowski's only just started the lap, so he won't be too far behind. That one there. There we go. I think that's Orlowski anyway. It might not be actually. Could be one back from that. Let's just double check. It's the number 1 car you're looking for. Yes, that was. Sorry about that. Okay. So Orlowski currently running around in second behind Newman at the moment. He's about 6 seconds overall off the pace on his total time. So he's going to be pushing as hard as he can to bring this back into line and get himself up in line with Newman, but Newman is getting dangerously close to our first 12-lapper of the event. Okay, single double for Orlowski there. Around the off-camber nicely. Jorn just goes through for another lap. Yeah, he's lost a little bit of time on that one. 27.7, so 11 in a 5.03 predicted. Orlowski's dropped back behind Kerrup again. So with a minute to go, I'll see if I can pick him out. Stick with Orlowski for a second. I'm pretty sure he's actually the one in front. Yeah, so just jump forward one car. There he is. So that's Kerup running in second now. He's just gone past Orlowski. Okay, so this should be his final lap. Went through at 4:40 on the last one, so unless he can do a 20-second lap dead, he's not going to get through another one. Actually, just slightly under 20 seconds, but who's counting, eh? Okay, so we'll see Newman come through in a second to finish. Okay, 11 in a 5:05 for Newman, 5:07 for Kerup, 5:08 for Orlowski. Those two going top 3 in round, top 4 in round actually, because Daniel Kovac. Hold on. Well, once the timing system sorted itself out, I'll be able to tell you. So, Newman, Kerup, Orlowski, Burak, Van Helmond, Landon, Daniel Kovac, Davide Ongaro, Clement Boda. No, it's just jumping around everybody at the moment. So, let's have a look. Okay, so, unofficial top 10 as things currently stand. Jorn Newman, Marcus Kerup, Michael Orlowski, Wesley Van Helmond, Burak Kilik, Daniel Kovac, Alexander Landon, Davide Ongaro, Clement Boda and Tommy Hall, with Jamie Hall just missing out on the top 10 in the BQ spot. So that's your top 10 unofficially. We've still got 2 heats to go in this one, don't forget. I would say, with my limited knowledge, that these next 2 heats probably aren't going to affect the top 10 too much. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. But it was only once. And I was talking to Frank about something Texan. He's in his own world over there. I think we should try and get some people in for a chat, Frank. They're probably a bit bored of my voice by now. Frank's in his own world. But it's good to have the interaction, right, viewers? Okay. So we're back to heat number 1 of 11. So we've just done heat 11 now. Because it's staggered, we're jumping back to heat number 1. So Dick Dawn in car number 1, Marcus Vea car 2, Carl Volta in car 3, Nigel Van Gatwick in car 4, Kenny Artsy in 5, Victor Horsfield car 6, and a Hertgen in 7. Vladimir Fedorenko in 8, and Daniel Tonneson in the number 9 car. I'll tell you what. Hold on a second, I'm back in a moment. Okay then, so these guys are just coming around now. Okay then, so I think Frank's going to go off and see if we can find Jorn to come in for a bit of a chat, see how he feels after doing the first 2 rounds of TQing. Let's not count our chickens here. We've got a couple more heats here that could affect things. I think it's fairly unlikely, but like I said, let's not count these guys out. What do you think, James?
I think let's not discount them either.
Good. And I don't
think we should thank our sponsors. I think that's what we should do. We should thank our sponsors, Matt.
I mean, the sponsors of Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, and Rudog.eu and S-Works, that really have carried us throughout this event. We can't thank them enough, and you guys should definitely go out there and support them. And I mean, whilst you're on the internet supporting them and listening to our channel, why not click like and subscribe on the YouTube feed, and then every time there is an EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros, not just the 2023 one that we're at right now in Utrecht in the Netherlands, at the Rayco 2000 track, but any time we do some live or other content, you will get notified of it. So click it, click like, click subscribe, get involved. That's what I would say, but remember to go and visit the sponsors as well.
Do you know who else we should thank?
Who else should we thank?
We should thank EFRA for asking us to be their media partners and bringing you all the action from across all of the races, across all of Europe this year. Thank you for having us along again. And I think, how many have we got left? We must be over halfway by now through our summer season.
We can't be on the downslope.
I think we are.
Wow.
Matt with 1T would know if he were here.
I bet he would. But yeah, I bet he's at the post office or something, doing something menial, right?
Yeah, he's had to run out and send some emergency documents.
Yes, emergency. I reckon we probably would have got through, actually. Because if you think about it, they only stopped us once we'd been through. So the likelihood is we probably would have got through the airport and then got stopped in Gatwick. And at that point, I mean, I would have just left you guys there. So it wouldn't have mattered. It would have been fine. As far as I'm concerned, the event would have been a complete success. He says on day one.
Yeah. No, you're right. We're not on the downslope yet.
There we go. It's too early for the downslope. Far too early for that. So leading us out in this one is Nigel van Katwijk in the number 4 car. These guys putting in best times of somewhere between a 30 and a 33. Second lap. Sorry, excuse me. Wow, we had 3 cars going over that double then. That was pretty intense. I thought something crazy was going to happen, but nothing did. It was a bit of a letdown, if I'm honest. But we are happy everybody got through there with their cars in one piece, for sure. Oh, Frank's shaking his head. Frank's not happy about that. It's a terrible, terrible attitude to have, Frank.
Jorn seemed to think I wanted to bring him in, like, right the second that I went out there.
Did you shake him and tell him he was being silly?
No,
You did, didn't you? You shook him. Too hard.
I mean, I don't think anyone here thinks that I've ever touched a model car controller ever or been at a race event before.
You don't look like your standard racer.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Well, you haven't got your cap on backwards, for one.
Like Team Hobby back.
Like, you know, Annan has got his on backwards.
Literally the closest one to it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a long time since I wore a cap backwards, that's for sure. Okay, time is up in this one. We're just waiting for the last couple to cross the line and finish themselves up. That is it. That is everybody finished. I'm guessing Dick Dawn. Is it Dick Dawn or Dick Doon? I sound it.
One more race in this round.
Yes.
Okay.
One more.
So hopefully Jorn comes over.
I'd imagine he will. He's looking like preemptively to come over. Come on, Jorn. We release you from your marshal position. He's looking. He's waiting to be taken off the position, right? Doesn't he know how important this is, Frank? Tell him to come on over. Goodness me. There he is. He's not waiting anymore. Okay, so Jon Norman joins us. He's going to stick his headset on a second, get himself comfy. How you doing? You hear us okay?
Yeah, so far very good.
Good stuff, good stuff. So it's gone pretty well for you so far, right?
Yeah, first qualifying I was first, and in the second one as well.
Yeah, double TQ, can't moan at that.
No, couldn't be any better.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way you want to start the event, right? Because the pressure must be off you a little bit now.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, the likelihood of somebody taking two rounds straight to equal what you've got, I don't know. I think that's a tall ask right now, right?
Yeah, it's already a good position, but I continue, hopefully like that, and then maybe can improve the car even more.
Yeah,
and we will see.
What are the changes you've made to come here then? Anything sort of drastic, or is it sort of fairly standard setup for you guys?
When the track is dry, like today, it's pretty standard setup.
Okay.
But yesterday we made a lot of changes because the weather changed all the time.
Yeah.
So then we're playing with the laydown and layback gearboxes.
And what did you settle on in the wet?
In the wet for the layback, definitely, because I have more rear traction. That's all you need.
Yeah, definitely. And it looked hideous out there in the rain yesterday. It looked really bad.
Yeah, especially with the yellow tires and two-wheel drive. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
You see at some point the lap times drop to like almost 40 seconds.
Yeah, and it does. It really takes it out of it. It's and it's when you can see the guys in the heats that you're in, sort of the top three heats, when you guys are really struggling to get round a normal corner, you kind of think to yourself, is it time we brought in the rule to have a wet time?
I think so. We should have. I think so. It's much better for everyone.
Yeah.
Because nobody enjoys to race like that in the wet.
No.
And when you can do much better with proper tires.
Yeah, of course. It does make a big difference.
Yes. At some points we have to single all the jumps, which is also for the spectators not nice to see.
It was. It's like five. Down here is 5 singles, 5 rollers. You know.
Also back there, this triple.
Yeah.
Single.
And what about the step up? Because that looked tricky yesterday.
To go on top. Yeah, it was. If you need a good exit from the triple, and then you can make it. If not, then in the wet it's impossible.
Yeah. And where are you guys aiming for on that? Because we spoke to Bruno this morning, and he said one of the issues now is that it's really difficult to judge your speeds coming up to it, and overshooting it means that you go wide on the corner and somebody can come up the inside of you. So, I mean, are you finding that up there? Are you seeing people overshoot that jump, or is it sort of?
For me, it's okay. I think. Yes. For me, more difficult, like the this double or the single double. The jump on the back there on top is for me okay. Yeah. It's
definitely these sections that are causing people the issues, and I think the timing on it is difficult. And I know we've said it a few times that it's like an 8th scale track most of the time. But I don't think generally, other than these kind of rhythm sections we've got here and here, I actually don't think it's too bad for the cars. I mean, are you finding the cars are getting lost out there, or?
I'm now used to it, to the size, to race 10 scale on this track, but I would also say for 1/8 scale it's pretty small track, maybe. So, of course, some of the jumps are really tricky for 10 scale. Maybe they're a little bit too big or too bumpy, the track.
Yeah, and you can't really see it on the camera. So the camera here it makes this Astro look like almost like a living room carpet.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's
so
not.
bumpy.
If you go out there and you can see it, it's like, oh, okay, that is a bumpy track to get round. But the cars are looking really settled. What's your kind of game going forwards from this point? Then you've had a couple of good TQs. Do you think you can improve the times?
I think the last one was pretty good with an 05.
Yeah.
Maybe I can improve maybe 1 second or maybe 2, but more I think it's really difficult.
You don't think there's 12 laps then?
Yes, maybe the track gets faster, I don't know, but if there's conditions like this, I don't think so. But maybe someone can do it. Yeah. Hopefully me.
Yeah. I'd love to see the first 12 lapper come through. That would be great. And what about sort of grip levels out there? Because now it's obviously we know what it's like when it's wet and you're on the dry tyres. You know, it's no different to Formula One. If you go out there when it's raining and you're on the slicks, the guys are spinning all over the place. But now it's dried and the grips come back to you. Are you finding it's like really grippy out there, or what's the kind of level like for you guys?
I would say this AstroTurf is low to maybe medium grip.
Okay.
But not more.
And do you think that makes it easier to drive on though? So when you've got the really high grip, you're worried about grip roll. You're probably taking spikes off of your tyres, you know, that sort of thing.
That's more in four-wheel drive, where you take front spikes off.
Yeah.
In two-wheel drive, normally it's okay. But I would not want to race here if it's like a high grip and then so bumpy. Then it's even more difficult, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. And it looks a challenge as it is, and we can see that from the screen. The amount of you guys that are just struggling to get that clean 5-minute run in. I can't remember. Was your last run completely clean? Any sort of big mistakes on it?
No, not big mistakes. Maybe half a second there and there.
Yeah.
But not more than this.
We're seeing a few actually, and it's the time cost is about 3 seconds on a lap, and it's getting caught on the apex at the end of the double doubles. And that, as quick as the marshals can get there, 2.5, 3 seconds is what people are losing on that one. So do keep your eye on it. It's catching a few out, and it's generally if they're overshooting the first double, getting a funny landing, and then trying to push too hard on the second double, they're just overshooting, cutting back on themselves, and it's a big loss.
On this track, I think you can make a mistake almost everywhere because so many difficult parts.
Yeah.
So it's really challenging.
How are you finding it when you're coming across the other cars on the track then? Because we've had a few people on the feed saying it looks difficult to race. You know, you can only have sort of one car in the line. But I
don't think so.
No, I didn't think that. I thought it looked like it's got it's a big wide track. It does look like it's raceable.
Yes.
Aside from the obstacles, of course.
I would agree. I think you can race pretty good at this track.
Good. We'll be looking forward to it when it comes around to it. Are you confident for the win then at this point?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here. Yeah, I want to win.
Okay.
It's already a good start.
Biggest competition?
There's many fast guys.
Okay. Who do you feel putting the pressure on you in your heat the most? Because there's, there's
myself.
Yeah, of course.
There's Michael who's fast. Kerub at the moment. Tommy Hall.
Yeah. Well, Tommy, current champion Tommy.
Yes.
You know, he's going to want to hang on to that title if he can.
Of course. I'm sure he will try all he can.
Yeah, of course he will. Of course he will, yeah. Plans for the next round then? Any changes, anything you're going to do, or are you just going to go out and drive the wheels off it?
No, I keep the car the same.
Yeah?
Yes. Just try to drive even better.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, we're going to be wishing you for that extra 12th lap.
Thank you, yeah. I try my best to make it.
Good. I'll tell you, if you do, I'll get you a pint afterwards. So 12 lappers gets you a pint at the end of the day. All right?
Okay. I will try.
Superstar. Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we've got a little break now.
I don't know, because now they start with heat 5 or 6, so we are up quite soon again.
Yeah, let's have a look. So next one up.
I think heat 5.
So should be 1 minute past 4. So we've got a couple of minutes, and we'll go straight into. Oh no, it's heat 4.
Heat 4, okay.
Heat 4's up first. Oh no, sorry.
Heat 5.
Heat 5.
Yeah.
Heat 5 is up first. Okay, yeah. So we're going to start fairly well through, about halfway through the pack then. Do you think these staggered starts work for you guys? Do you think it makes it fairer? Do you think we should just be running sort of 1 to 10 or 1 to 11?
If it's dry like today, then I think it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Then you can run 1 to 11 and then again 1 to 11. But if it's like yesterday, then probably like this is better.
Yeah. I mean, it has settled definitely.
Yes.
I mean, you can still see the storm clouds in the distance,
Yeah.
and there's some pretty big ones hanging about for sure. But it looks at the moment, and from what I've seen on the weather, I think we're just in a clear patch up until the end, hopefully. I mean,
we hope.
What is it? This is the last round today,
Yes.
isn't it?
It finished like 5:30.
5:31. You guys should finish the last round, or around then anyway, for sure. So we will keep an eye on that. He's confident for the win, Frank.
Sorry?
Confident for the win.
Yeah?
He said an easy win.
No. I never said that.
Saying, bring it, fools! It's so American. Wow.
He has. He's been in here telling us how Olowski's lacking in pace and.
Smack! Talking the smack!
No, it's been tight out there. It has been tight, and there's a lot of competition. It's what? Sorry.
Former teammate Orlowski.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's Ronefeld? I want to know where he is.
Yeah, I thought he was
On the
here.
Falcon, or I don't know. He was on the driver list, but he didn't show up.
Yeah, there was a
He
few. What are we down to? 105, something like that now.
I don't know.
Something like
Probably, yeah.
that. Yeah, it was 110 all in, or 111 all in actually. And I know a few of them dropped out before the event, but yeah, I did think he was going to turn up. To be honest, this is a shame. It's a shame. But what's he doing this weekend? Do you know?
I saw he was racing on road last weekend. Normally he do more more 1/8 scale.
Trying to do a Bruno.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, Bruno's been putting in some good times as well. I mean, you look at the top 10 so far. I mean, Jamie Hall's up there. You know, Tommy Hall's just at BQ. Bruno's halfway through the B final. Jesper's all the way down here. Lee Martin. I mean, Neil Cragg, 29.
That shows how difficult it is.
Doesn't it? I mean, you know, I don't know how these guys improve on what they're doing, because I don't think setups really can be improved a lot more at this point.
I don't know about them, but for me, my car is already so good, so it's difficult to make it even better.
I mean, these are guys that race on these sorts of tracks all of the time. Maybe not quite as rough, or maybe not quite as jumpy, but the Astro and the surface itself, I think, should be fairly sort of familiar to, especially a lot of the English guys.
I think so. Yes, they run most of the time on AstroTurf.
Yeah, almost exclusively, really. So it is surprising, you know, to see some of the changes at the top and to see some of them as far down, you know, like Neil. I would always expect to see Neil somewhere around the top 10, 15.
Yes, for
you know?
sure.
The same as Lee.
Yeah.
You know, back of the B for Lee. I mean, no, it's top of the C, isn't it? It's, you know. Oh no, it's back of the B. Sorry. Yeah. So there's some big surprises here this week, and I you know, it could make for a really interesting championship. To be honest, we might see a completely different change at the top.
Hopefully not. Hopefully I stay at the top.
Well, for yourself, but then, you know, compared to last year when we had Tommy Hall, obviously the young driver from the UK, you know, when he was up at the top, we were almost predicting, you know, this is the change of the guys, this is the change to the new guys coming through, and the winning, and it just goes to show how much a different track can really change things. And obviously last year, you know, a lot of the British guys were on almost the home track with Robin Hood.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure. But that sometimes these people have advantage, and then next time the others, it equals out.
Yeah, it does.
Normally,
it does. So, are you looking forward to the Worlds?
Of course, I like to race in America, but it's always really difficult, especially I think the tires with slicks makes it the setup window very narrow, because it can work really nice, but it can also be really bad.
Yeah.
and we just need to see. I heard that they want to open the track like 2 weeks before for the normal drivers who are not not doing the
Wow,
world, so they
okay,
can
yeah,
get
yeah.
traction on the
Oh,
surface,
okay. Right. Yeah.
and then close it, make some small adjustments maybe, and then the track have grip for running slicks and no additive for the worlds. But we will see.
Wow. That's a tough ask on slicks, right?
Yes.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out for you guys, but I don't envy you that. That's for sure. I'd rather race on slippery Astro.
Definitely. Yes.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Yes.
I really appreciate your time. But if you TQ the next one, or even if you don't, feel free to come on back in and have a chat whenever you get me a few minutes. It's lovely to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you go, everyone. Current TQ. Confident for the win? Oh, there you go. I want to do a handover. Frank's going to allow me to eat today, which is very, very gracious of him, I must admit. So what I will do is hand you over to the wonderful tones of Frank McKinney. There you go.
All right. Hello, everybody. Don't forget your drink, Matt.
Hey, Frank.
Hello. Are you? I mean, everyone's hearing you. Yeah, I'm not just talking to
No.
two voices in my head.
No. I'm a real person.
Oh, okay.
How's it going over there?
It's warm. It's still 28.8. 35% humidity. It has gone down quite a bit, though. It peaked at 32.6 degrees. But yeah, it's going all right. Cameraman Jim is, I think, enjoying an ice cream. No, he hasn't had his ice cream yet. I told him take as long as he needs. He has been stood up in and out of the sun, depending on where it has been all day since the start of the day. So, and then I've been running around trying to get little bits of video and photos and whatnot. Checking one thing and walking 25 yards and checking the next thing and then walking back 25 yards. You know how it is.
Standard day one.
Yeah. So
you wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, second half of day one, it's calmed down. And, of course, first half of day two is going to be hectic because everything's getting plugged in and going, oh, no, hey, why are you plugging me in again? I thought, no, okay. You know how it is.
Yeah. So, of course, you'll be heading to another event later this week for us.
Yes, one I am looking forward to. I mean, I look forward to this one as well because there's lots of friendly, familiar faces, and been here before as well. So it's interesting to see what changes have happened to around the track. But yeah, headed off to Groningen. Bjorn reliably told me, reliably being he uses his GPS on his phone to tell me it's about 2 hours away, up north along the coast. So it's well past Amsterdam. There's like some sort of a bay or harbor or something like that just north of Amsterdam, and Groningen is a bit north of that. So a new track for me, but some familiar faces there as well. So that'll be good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Has Jim acquired his ice cream yet?
Has he acquired it? I don't think so. No.
Consumed.
Well, he may have consumed it because he doesn't currently have one, but I don't think he's had it yet.
Cool.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
Yeah. So I think. Let me see. Where are we at? I think that was Heat 3 has just finished. So yeah, definitely some familiar names. So Neumann, Karup, Orlowski, Van Helmen, Kilic, Kobovic. I know I've heard the name before, but does he race in another class, or is there a relation of his that races in another class? Because I've heard his name before. Landon is a new name for me. Ongaro, Boda. We know Clement from RCGP Racing. The Halls. Is that both of the Hall brothers? Yeah, so the younger and then the older, I believe. Jamie's the one who's on the on their Hall Brothers YouTube channel, isn't it? And then we've got the very young Noha Ben Mohammed, Miko Vidmeyer. Oh, I know he's around, but I'm trying to picture his face. Obviously, Coelho, Jesper Rasmussen, that's a new one for me. Luke Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Smith, but is that Baptiste or Baptiste? Baptiste Roch, Florent Gallo, Max Gotzel. Yeah, okay. So yeah, there's a good handful of newish names to me there. What's funny to me, you see that on the screen now, all of those little stools and stuff like that. You would think it's only people like Noah Ben Mohammed, who's probably like, I don't know, 8 or however old he is. I think he's like 12 or something. But he obviously he's quite small, and of course he's using it. But like Hoopa Honigel and Martin Bayer and David Oncaro, they're all using those little things. It's really funny.
I wonder why. Are they quite close to the track?
Not really. I mean, they can easily see over the railing, but maybe I think it's maybe just like something that it's just a better height to rest their forearms on.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they definitely don't need more visibility, but so obviously the car is setting off now. The computer lady voice telling them off, or counting them off, not telling them off. That's what the human referees are for. So we'll let these guys get a couple of laps under their belt and start paying attention to the running order. Some very, very, very close lap times already. 30.062 for Kim Satensky, 30.096 for Jamil Gabrielson. Is that Jamiel? Oh, Jamiel. I was going to say, is that Jamelia? Or, no, it's not going to be Jamelia, is it? So second lap's starting to count through. 28.647. Of course, that's a running lap time. The first lap time is about a second and a half, 2 seconds slower, just because they're going from a standing start. So it's still going to be another at least 2 or 3 laps before these start meaning anything, the actual running order. Of course, the each qualifying run in the rounds, the rounds are, they call them the staggered. Instead of just counting through 1 through 10, 1 through 10, 1 through 10 for each of the qualifying rounds, they start 1 through 10, and then they might start at 4 through 10, and then 1 through 3. So they just kind of evens out the heat, or any dampness, or any track condition sorts of things. It's just what the 1/10 buggy category does. So it kind of evens out the randomness and variations of the track conditions. And of course, I know that the drivers are sent off in different orders each time, but I think that's based on the speed they went in the previous qualifying run. Is that right? Do you know, Matt? You're not listening? It's okay. I was just wondering the order that they're sent off in each qualifying run seems to change. But right, okay.
Which will be FTQ order.
Yes. So it is the fastest ones are sent off first. So basically, they're less likely to be passed in the early goings unless they make a mistake, and it also kind of just helps spread them out on track very quickly. So with 6 laps down, we've got Jamil Gabrielson, Valentin Puziat, Marco Stallman, Julian Ferrandis, Halvor Grand. I love that name. It's my favorite name. It's my favorite name right there. Halvor. Kim Satensky, Victor Asak, Manny Panesar, Freddie Russell, and Laszlo Phillips. Everyone's still running. Half the field is completed their 6th lap. Looks like Julian is running a bit slow, maybe? Is he the one that crashed on the straight? Looks like Julian is, has he pulled off? Someone has gone very, very slow or broken. So I think Jim has, I think he's had his ice cream. He took the, oh yeah, he's just, yeah, I see, he's just having a bit of a chill. He's been standing all day, bringing live moving pictures to everybody. So I know the track organizer, the race director Bjorn, and Paul Worsley from EFRA were all looking at various weather forecasts for tomorrow. I think earlier in the day, there was potential of it being similar to yesterday. I haven't looked myself. I think it's probably worth doing. Just to see what. Have you looked at any weather forecast?
Yeah, it's all good for today. Tomorrow might be a bit
tomorrow
sunny after about 1 o'clock.
Right. Okay. So tomorrow afternoon we might get some dampness. Any indication of extreme dampness, actual precipitation, or anything, Matt?
What's that?
Actual precipitation or
well,
fog?
Tomorrow afternoon will be pretty smelly, as I say. So
yeah, but what does smelly mean?
From 1 o'clock, there is a 30% chance of rain.
30%. I don't count that.
2 o'clock, there's a 33% chance of rain, and then it peters off slightly to a 28, a 24, and a 14.
All right.
And I reckon
Okay.
we're safe after then.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's not going to rain.
But you know, yesterday when we had the big rain shower,
I don't. I was on a flight myself,
that was
so
only a
yeah.
26% chance of rain that day.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
What's our big bottles of water situation? Is that 2 full ones?
What you need?
That big water.
Full one, one over.
Just so I can take it back up with me. Next one.
I'm good, mate. If you want to sort that.
Bottle of wash my hands and then head back up.
No worries.
Okay, so I'm going to hang you back to Mr. Matt Guppy, and you can. This is my pen. This is my pen from the hotel. There's only one like it. I know you might think there might be thousands and thousands of those, but only one of those. There's really only one. So, okay. Well, I'm going to hand you back to Mr. Matt Guppy, and then we'll finish out the day.
Alrighty, thank you very, very much, Frank. Appreciate the sausage that was left in the canteen. Very, very nice. They are incredibly good sausages, I must say. So, where are we then? I think this is Heat 7 coming on now. Yes, because there's Martin Owen. So, it looks like these guys are just coming round to the line. See a few of them fly past us there. And you should start to see them creep up towards the line now. So we'll wait for Jim to come back. I think he's just having a bit of a natural break himself. We will wait for Jim to come back, so we've got a moving camera. But I will keep you up to date with times and things as these guys and girls are going round. Rick Hamers, of course, leads us off. Looks like he's got over the bobbles fairly well. There he goes, over the jumps there. Okay, so single and then a double for Hamer. Moves himself up onto the step up and drop off camber corner. Running pretty well at the moment. 28.9 was his first opener. And just keep an eye on him as he comes through. Very, very wide there. And past the line he goes for another one for a 29.999. So as close to a 30-second lap as he could be without being in it. So obviously those little bobbles and things have slowed him down somewhat. Still predicted an 11 in a 5:24. So Hamer's still out in front right now. We'll keep an eye on this as best that we can as he goes through. Okay, so we should coming up now, just finishing another lap now. There you go. Okay, so we should have Jim back any minute now. Just doing the danger climb up to TV Tower. Whether you can pick him up on the other camera there in the distance, just climbing up the side of the tower on the right hand side of your screens. Yeah, a bit of a commando roll over the top bar. In he goes. There we are. Jim is back. Okay, there we go. So let's see if we can pick up the number 1 car, Jim, if you can find them. That is Marian Baresh. Of course, leading us round in this one. Great stuff. Okay, so Baresh now taking us round. No, it's not. It's Hamer, sorry. What am I talking about? No, of course it was Baresh. Apologies, everybody. Yes, so we should be with Baresh right now at the number 1 car. Drop down the order a little bit as the other guys have come round, so I'm guessing must have either had a bit of a dodgy lap.
1 minute to drive.
Step Up seems to be doing okay at the moment. So it is Hamers onto his last lap though, leading this one out. Kowalski as well, both going into their 10th laps. I'm going to stick with this one. Stick with the number 1 car of Marian Baresh. A few seconds left in this one, so once these guys have come round, they will have finished off their laps, and we will be pretty much there. Okay, over the line, and that is for lap number 10. So these guys finishing, Rick Hamers 10 in a 5:07, Kowalski 10 in a 5:08, 10 in a 5:14 for Baresh, 10 in a 5:14 for De Brosis, 10 in a 5:14 for Jolan de Weerd. So 3 of these finishing on a 10 in.
Can we just confirm that is a squeaky chair in commentary booth for this week?
A squeaky chair?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
It's either that or an inquisitive duck. I can't quite decide. I just hear it every now and again.
There is a lot of water around here. But yes, this current one is a squeaky chair.
Thank you for everyone watching at home. We are RC Racing TV, and we are bringing you the 1/10 Buggy Euros all the way from the Netherlands. Hello to Donald Talbot, morning from Alaska. Morning, Donald. Thank you for joining us. And he says thank you for sharing. Our pleasure, bringing you the 1/10 Euros to view anywhere in the world. You're leaving me hanging.
Anywhere in the... Sorry, I was reading your message actually on WhatsApp, which was quite a long one. I thought your monologue was going to go on a bit longer than that, to be fair. Normally you talk for incredibly long periods of time.
Yeah, no, I ran out of things to say at that point.
Did you thank the sponsors?
I didn't know. Who are the sponsors?
Who are the sponsors? Well, Schumacher Hobby Wing, X-Ray Racing, Rodog.eu.
I obviously know. I'm just giving you an intro. I obviously know who the sponsors are. It's on the screen. Everyone knows.
Oh dear, it's all fallen apart since Matt's gone. It's Heat 8. Heat 8 on the way. And in this one, I think you're going to find we've got Jens Becker in the 1, Ben Smith in the 2, Mortis Lautenbach and Elias Johansson in the 3 and the 4 cars respectively. And then we've got the 5 of Harry Mears, 6 of Baptiste Roach, Florent Gallop in the 7, Michael Katzmeyer in the 8, Brent Daniels in the 9, and Sylvain Gallo Selva in the 10. So any requests out there, James?
Funny you should ask. There are, actually.
Really?
Matt Daniels, can you follow car number 9? And my Dirk, I think that's how you pronounce it, is advising us to use UPS 100%. I can assure you that we have indeed used UPS. So, but thank you for the confirmation. I feel safer now that we've gone with the right company.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, and car number 8, Ebsy 87, car number 8. and Bakerman's Dieter. Brent, please. Oh, they're all asking now. Now one person's asked, everyone's asking.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll follow these two for the first bit. So we'll try and get car 9 if we can. Sorry, Jim, if you've gone on to another car. So car 9 of Brent Daniels. There we go. Jim's on it. He doesn't mess about, does he, old Jim? Worker Jim, old Jim, young Jim, whatever you want to call him. He just does the job. Love it. So, here we are with Brent Daniels. We'll see where Brent is on the timing screens after his first lap. So he's on a 31. 31.010 for his first lap. I'd imagine this second lap's probably going to be a bit slower than that as he's come a bit of a cropper on the step up. Oh, which one was it? Which one was it? Which one of those green ones was the 9? There you go. Yeah. It's much easier when everybody just has their colours on the car rather than a one-can shell. Okay, single, not quite a double on the exit on that one. So, obviously Brent's struggling a wee bit here. Seems to be dropping down through the field actually quite dramatically. There's a lot of cars that have gone past him. Third lap. Second, 9. And I'd imagine this one's probably not going to be a million miles away from that. It comes around to 37.7, so it took a couple of seconds off his last lap. But a dramatic change to his 31 dead that he did on his opener. So hopefully Brent can pull this together. We'll give him another 30 seconds or so, get this lap out the way, see if he can do a decent one before we take the camera off him. Otherwise, he's only going to tell you all when he gets home that, oh, as soon as the camera went off, I was clean and everything was great. And we all know really. There you go. One reasonably clean lap, and it was a 31.4. So, here you go, 6 seconds off his last lap time. Right, who else have we been asked for? Let's have a look for car number 8. Oh, actually, do car number 6. Let's have Baptiste Roach, because we haven't had him at all yet. So car number 6 is going to be coming up to the end of the lap. There we go, lovely. And that is young Baptiste Roach. Absolutely flying at the moment. 6 in a 3:01, pretty good. Predicted 10 in a 5:03. Now, with a couple of minutes left on the clock, it's a big ask to make that 3.8 seconds up. It's doable. It's doable with some really clean, really quick laps. It is doable to get that 11th lap for Baptiste. But we will see how these next few laps pan out. So, round over the bobbles. Bit of a jaggedy line through there. Gets through the chicane. Switchbacks pretty well. Lovely over the doubles. Down the straight again. And Baptiste with a 29.1 on that last lap. 28.6 is the fastest one he's managed to pull out so far. Oh, lucky to catch that one without tipping it over. And that just goes to show, doesn't it, with a little bit less grip on the Astro. If this was a really grippy Astro track, that probably would have flipped the car over landing sideways like that. Okay, round through for another one. Running round in 3rd at the moment in this heat. So nobody really affecting the top 10. Ben Smith. Looks like he could get a 9th overall out of this run. But again, I don't think we've had the very top ones because Orlowski's still up there and he hasn't been round for this round yet. Okay, so finishing times now. I'd imagine everybody's going to finish pretty much as they cross the line. There's not going to be many more that are going to go round after this one. No, that is it. Finishing times are done. This is just the exit laps now. Let's have a look. So Baptiste finishes 10 in a 5:01. Made up a bit of time there with some really nice driving at the end. Things around a bit. But really good. Now is Jorn going to be able to take through when he comes through? Couple more rounds to go, yeah, or a couple more heats to go. Heat number 9 is going to be up next. Of course, Neil Cragg in the number 1 car in this one. We've got Timothy Bell, Matt Scotzel, Pekka Ivonen, Sam Powells, Jesper Rasmussen, Matthew Peters, Kay Koenig, Wouter Weinen, and Daniel Pohl. So, any requests you guys have got, please send them through now. I'll say thank you all for tuning in. We really do appreciate you guys tuning in and getting involved. Have a chat with us in the chat feeds on YouTube or on Facebook. I'm sure James will be able to come and have a look for you and see what you guys are saying.
I can. I'm here and I can see. Craig Gibson, go Ben, another win. Hey, got a message here from someone that you might recognise the name, Paul Bateman. Good afternoon, Guppy. Hope you're having a fun time.
There we go, Paul. Very good friend of mine from my actual life outside of racing. So lovely to see you tuned in, Paul. Thank you very much for your support. Really, really appreciate it. Paul works for Vistry Homes down in Exeter. So if you guys want a nice house, there you go. There's the man to see. Hopefully, Paul's wife and daughter, after being sideswiped in their car, are both feeling back to normal now. The picture of their small car since they've had since November last year. And a bit of a run-in with a much larger vehicle. Fortunately, everybody came out with just a few bumps and bruises, and that was it. So hopefully everyone's back to normal now and eating lots of takeaway and ice cream to make up for it. So, Group 9, Heat 9, they are going to get me. They're going to switch me over onto groups rather than heats. So, Heat 9. We'll follow the leader out on this one, so just go with the first car that goes off.
We've also been asked for Daniel Pohl on this one, please, Matt.
We will. We'll go to Daniel in a wee bit. I won't forget him. So, Jesper Rasmussen leads us round at the moment. Let's see how Jesper copes with his first lap out. Okay, nice and clean up to this point. Oh, took a bit of a funny landing off the first double there. I wasn't sure he was going to do the second double, but as one of the more, I say more capable, is probably not the right way to put it, but hey, more capable drivers out there. It didn't seem to throw him off too much. So over the bobbles. It's too much of a flick off that last one if you go too far to the right. There is a line there somewhere, but it's pretty difficult for these guys to get it on every single lap. That's probably going to change for the finals when they tighten up to stop anybody coming up the inside of them and doing an overtaking move. Oh, Jesper's come a cropper on the first set of doubles there. So that is going to drop him back down. Now, he was behind Pecco anyway, so when he comes around this time, Pecco is definitely going to be well in front of him. I'd be surprised if Max Gotzel in the 3 car, and that is the green car that's right behind Jesper there. Oh, and that is, oh, what a move. Straight over the top of Jesper. There you go. Max Gotzel takes up the top spot. Pecco drops himself down a bit. Let's have a look where he ends up. So Pecco's got back up to second. Jesper has dropped himself down into the 4th spot at the moment, so he's going to be hanging on at the moment by the skin of his teeth. He's gone over again. Okay, I think we're probably going to chalk this one up for Jesper. If we go forward one car, we should be with Max Gotzel, and that's the green, that green one. That'll be the number 3 car. Max Gotzel is leading us out at the moment. So we'll do a couple of laps of Max. We'll see if we can find Daniel in a moment. Lovely through the switchbacks there. Not taking any prisoners is Max. A double, even landed it on the flat after the first double. Just kept the power in it. That's the way to do it. Okay. Over the double. Step up. Nicely done. Anchors on the brakes. Gets himself around the off-camber corner. Flicks it back into the wobbles. Oh, it's a bit of a kick on the black rubbery stuff. Double, gets it done. You'll see these guys will tighten those lines up when it comes to the finals. They are not going to want to be out far out. These are wide open for somebody just flinging it up the inside. Pretty close to the cone of justice last time round, so let's see. Ooh. Makes it past. Can't see it pretty close though. Okay, so let's watch Max over the line, and then we will see if we can pick up the number 10 car of Dan Pole. So Dan should not be far off, not too far away from where you are actually. Should be in the 10 car. We'll be coming around towards the end of the lap now. There we go, that's Dan. So we'll stick with Dan for this last minute. Oh, going for the 3 singles there. He obviously didn't have a very good run into the single-double at the start. Takes the off-camber nicely. Lovely through there. Oh, and just gets himself... Oh, double whammy on the apexes of the switchbacks there. Oh, we just caught the second whammy of the 2. Graciously lets a car go through. He's obviously struggling a bit this round, is little Dan. One of the younger guys we've got going around out there. About 30 seconds left on the clock, so providing he doesn't stop too much, I think he's maybe being a little bit over courteous there. Oh dear. Let's hope the marshal can get to him and he can get back on his wheels, because that might be the difference between one more lap and not. There we go. Okay. So, Dan Pole onto his last lap now. Makes the double this time round. Flicks it back. Let's see how he goes over the bubbles. Very well. Gets through cleanly on the switchbacks this time round. That's the little step overdone. Doubles it through the doubles. Excellent stuff. So Max Gotzel takes it from Neil Cragg. 11.5.23, 11.5.24, 11.5.31. So Sam Powell's the last one on the 11 lappers for this one. Top 2 heats coming up. Unfortunately, until these top 2 heats have been out, it's not going to adjust the scores properly. So we've got a bit of a mix-up at the top here. So it's saying that Burak is up there, but he's definitely not at the moment because he hasn't run. He's going to be going out next. So, heat number 10 on their way up. Davide Ongaro in the 1, Martin Bayer in the 2, then we've got Clement Boda, Hubert Honegel, Mika Woodmeyer in the 5, Lee Martin in the 6, Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7, Josh Holdsworth in the 8, Alexander Landon in the 9, and Barak Kilik in the 10. We are going to give Noah Ben Mohammed a little bit of time at the start of this one. You guys have got any requests at all, then please let us know. There's Lee Martin in the camera there having a look, checking the times.
I think that's one of the best places we've ever put a camera.
It's brilliant up there, isn't it?
We're getting some great shots of people checking their times out. Loving it.
Yeah, it's so important when you come up and go down. It's so important. And so the frustration or the confusion over the times is brilliant on their faces, though, I must admit.
We've had a request to follow Josh Holdsworth from Ellen May, watching on YouTube at the moment. And Fabio Zaynaton says, "Go Team Belgium."
Okay.
And
we'll try and get 2 or 3 done in this one. There's a couple that we haven't followed at all, so I don't think we've done Hubert Honegel yet. But we'll start off with Noah Ben Mohammed, we'll go to Josh Holdsworth, and then we'll try and, unless anybody's doing anything absolutely crazy out there, we'll go over to Davide Ongaro to finish this one out. So, it'll be car number 7 off the line, please, Wonder Jim. I think that's a better name, Wonder Jim. Huh. I like it. And as nobody else complained, that's the one that'll stick. There he is. There we go. So, Noah Ben Mohammed, one of the youngest guys we've got here for sure. I think we had him in for an interview at the last Euros. We had to get a translator in, which was very interesting. So here's come a bit of a cropper on the top of the step-off tabletop. Oof, crikey. Not pushing quite hard enough in. Look, we're too safe. And over there, see what he's got left in the tank to finish this one out with. But I'd imagine with a mistake like that, you're probably not going to expect to affect too much of the top 10. So let's see where these guys all end up after this next round through. So pushes it up to the step over. Oh man, car's crashing out the way of him. Lovely. Double again. Very nice this time through. Okay, flicks it round over the straight. Yeah, it's still not quite there for those quick laps. So 28.2 was the fastest he's done so far, and that was the quickest. So he must have had like a 32-second lap on the first one. Okay, we'll go to the end of this lap. And then we'll try and pick up Josh Holdsworth in the 8 car. So Josh should be, let's have a look, should be finishing the lap now. There we go. So that is Josh Holdsworth from the UK. Super quick driver. Schumacher that he's pushing around there. Okay, into the 180 before the straight. Pushed it through. Still, there's a lot of competition out there because Josh is not hanging about at all. 29.2, 28.3s. Yeah, he's certainly got some pace in the car. Oh, it looks like Lee Martin is out of this one. He stood up on the rostrum there, just holding his controller to one side. Yeah, that is unfortunate for Lee that he's lost out there. Not too sure what's happened. And there's his car, so it looks like a wheel's come off of it by the looks of things. Okay, so Josh punches it through the switchbacks, over the step over. First double, second double done. No issues there whatsoever. Lovely single double. Seems to be the trick for that one. Single double is the way to go. Don't see anybody else trying it the other way now. Maybe Eugene Galley might do it the other way. But these guys are certainly finding the pace doing a single double. Okay, so what we'll do, let's see if we can find Ongaro in the number 1 car. Should be a blue shell, and he will be just finishing his lap. There he is, currently leading us out. So it was Killick. As Ongaro crossed the line, he came through with a quicker time. Now, Ongaro predicted an 11 in a 5:11. So is Killick. There's 0.2 of a second between them on the predicted times. 27.75. Not really much to choose between these two. So 0.1 of a 0.1001 of a second, or 101 of a second between them. On the predicted times, of course. So we'll follow this out with Ongaro. I'd imagine he will get through now and probably the next one. So we'll see as he crosses the line. So 33 seconds to get round one more lap. And that should give him his 11th at that point. Okay, through the switchbacks nice and clean. Punches it over the step over. First double, second double. There you go, makes it through. 11 laps down. There's 11 in a 5:10. It's weird, the timing screen doesn't seem to keep up with itself. So that is 11 laps for Ongaro and Killick. Ongaro takes it 11.5.10.283, 11.5.11.594 for Killick. Mika Widmeyer in 11.5.14, 11.5.14 for Landon as well. Everybody into the 11s except for Hubert Honegal on a 10 in a 5.04, and of course Lee Martin, who unfortunately had to pull off after his first lap.
What happened to Lee's car then?
It looked like a wheel had come off.
Oh.
In the quick view we got of it. Oh no, it hasn't. It hasn't come off. Let's have a look. See if you can lip read. He's saying it's Lee.
Faulty.
It's faulty, Lee. Yeah, and Lee's face says the same thing by the looks of it. Very faulty. Okay, top heat. Not the last one of this round, I must say, but the top heat. Orlowski in the 1, Van Helmond in the 2, Tommy Hall in the 3, Ewan Newman in the 4, Una Hatlin in the 5, Bruno Coelho in the 6, Daniel Kubovic in the 7, Jamie Hall in the 8, Marcus Kerup in the 9, and Luke Holdsworth in the 10. It's an incredibly confusing results board that we've got up here, because we know Davide Ongaro just out-qualified Barak Killick. However, Killick seems to be at the top of the table, so I'm not really sure how relevant that information is. We'll see at the end of this one. We will see if it actually matches up to anything or not.
not sure if there are any follow requests yet for this round, but I'm sure now I've said that some will start flooding in.
Okay, so James, on the overall times that we've got on the timing screen here that I can see, do we know if these are how these are worked out, or what happens with this?
I don't know. That's something not controlled by us. I
Okay,
will
not
endeavour
controlled
to
by
find out for you though.
So we need to speak to the timing guy after this round.
Yes.
That's what we will do. Yes, that's what we'll do. Because I've got a funny feeling this is just giving us an overall kind of TQ for the event rather than the round, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense, but I don't know if that's the case or not.
No.
I will find out.
We'll keep an eye on it. Okay, so we are currently going round with your TQ man, Jorn Newman. A little bit of a slide into that corner there. Oh, Zorlowski takes up the front of the pack. 27-4, 27-5, 27-7, 27-8. Your top four. Zorlowski, Karup, Newman, Van Helmen. Jamie and Tommy Hall struggling a little bit this time round. 32-2 for Jamie. Tommy on a 28-4. So Newman brings it round over the wobbly bit through the switchbacks. Punches it up to the step over. Roller, double. Hairpin. Over the hop onto the straight he goes. Still Marcus Karup. Oh no, it's Orlowski from Karup from Newman. So Orlowski does not want to let Newman secure TQ with another TQ in this round. One more will do it for him if he can keep it on its wheels. Oh, and he doesn't. Newman's over. So we'll stick with those two there. But if Karup, can't stick with Karup more, but try and keep them both in shot if you can, Jim. There we go. So these two are going to be pushing each other around. Now Karup's driving a little bit defensively there, just to try and keep Newman behind him. Now you'd think it would be more sense just to let him in front, because at the moment, and until he gets a second ahead of him on the track, Karup is going to be leading. These guys know that though. They are going to try and work together. Obviously there is a lot at stake here for the win and overall TQ. Oh, the cone of justice takes Karup down. That is out of TQ contention for Karup by the looks of things. So Van Helmond and Orlowski are going to be waiting there. So Newman goes through at the top. Karup goes through above him. Van Helmond takes us round now. Okay, let's see if we can find Wesley in the number 2. Should be a few cars back from where you are. I think you've gone straight onto him. Very nice. Okay, so that is currently your top paced guy on the track. Once he crosses the line, you should see him jump back up to the front. Yeah, there you go. Van Helmond, 7.315 so far. 7.316 for Newman. 7.316 for Orlowski. 7.317 for Karup. And Kovac and a 7.319. So 4 seconds separating the first 5 cars. Oh, he's going to feel that one when he crosses the line, that's for sure. So Van Helmond goes through. And he stays into 4th, so Orlowski takes it back up at the front of the pack again. So Olowski should just have finished his lap about now. He is TQ man. If you want to swap on to him once we finish this lap with Wesley. So jump forward a few cars to the step up maybe around that sort of area. No, forward more. There you go. Okay, so that should be there. Kerup should be the front car. I think Orlowski. Yeah, that's difficult to say. I think Orlowski's the second one of those. Yeah. So Orlowski, Newman is. Oh, Newman's come back for TQ. Oh, and Orlowski's got the pipe. He's going to be so disappointed with that. Very, very lucky to get away with a bounce out rather than needing to be marshalled. We'll see what happens as they come over the line this time round. Newman is going to be pushing as hard as he can to try and secure that TQ. Orlowski can't make it happen. Can't make it happen. So Newman. That is 3 TQs, Frank. And I believe with 3, he's TQ'd the 2-wheel drive portion of the event. We've only got 5 rounds, haven't we? So short of anybody coming in now from the following rounds, round 1, 2, 3 or 4, I think that guy there in the S-Works top, just about to turn round, I think that is your overall TQ for the 2-wheel drive portion of this event. So, Newman, Orlowski, Kerup, Van Helmond, Killick, Ongaro. This can't be right because Ongaro out-qualified Killick on that one. So I'm not going to read that out for you because that is not running in the right order of the overalls. So we do know, though, that the quickest man out there today has been your Newman. There he is, just double-checking and double-checking again. Make sure he's definitely got the win. There he is, strolling across the track. Very, very confident out there, confident in his car, showing that the S-Works cars have certainly got the pace to be up there at the front of the pack. Absolutely, absolutely. All he needs is a number 7 on the side of his car, a couple of Confederate stars, stripes on it, whatever they are. Oh dear. Is it been banned completely, is it? Okay, so we go back now to Heat 1. So Heat 1, 2, 3 and 4 will finish us out today. You know who's in this one. Car 1 is Dick Dawn with Marcus Veyer in car 2, Carl Volter in 3, Nigel Van Catwick in 4. Kenny Arts in the car 5, Victor Horsfield in 6, Lena Hurtgen in the 7. The 8 car is Vladimir Fedorenko, and Daniel Tonneson is car number 9. So, looks like we've got Germany, Estonia, 2 Estonians in this one, the Netherlands, not too sure where that one is actually, Sweden, Netherlands, Ukraine and Norway. Any requests on this one, James?
I was just having a look. I don't think there is.
You were not just having a look.
I
just woke you up. Come on.
You didn't. I was looking around. There was nothing to add, so I stayed mute. It's all a request for the previous race. Ben Elliott saying commentator's curse always is, and Victor Horsfield, let's go from Power for Days. It's about POWAH, Power for Days.
Nice, I like it. I like it. Okay, cameraman's choice on this one. You follow off who you want to. So I think we've gone off with Nigel Van Catwick. Oh man, there's nightmares going on this one. Okay. There we go. So I'm just trying to turn the ambient sound up for you guys there so you can hear the sort of how much these guys are having to put the power down and adjust their speed to get over the doubles here. So you see when Van Catwick comes back round. I think we've actually changed now. So what are we on, the 3 car? So, no, we're still on Walter Van Catwick. No, we're on Carl Walter, sorry. Deary me. So the 3 of Volta there. Oh dear, catches the top of the double on the way out. I'm just watching how these two are interacting with each other. No issues there as the car behind him crashes out. Yeah, difficult set of jumps, that one. If you don't get it right as you go in, you're struggling all the way through it. Yeah, so car Volta there, over the ripples. Catches the cone of justice, and it puts him off enough to get that second apex of the switchbacks. Not too much hassle getting himself over the line though, and he is leading us out in this one currently. Dropped down to 3rd, now the other 2 have gone past. Oh, nightmare. Oh, so that's caused some issues there. He was doing really, really well. Really well. Oh no, game over. Devastated. Game over. There you go. Nobody wants to end it like that. Okay, so let's try and pick up our leader, Marcus Veyer, in the 2 if we can. Should just finished his lap now. One in front of that one, maybe. No. Or is it? Is that the 2? Look at it as it comes past it. No, that's a 7. Okay, so Veyer should be coming around to finish the lap about now-ish. There we go. Okay, thanks, Jim. Nicely over the bobbles. Bobbles, ripples, you all know what I mean. So through the roller. Double. Makes it nicely. That's the one behind, that's the one. Single double. Seems to be the safe way over it. And is leading us out. So predicted a 9 in a 5:07. I keep all my Coke bottles with a small bit of Coke in the bottom just in case we get any more wasps. Yeah, that was the original wasp trap. Caught any? No. No wasps yet. So early on we had a wasp fly in the window and decided to leave us a little bit of Coke in the bottom of one of these glass Coke bottles that we've got here, and no other wasps have come and seen us, so it was a wasted wasp trap. However, the effort was there. And we're proud of it. What's that, James? You want us to bring it home for you? Of course we can do that. Not a problem at all. So, Marcus still taking us round now in the 2. Over the ripples into the switchbacks, and we are done anyway, I think, with Marcus there. Yeah, 9 in a 5:06. So certainly not going to affect the overalls. Okay, so these now we've got to the end of the round, or say end of the round. They've actually updated with the correct top 10. So I'll give you a provisional top 10 now, because I'm nice. So we know Jorn Newman takes TQ for this round. We've then got Michael Orlowski in the 2nd spot. Marcus Kerup is 3rd overall. Wesley Van Helmen 4th. Burak Killick in the 5. Davide Ongaro in the 6th. Daniel Kobovic 7. Alexander Landon in the 8. Mika Widmeyer in the 9. And Clement Boda sneaks it into the 10 spot. Now, just out of interest, Tommy Hall and Jamie Hall, respectively, are 11th and 12th in this one. Then we've got Noah Ben Mohammed in the 13, Una in the 14, Bruno in the 15, Luke Holdsworth in the 16, Ben Smith in the 17, Max Gotzel 18th, Jesper Rasmussen 19th, and Florent Gallat 20th. So, I mean, if this was your only round of qualifying, you'd be seeing right now Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Elias Johansson, Martin Beyer, Neil Cragg, Jamil Gabrielson, Hubert Honigel and CM Powells in the C final. You sound shocked by that, James. Shocked by it, I tell you. And I bet everybody at home is gasping too.
I am very shocked, but I just need to attend to something away from the microphone.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, so I think these guys are just coming around for a warm-up lap now, or just their opening lap, possibly. Yeah, they're too tight together or too spread out to worry too much. So they'll bring it round to the line. And do you know what? What are we on? Heat 2? Heat 2. Let's have the number 6 car off the line. If we can, please, Jim. Because one man that certainly doesn't get enough camera time is Brian Preddy. That's for sure. So let's get a few laps with Brian, see what he's got in the tank. Brian in the number 6 in this one. Yeah, there he is. Jim's already spotted him. Now, I've got to admit, so what you find that Brian did there was he just as his number was called, he just held back just a little bit. Rather than racing off and, catching the back of the car in front of him immediately, he's just backed off a little bit. And that's given him, half a second extra to the car in front. So it means he's just got that little bit more of a cushion where he hasn't got to worry about anybody else around him and he can just drive his own race. Now, saying that, he's just done 2 singles to start with, so mustn't have felt too confident going into the first of the double-doubles, but opens with a 34-1. So we'll keep an eye on Brian for the moment. Doesn't do too bad on the off-camber corner there, flicks it back on himself though. Really, really wide, so lost a lot of time on the ripples going over it that time. Little hop Single, single again. Into the double. So losing an awful lot of time there. The single, single approach is what we'd expect to see these guys do in the wet rather than the dry. I'm guessing Brian's probably not feeling too confident, especially when you jump in like that. Oh, and stuck in the barrier, nightmare for him. Okay, round the off-camber he goes. We'll follow him up to the end of this lap. Oh, my goodness, that was a mighty large overcorrection there. So, Brian, is he going to do the double? No, single, single. The amount of time he's losing on that is crazy. Okay, so I think we put Brian off enough. Let's see if we can pick up the number 1 car of Archie Bowman, please. Don't forget to shout on the feeds if there's anybody you want us to follow in these last few. It's the last few we're going to be doing today. Okay, sorry, mate. So Archie shouldn't be far away from finishing his lap at this point. Probably one of these lot coming over here. So the number 1 we're looking for. Marvellous. Okay, so Archie, Thomas and Victor, the only 3 in this one predicted for 10 lappers. Archie's looking at a 10 in a 5.10, 14 seconds up on Thomas Lepap. But then he's lapping quite a considerable pace quicker at the moment. So it took 3 seconds out of him on that last lap round. But unfortunately for Archie, he has come a cropper at the hands of the double doubles. Oh dear. Yeah, those landings are never good. So we'll see what sort of time he's lost as he comes through. He's still leading him out though. But rather than a... well, weirdly, he's not actually lost that much time. Again, it's only about 3 seconds for that crash. He was lapping in the 30s. He's now lapping at the 33. And he goes. Okay, still leading us out at this point. But dropped way, way back on the time. So was predicted a 5.14 for his 10 laps. He's now predicted a 5.19. So within 5 seconds of Thomas Lepap. We'll see how he handles the rest of this as we go through. So we'll stick with Archie. We've got about a minute left. Around for one more. Get the hairpin the end of the straight dump. Roller. Double. Bit sticky on the bottom end of that one. Okay, gets it around the off-camber corner nicely. It's a wide line around there he's taken, but better to do that and survive it than not make it at all. Nicely through the switchbacks. Lovely, much better through the double doubles this time round. So Archie comes through onto his final lap, I believe. It's caught up a little bit there, needs marshalling, but it doesn't matter. It is his final lap. It is going to matter, of course, for the overall times. However, at this point, he is about 4 seconds up on Thomas Lepap. Very nice. Across the line he goes and takes this one in a 10 in a 5.16. So we'll see what Thomas does. 10 in a 5.20, 10 in a 5.24 for Victor Levenko. Cyril Castaldo. Let's see what he can do as he crosses the line. I'm still waiting for him to come through at the moment. But it's going to be a long 10-lapper. Yeah, there you go, 10 in a 5.36. So that's probably about as far as you could go into this without being counted out on your times. Confirmation of your times on the screen for that one. That is heat 2 done. 2 more heats to go to finish today out. Now, what a day it has been so far. Bjorn Newman
I missed
seems
that
to be
last
running
round.
away with it. What?
Well, obviously, I've been away sorting things, and so I don't know what happened with the... Obviously, we haven't finished this round, but we've finished the top end of this round.
Yeah,
So
Newman's
what did I
overall
miss?
TQ.
Who?
Newman? You're Newman? Overall
Yawn?
TQ? Yeah,
Oh, wow.
all 3 rounds he's TQ'd.
Blimey. Okay.
Not bad going,
Cool.
right?
Yawn in the S-Works. Interesting.
In the
Cool.
S-Works as well, yeah.
Or is it?
Do you think?
Yeah, I guess it must be.
It is, yeah. He's got an S-Works top on, so it'd be a bit weird if he was driving a Schumacher.
Yes, yeah. No, I just didn't know if they developed a 2-wheel drive as well as a 4-wheel drive at this point.
Yeah, oh yes, yeah, definitely.
Oh,
yeah.
of course.
Elliot Boots was driving one a few years ago.
Got you.
I think he did one of the nationals, I think. So car number 1 from France is Lucas Didier. We've got a Norwegian of Peter Stein in car number 2. A Frenchman of Loic Didier in car number 3. Bless him. Okay, so let's just follow the first car out, which should be car 2, Peter Stein. So we'll follow up ramp, and I think that was about 3. I think that was a triple cartwheel. Okay, so a bit wide into that one. Brings it round. Let's see what the lap times are for Harriet now. So 36.4, that is the quickest one in this heat. So not the quickest lap in this heat, certainly, but the quickest one that Harriet's done. So these guys, top 2 of Lucas Didier and Sven Ruddig, both on for 10 lappers at the moment in the predicted times. Although saying that, Sven's just dropped down into the 9s, and Chris Bowden has popped up into a 10 lap predicted. So for those of you that have just joined us, it is the very end of the day. You've probably only got about 10 minutes of broadcast left, but this is the EFRA 1/10 Off-Road European Buggy Championships for 2023. We're RCTV, and we are bringing you this production in association with Schumacher Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. We're at the wonderful Rayco 2000 arena, I'm going to call it this time because I couldn't think of another word, in the Netherlands, just outside Amsterdam in Utrecht. So here we are. On the mic is me, Matt Guppy. We've got Frank McKinney to my right. On the mic over in the UK is Matt McCallum, who's just come back from the post office. We've also got James Parry, who's appeared from somewhere. He was here, then he went, then he came back, then he went again, and I don't know where he is now. But the most important man here today, we have a look at Sven Ruddig, the 8 car, who's leading us round and should be coming up towards the end of his lap now. Hopefully that is the 8 car of Sven. It certainly is. So a couple of minutes with Sven before we call this one. How is he doing on the time? So he's running 3rd overall. He was first when I looked at him a minute ago. He's pulling it. Oh, mind you, his last lap was a 38.2. Basically 38.29, so basically a 38.3. I'm guessing an issue on that one. Luckily we picked him up after that, so now he can show us a display of impeccable driving talent from this point on. Well, we hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. What's that, Frank? You said you've enjoyed it the most. Frank said he's enjoyed it the most. What can you say? Frank wins the most enjoyed feed provision of the day. That's what we'll say. I'm guessing everybody's happy with that.
Good with me.
Good. Good. Okay. So we're still going round with Sven. Makes it nicely down off the drop-off. Nobody seems to be struggling with the nasty off-camber corner at the moment. It's in the lack of grip in the Astro, and the fact that it's nice and dry means it's a fairly safe one. So we'll call it the safe off-camber corner until it wets up again. Sven nicely passed a car that's just crashed out of his way. I'd imagine, looking at his lap times, this may well be his last lap up to the line. He is going to get his 10th lap in, Airman Lucas. This being it. Yeah, it's definitely going to pip it as he crosses the line, unfortunately. Nicely marshalled there, but that is going to be a long lap to finish out. So Sven comes home in second, 10 in a 5:34. It's Lucas Didier with a 10.5:30 that takes this one. Chris Bowden just missing out, 9 in a 5:02.8. And of course, none of these guys affecting the top 10 at this point. Okay, so your final heat of the day. Heat number 4. And of course, in this one, in the number 1 car, we have Randall Holt, Cedric Didier, Lee Charnock, Remy Bertrand, Paul Woods, Bruno Vea, Rennie Lovezzo, Peter Frielingsdorf, and of course, Harley Eldridge is up there as well. That is a great shot up there. That's really, really good, that one. I do like that. That's even better than the looking up at the driver's stand shot. Okay, should only have about 30, so about 20 seconds, and these guys will be off. Your final heat of the day. Okay, 5 seconds left. These guys will. Oh, some tumbles on the ripple section there. Let's see these guys come through. Okay, Harley Eldridge will be leading us out of this one. Any requests for this final heat, Matt?
No.
Nope. Okay, go with the leader then. We'll follow Harley out and try and spread the love a little bit if we can around the heat. There we go. So Harley Eldridge takes us round. Very similar to Dave Belston's old colours there. Oh, nicely over the ripples there for Harley. Over the step through. Double, double. First lap in the bag for Harley, puts in a 30.5. It's Randolph Holt that comes through with the next quickest one with a 31 dead. So Harley's car there looking pretty locked in on the back end. Roger Mills would be calling for a little bit more consistent rotation, if I remember correctly. Consistency being the key. So I'm going to try and oil this chair before tomorrow's production.
It just sounds like there's maybe a trapdoor somewhere in the room that Frank opens and goes down into his wine cellar.
This is where we keep Jim in between events.
Down the trapdoor.
In the trapdoor. So yeah, that was a good show in its day, Trapdoor. I used to love that. It's probably a bit before your time, Matt, isn't it?
No. Well, I think I'm the same age as you. I might be older than you.
You probably are.
Yeah, I am older than you.
I just look older
So-
than you.
Well, I've got a greyer beard. Unless you have been using Just for Men on yours, I don't know.
No,
But it's very black on the front part.
I've got a small patch of black on my beard, and all the rest of it's grey.
Right. Okay.
It's like badger stripes down the side. Badger beard, they call me.
Go faster, Stripes.
Yeah, that's it. So, Harley's had a bit of a nightmare on that lap there. She came a bit of a cropper on the first set of doubles. And that has put Remy Bertrand in the 4 car up to the front of the pack. Now, predictive times-wise, it looks like Remy's going to take this one by about 4 seconds. However, we're only about halfway through, so there's a lot of time and things that can change. Let's see if we can pick up Remy actually in the 4 car as we're going round. I don't think we've done a lot as far as covering Remy's track time is concerned. So, oh, nice, it picked it up already. Well done, Jim. So Remy in the all white comes around the off camber corner, very wide around there. Not quite getting the line over the ripples, but makes it through safely. Look at the step on. Doubles and then single, single. So overshot the first double onto the flat, unsettled the car. That means that, okay, these two want to just work together here. So that is Remy and I believe Harley Eldridge. So Remy coming past, not just on the clock, but on the track as well. So Harley obviously having a... Oh, just... There's a car crashed on the track and there's all kinds of... So you can't see that. You can't see it there, really. Boom. Oh, and Harley crashes out of sympathy. Marshall picks up Harley's car first. Oh, it's just a string of things that could have gone wrong and did. And that is it for the number 4 car. Any chances of a good score this round are over. Marshall graciously puts the turnbuckle back on. And unfortunately, that is really going to be the end of Remy's run this go round. 20 seconds left on the clock. These guys into their last laps now. Remy's going to be pretty disappointed if he can't get through for at least the 9th lap. Oh, there you go. That's nice. So Remy will go down and around and complete the 10th lap, but it's going to be a really long 10 lapper, so 10 to 5:30 something, I'd imagine. Harley looks like she's going to finish with a 10 in a 5:20. So we'll just keep an eye on that as these guys now come around to finish up. So 5:22 for Eldridge. Yeah, Remy Bertrand, 9 laps in a 5:05 around a vault, 10 laps in a 5:23, and René Levezzo, 10 laps in a 5:29. And that, my friends, is that for the day. So we've got a couple more rounds of qualifying tomorrow. We know who the overnight TQ is, and, excuse me, can't really be affected now as he's taken 3 rounds, so that's Jorn Newman. It looks like Marcus Kerup was second in that one, followed up by Orlowski, Wesley Van Helmond, Davide Ongaro, Barak Killick, Daniel Kobovic, Alexander Landon, Clement Boda and Mika Wibmeyer. Now, like I said before, Jamie and Tommy Hall are 10 and 11. You've got Una Hatton in the 13, Noah Ben Mohammed 14, Bruno Coelho 15, Luke Holdsworth 16, Matt Scottsall 17. You've got Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith and Jesper Rasmussen in the 18, 19 and 20 respectively. Now, this is a shocker for me as much as you guys. We've got Lee Martin C1 at the moment. So 21st for Lee Martin, then Sen Powell's in the 22, Martin Bayer 23, Neil Cragg in the 24, Florent Gallup in the 25, Elias Johansson 26. Now he's going to want to be pushing a little bit harder, he's saying, Johansson there, because he reckons he's got definitely a top 20 in him. Baptiste Roach 27, Hubert Hongogol 28, Jabil Gamelson 29, and I can't quite see who is the 30th one because it's off my screen. But that is it for today. Thank you all so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. Myself, wonderful Jim, Matt McCallum, Frank McKinney, possibly James Parry as well. We don't know. We don't know where he's going to be. He could be here, could be there, could be in the front room.
Could be everywhere.
Could be. But that is it from us. We've been RCTV. Thank you to our sponsors, Schumacher Hobby Wing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. We will see you all tomorrow.